it down, down.
Oh, hi, what's up? Click my meme, please. One sec. What do we miss today? Oh. Mormon Mafia is silencing reckless Ben. Let me restart this. Ocarina of... Wait, what? Wait, hold on. My NDI is not transferring. You notice how fast Joan moves when you say some shit on a live stream? She really needs to get it on the docket. Well, it depends on how fast they post it on Kiwi Farm so she can copy paste at work. Queen. There we go. Deepa Koti gifted 25 subs in Kick Chat. Thank you. If you want to watch last night's panel after Stripo came out, I'm good on that one, Chief.
The first Final Fantasy in HD 2D. Final Fantasy fantasy returns to its roots with cinematic pixel art in a classic tale of crystals.
Okay, that didn't work. Okay. What? Am I crazy, or does it feel like all of the like trailer announcer people that Square Enix or whatever the fuck has, like, all suck? Or is it just Nintendo? Or I feel like the voice acting stuff on the Square side on North America is like not that great. Like even for the voice actors for like the games themselves, I don't know. But maybe for the trailers is specifically a Nintendo thing.
The first Final Fantasy in HD 2D. Final Fantasy returns to its roots with cinematic pixel art in a classic tale of crystals with a new twist. Final Fantasy Resonance. A mysterious warrior driven by revenge and shrouded in darkness seeks to shatter the 8 crystals that sustain this world.
Wait, what? Why do I care about this?
Encounter allies battling the way.
Let's do this thing!
Just a pixel art turn-based Final Fantasy game? Okay.
Uncover the secrets of the past.
I don't know how I feel about this. Like, is it Unreal Engine? Is that what 99.99999% of every single fucking thing people are building websites now in Unreal Engine? Is that what everything is made in these days? It's like not. It's like kind of pixel art, but not really. I mean, like it counts, but it's. I don't like all of the. Obviously, since you're in Unreal, it's incredibly easy to add like the crazy depth of field, motion blur, is it vignetting on the lighting? Like, I don't know, it just feels a little much. Not vignette. There's a term I'm looking for.
As you discover the truth of this.
Like all like the crazy shadows and I don't know. I feel, I'm trying to think of what, was it Triangle Strategy was doing this quite a bit? Although not as dramatically as this. I don't know, it just feels like a lot. Oh, the bloom effects maybe? The tilt shift maybe? Yeah. Ugh. Is Unreal 5
How efficient and
engine optimized? Ugh! Optimized
is the Unreal 5 engine?
Optimized.
And how do we test this? It isn't like testing a computer component like a CPU or graphics card.
It's not an Unreal thing. It's easy to implement these in any engine. Well, what I mean is in the past, my guess is that 2D games probably weren't built using 3D engines. So adding those effects in a 2D engine are probably not impossible, but with my guess is when you're using something like Unreal and you build like a quote-unquote pixel game, it's probably like you click a button and now you've turned on all these cool lighting effects, so they're like arbitrarily easy to add, so they feel like they have to throw them into every fucking game is my guess.
That's easy. You can test how fast it is and see how many watts of power it consumes to achieve that result within a specific benchmark. With those two figures, it's easy to compare two different components to see which is the most efficient, and then with some manual optimization you can improve the efficiency further. But with games, and game engines, it isn't quite so easy to do, because the visuals of a game are highly subjective, making it hard to determine once and for all which game engine is better than the other. But I think it's fair to say that the complaints people have about the Unreal 5 engine is that it doesn't look good enough to justify.
Why am I don't know. Okay. Some drama slop. The Nmplol divorce video would be a good start to the day. We already watched that, and it just seemed kind of like whatever. Yeah, it seems like he got a really good outcome. There's a new divorce slop. How could there be new divorce slop?
Oh my God, Siri, I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Take it off. No, I'm not taking that shit off. I gotta get through. Hey, Tokyo. Is this purple? This is purple, Drew. Yo, this is purple. Hey, yo, back up. Take this shit off.
Okay. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about sports ball. Except for when Stephen A. Smith is talking about it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
How you doing? Our president showed up in New York City last night. And needless to say, what I feared would happen ended up happening. The New York Knicks lost. And obviously, I'm blaming him. Why am I blaming him, ladies and gentlemen? It's very, very simple. Because the president disrupted our mojo. I've said this on many occasions over the last 24 hours, and I'm saying it again. The man messed things up. Now, why did I bring this up? Why was it important for me to discuss this? There's several reasons. Number one, New York Knicks haven't won a title since 1973. At that time, our president was 26 years of age. He was not a toddler. He was not a child. He was there. He was there in 70 when Willis Reed walked through the tunnel. He was there in 1973 when Walt Clyde Frazier dropped 30 plus in a game 7. He knows over the last 53 years, we haven't had a moment to celebrate since that period in time. And he knows how miserable New York fans have been. Why? Because he's a Queens native. He's from this area. He knows exactly what New Yorkers have been through, and he didn't care.
They were on a 13-game win streak before Trump showed up. What does that mean in basketball? They won, what, 2 series?
Why would I bring up the importance of him not caring? Because, ladies and gentlemen, in case you didn't know, 3,578,599 people in the state of New York voted for this man. That equated to 43.3%. Was it enough to win New York from an electoral college standpoint? No, but it was enough to give the Republican Party about a 10% jump over the Democrats in terms of what it was compared to 2020. New Yorkers have looked out for this man. I thought he was supposed to be looking out for us. He wants to sit up there and talk about my low IQ. We'll get to that in a second, because that part really, really made me laugh. But wait for that. Instead, let me stick to the New York Knicks for a quick second here. Not only did we lose the game, did you see traffic? Did you see the watch party that wasn't outside of Madison Square Garden? Did you see thousands upon thousands of faithful New York Knicks fans that were forced?
Okay, wait, I don't care about this either. Part 2.
Okay. We can go a myriad of ways with all of this, but I'm not going to let you off the hook because none of that is important. I do appreciate the fact that you called me a nice guy because, shh, don't tell anybody. But I actually am a very nice guy. Until you tug at me a little bit. And then after that, I got to show my other side. And my other side came out last night when I recognized that businesses that are accustomed to being patronized were compromised by you because you showed up. The crowd that surrounded the Madison Square Garden and its surrounding areas, you compromised. I thought you were about the economy. I thought you were about helping New Yorkers because you love New York. I thought you were about making money for people. What happened to the parking garages? How much money did they make? What happened to the local restaurants in the immediate vicinity of Madison Square Garden? How much money did they make? We know you've made a lot of money. We know you keep making money. But have the New York Knicks benefited? The answer to that would happen to be no. This is a sports show, so I won't go any further.
Okay,
Episode 3 is...
I cared as much as I could. All right. The Lego guy.
Episode 3 is finally finished after crazy all-nighters and basically destroying my health. But I can't post it or I will go to jail. And not only that, I will also immediately lose my lawsuit of $300,000, and the GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about. They sent court papers to my email, which I guess a judge approved for them that this was a valid form of service. And so now that I'm officially served, I cannot even mention this company or I will be in jail and everything. Normally I would be like,
What?
screw the big guy telling me what to do. I'm going to do what's morally right. But in this situation, if I do that, then all my friends get screwed with this lawsuit and we lose all the GoFundMe money we raised, like immediately. So I am no longer allowed to even mention this mystery company. My personal opinion is that this is unfair because this order was put on me because this company was telling the court that I was making bomb threats. I was planning on murdering the manager and employees, which obviously I didn't do, and you can see that in the footage. The only problem is I was not given a chance to share my side. The court just heard their perspective, not mine. So because I wasn't able to share my side, I'm now no longer allowed to talk about them, and looks like this might be it. So, yeah.
What, is there like a filing somewhere we can read, or?
To my email.
I don't understand. Did the guy get like a TRO or whatever? TRO got posted. Wait, link it.
Episode 3 is...
Stop. Wait, while you link that. Remake slop.
Long ago, there was a land called Hyrule, created by beings of supreme divinity. At the very end...
Third fucking remake. Wait, what was the second, or what was the first remake of Ocarina of Time? Was there a remake and I missed one?
Edge of this kingdom, there lay a small
3DS? What was that? Was it like a full remake, or was it just like a reskin, like a remaster, whatever the fuck that means? Okay.
forest. Within it, an ancient solitary tree quietly watched over the inhabitants of the forest. These forest dwellers were called the Kokiri. Each had a fairy companion, and they lived out their innocent lives in these woods. However, there was one particular boy who did not have a fairy.
What the fuck is Maddox crying about in chat? Matrix. Is he being ironic, or? Wow. Oh. Wait, that's his ear! Wait, that's it?
Last week, Google...
Stop! The 4th Judicial District Court in and for Utah County, State of Utah. Utah County. Does this mean, I used to think every time I said district court, that meant like a federal court? Is this a federal court? The 4th Judicial District, Utah State Courts. Okay. The matter came for hearing before the court on plaintiff's ex parte motion for temporary restraining order, preliminary injunction, having considered all evidence together with the verified pleadings and the request set forth in the motion and finding good cause. The court hereby grants the motion and enters this temporary restraining order and makes the following findings. BAM Franchising, Inc. So this isn't the CEO of all of the bricks and minifigs company. This is the individual owner of that store, right? That franchise store, or whatever. Was it Joshua? Or I see Josh. Is that the guy? Oh, Amon McNeff is the CEO. Isn't that the bad guy's name in fucking StarCraft 2? Jesus. Plaintiffs are suffering and will continue to suffer immediate and irreparable injury before this action can be fully heard, as set forth in the verified complaint in motion, including inter alia, loss of business, loss of goodwill, loss of existing and future relationships with customers and franchisees, and injury to plaintiffs and persons involved, unless this temporary restraining order is issued, which injuries cannot be adequately compensated with money. Okay. Question mark. Okay, taking notes. Beginning in early 2025 and continuing to date, co-defendants engaged in a campaign of extortion, harassment, defamation, nuisance, interference, trespassing, stalking, and intimidation, targeting plaintiffs and their businesses and affiliates. Co-defendants organized and created an enterprise for the common purpose of conducting a pattern of unlawful activity, including the publication of false, defamatory, and disparaging images, content, and statements, including the publications and other misconduct as alleged in the verified complaint. Plaintiffs threatened injury and damages outweigh any injury or damage to co-defendants. The granting the motion is not contrary to the public interest between private parties, and the public interest is served when extortion, harassment, defamation, nuisance, interference, trespassing, stalking, intimidation, and the other unlawful conduct set forth in the verified complaint is prevented. Plaintiffs are substantially likely to prevail on the merits of their claims against co-defendants, including claims for Utah RICO violations, defamation per se, civil stalking, trespass, civil conspiracy, torturous interference with economic relations, intentional infliction of emotional distress, injurious falsehoods, trade disparagement, false light, and nuisance. Are these all claims that they listed in the complaint? Wait, does anybody have a... Can somebody link the complaint? Go back home. Holy shit. 95 pages. Damn! Okay. How many causes of action do they have at the bottom? We have 10, 11, 12, 13 causes of action. Holy shit. Well, this case also presents serious issues of law and fact supporting the entry of this TRO. Plaintiffs are entitled to entry of this TRO, and co-defendants, their affiliates, co-conspirators, employees, contractors, agents, and representatives, and anyone acting in concert with them, directly or indirectly, in person, remotely, or online, are immediately restrained from making, transmitting, soliciting, encouraging, or facilitating death, bomb, or other threats of physical harm, property destruction, or otherwise against plaintiffs, their blah, 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 publishing or encouraging others to publish home addresses, personal phone numbers, personal email addresses, family information, or other doxing, entering, remaining at, filming, blocking access to, or approaching within a defined distance. Not less than 1,000 yards. Damn. How long are these usually, or how far is like the distance stuff usually set? This could be like an entire mall or like a whole complex or whatever, no? Jeez. Sheesh. Impersonating plaintiffs, touching, altering, covering, defacing, or placing signage, blocking, deterring, or interfering with customers, soliciting plaintiffs' employees to act as undercover agents, using fabricated, deceptive, misleading contracts, raffles, lotteries, destroying, creating, posting, maintaining the current publications, and any other video, audio, or other form of publication posted on any online streaming platform by co-defendants directly requiring that the publications any other published might not be immediately removed and or taken down from online streaming or otherwise published that in any way relate to the private legal dispute. Pursuant to the Utah Rules of Civil Procedure, plaintiffs shall not be required to pay as security a bond at this time because no security is required for the issuance of an injunction if it appears that none of the parties will incur any suffered costs. Occur or suffer costs. I mean, they will if they take the videos down, right? Isn't that ad revenue they're losing? But okay. And then an evidentiary hearing is scheduled at some point. Well, I guess maybe they didn't have a master plan then. They just... Uh-oh. Normally, they would be required a bond for the lost revenue, but they didn't put up one here, which is wild. Maybe the judge just doesn't know, or it's just they don't consider it to be significant, or it's just bullshit. I don't know. Well,
the only problem is I was not given a chance to share my side. The court just heard their perspective, not mine. So because I wasn't able to share my side, I'm now no longer allowed to talk about them, and it looks like it's not be it. So, yeah.
Did they actually do anything wrong? I mean, like, kind of. It is like a large-scale harassment kind of operation, and you could argue torturous interference. I don't know if it would matter if the underlying claims are correct or not, though. But I don't know. I'm not sure. Some of the things in there, like I think in that complaint, they said that like it was a fictitious raffle, but I mean they did go through the process of setting the raffle up, so I'm not sure. I don't know how, can he challenge it? Well, yeah, of course. This is just they'll fight on when they fight for a preliminary injunction, basically, they'll go and they'll fight over this. But, yeah, I don't know how any of this would actually play out. I'm not sure. The raffle was performed in a civil conspiracy to harm B&M, so it likely is being considered illegal. Yeah, that's the problem, I think. Once you start getting to, like, civil conspiracy, or especially, like, RICO stuff, I think you can have stuff that might not ordinarily be criminal, or might not be, you would be held civilly liable for. It might be stuff that you can start to be held civilly liable for. The TRO is just the pause button, right? It doesn't have to last the whole case. I believe that the temporary restraining order will last until they have a fight over the preliminary injunction. That's when their side gets to present evidence. And then if the plaintiffs prevail on the preliminary injunction, then likely that preliminary injunction would last throughout the entire court case until the very end. You're telling me that this Ben fellow was being reckless? True. Maybe. Who knows? Well...
This month
44 minutes. What are you guys linking in my chat?
makes my 10th year in practice.
The argument section that you have labeled argument is just kind of a cut and paste from a word of argument.
Okay. Can others take up the operation against BAM? I mean, if you wanted to, but you might get hit with a lawsuit as well. Oh boy. An insurance company is trying to kill my life partner. Felt it was appropriate to write down the rage I feel. You know this is going to be good when they refer to him as life partner. Uh-oh. My fiance and I are 4 months into her cancer treatment, since this is a recurrence. The treatment options are complex and less than certain, requiring lots of appointments, procedures, and the great arbiter of American healthcare, insurance pre-authorization. Due to an excision performed on her neck, she was left with an open wound. Before undergoing a stem cell transplant, the wound has to be closed. A wound care specialist and her primary oncology specialist both agreed on this. A referral was made to a plastic surgeon to close the wound, and the procedure was scheduled for today with a tight 2-week recovery window before her transplant. While sitting in the waiting room, we were told that insurance denied the procedure. They gave no reason. My best guess, they saw a plastic surgeon and reflexively denied it. The surgeon is furious, her care team is furious, and I'm left with a rage that can only be described as homicidal. It's such an interesting world that we live in, where why not tell the surgeon to just do it? If we're just like, why not just say like, well, you guys should do it anyway, right? I wonder if they fucked something up in billing or whatever. I have no idea, but head spikes, that sort of thing. Her treatment was scheduled to start tomorrow. Now it's being pushed back until this can be resolved, meaningfully altering her chances of survival. She agreed to the treatment. All of her doctors agreed it was the best course of action, and United Healthcare decided to say no. Ooh, that's the super bad guys, right? While we fight to get this appealed, I'm reminded of the vast support system we have. Friends and family have offered their support to help us if we have to foot the bill, which can be up to $90,000. I'm eternally grateful for the support. It also makes me think of how close you are to the brink in this country. Well, I think close to the brink is probably the fact that your fiance has a recurrent cancer that you've had treated multiple times, where the treatment options are becoming increasingly more complex and sophisticated. Not to be mean or anything, but like, I don't think that the problem is you live in a country with like poor access to healthcare. It seems like the problem is somebody you are engaged with has an incredibly rare and aggressive form of cancer, but okay, all right. We have a 1-bedroom apartment, double income, no kids. By all measure, we are ahead of the curve financially for our age, and yet one medical diagnosis threatens to wipe out all we have made for ourselves. My heart breaks thinking about those with less means, those with less of a support system, less income, no insurance, stuck with a 5-figure bill. It's a stark reminder how close we all are to being thrown on the streets. You could have a cushy 6-figure job, a stable and hopeful life, and an arbitrary decision made by a corporation ruins your life. All wiped out in the name of shareholder value. Reminded that you aren't a person with aspirations for life. You're a number in a spreadsheet to the ruling class. Wow. What's the core refused medical claim, or is it a multiple issue rejection? The open wound to be closed by a plastic surgeon, or more on top? Oh, I don't know. They don't provide any info. If this was part of like a whole cancer treatment, my first guess would be that whoever was doing the surgery, they fucked up the insurance request. That'd be my guess. I don't know 100%. Or it could have just been that United was like, this person needs to die. We hate this person.
Germany.
Why is this like a troll? Why is this guy? I feel like I've seen this vid linked like 400 times. Why? Hold on. Okay. Anthropic released the Mythos model or Mythos model? Are you going to comment on the lore and stuff? Which lore and what happened? Mythos. Holy shit. Agentic coding is up to 80.3%. I've been waiting for it to cross the 80% threshold for so long. Yes. Oh, knowledge work vision is still only at 29.8%. Waiting for that to get to 35%. And then finally, oh, the Lauren Southern and the Tate stuff. I feel like she posted about that a long time ago. I don't know why it's picking up more news now. I don't know what possible opinion you could expect me to have about this. Biology, 83.9%. Human solved, 46.1% hard. Is that like alien life? It's more so people on the sub. Oh, holy shit. You can look up old accounts, I guess, or what they were banned for on Discord. Bruh. I think Dooby's had like 10 banned accounts or whatever. One of his, the Doobie 80081 got dinged twice for protection of minors, and the last one was a permanent suspension. Sheesh. What? Is this really from the White House website? Key points. The click-obsessed cuckolds at TMZ published a misleading caption that demonized our heroic ICE agents while omitting crucial context about an illegal alien scumbag. Okay. At Destiny, that website is BS. I've run multiple accounts through it since Dan showed it off this morning, and a few of the exact same bands as Doobie did, same date at all. You have to make sure you have, I think, the old account ID, because if you look up a current account ID for an account that was deleted more than 1 or 2 years ago, all of them get changed to like deleted user, and then they all have the same account ID. Hey, Doge and Newsmax, can we get an update here? Oh. Is this screw worm thing? Is this going to be like a big deal or? $222.50.
$10 for more dollars from Pottering Politics. I heard a Trump voter on the panel say they wouldn't vote for a GOP Platner. Can they articulate why they'd vote for the former, but not the hypothetical latter, when the former is far worse?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
What was the question?
But not the hypothetical latter, when the former is far worse. From Pottering Politics. I heard a Trump voter on the panel say they wouldn't vote for a GOP Platner. Can they articulate why they'd vote for the former, but not the hypothetical latter, when the former is far worse?
That's a great question.
GOP Wait, what? Hold on.
Of course not, Father. I don't know what that's in reference to anymore. $10 from Pottering Politics. Still 30 minutes behind, but I saw Soy Pill reference in chat. So, Wick, please ask Soy Pill to explain how Joe defines populism.
Why do you keep asking me this? God damn it.
$10
You
more
literally did that in my stream.
$10 from more dollars from Pottering Politics. I heard a Trump voter on the panel say they wouldn't vote for a GOP Platner. Can they articulate why they'd vote for the former, but not the hypothetical latter, when the former is far worse?
That's a
So why would they vote for a liberal Platner but not a GOP Platner? Or why would they not vote for a liberal Platner but they would vote for a GOP Platner? Is that the question? Jesus Christ, I feel like I'm reading like a shitty math word problem.
That's a great question.
Vote for Trump? Oh, GOP Platner versus Trump. For president or for... Oh, Why did Tally vote for Trump, but she won't vote, or she wouldn't vote for a GOP Platner? Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, so first of all, it has to do, to a certain extent, with the credibility of the allegations and things of this nature. The same way that I didn't necessarily believe all of the allegations against Joe Biden. I am weighing the credibility of some of these allegations. But also, yeah, I don't know. I think Platner's a more disgusting person. I think like I would rather leave my small daughter in a room with Donald Trump than Graham Platner. That's how I feel.
I mean, that's kind of fair. If Trump was weird, I'm pretty sure the daughter could run away from Trump because he'd pass out and fall asleep after like 4 steps, I guess, maybe.
Sorry,
What are we talking about?
I'm sorry if that's not satisfying. I actually believe that.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
not sorry,
the
I
guys
was
would want to walk into fucking underage changing rooms. You would, okay, never mind. Back to PvP. Did you think about it?
Okay, no, I got more super chats. No, we're not.
I was
we're
gonna
not
say
doing this.
I'm gonna answer you, but I need to get walked back into the actual question once we're done talking about super chats.
$5 from Cinnabon, Bon Pup, to say the documented brutal sexual assault of his ex-wife is more horrific than what Platner has been accused of. Tally being good with Trump but not Platner says a lot.
Yeah, just so you know, Tally, I don't know, maybe because you don't really...
Okay. She's farming, bros. You've spoken about putting your money where your mouth is when making predictions. I will bet you $1,000 for charity or profit that within 3 years, it will be confirmed that some UFO... Oh, I remember this. Well, do you think I've got my $1,000 bucks? I feel like I made a few alien bets. Are you going to watch that panel? No, I'm good. We watched some of it last night. He said he won? Wait, what? Did they confirm aliens and I missed it? I will bet you $1,000 for charity or profit that within 3 years it will be confirmed that some UFOs originate from non-human intelligences. I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. Are you? What? Is there a compelling argument why a basic nationalized healthcare system couldn't run alongside the existing model? Your argument against is that Americans like cutting-edge treatment. Why? Well, for what, like a public option for insurance? I think could. I'm in favor of trying a public option and seeing how people like it. Yeah, I think if you wanted to switch to like a single-payer system, you would probably have to hop on a public option along the way. His schizo post on why he won. I actually kind of already won the bet according to the qualifications outlined in my OG post. I'm just waiting on something to be released. Exactly as I predicted in my original post, former DNI James Clapper has now come forward to give an exclusive interview along with 33 other senior level officials for a documentary that was filmed in secret over the past several years in support of David Grush's claims. Clapper even admits there was a secret program at Area 51 studying and tracking UFOs that the IC had previously denied existed. He also supported the investigation into Grush's claims and pushed for further UFO research. Also, all 34 officials who gave interviews stated that they had first-hand knowledge of UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, via their official government work. See the list of some of them below. To put this in perspective, former DNI James Clapper, who we now know had knowledge of classified UAP programs, was explicitly told they were filming a documentary about an 80-year cover-up of the existence of non-human intelligent life and a secret war amongst major nations to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin. Well, I guess, where do I send him the money? I forgot that we confirmed aliens. Fuck me, I guess.
So the
Claude Fable 5 plays Factorio. Wow. Damn. How does I link this?
Okay. Shut up. Stop it. You can't tell me to shut up after you tell me to stand up for myself.
No.
And I just stood up for myself.
And then you literally stood up, but I just want you here for the conversation.
This is...
I understand. You're probably upset. Okay. $1,789.34 again. That is over, and it is late. I told you. Okay.
If you're making all this money, and we're bringing in all this money, where's it going? If it's not going towards the debt.
Going to a credit score that's only 616.
Where's it?
It's
stupid stuff recently, like the 3D printers, going to computers, going all kinds of stuff there.
But do you see how all of that is like? That's not good. Like that money that you're spending on your computers, your 3D printers. Why did it not go to that stuff? Why was that a priority and not this?
Just because I wanted it, I think.
He wants more than you.
So if you...
He wants more than you. That's the reality. That's the reality. What is this? What am I looking at?
That's a pay later PayPal. That's the second PayPal thing I was talking about. I do have a bad philosophy that if I have the money in my account...
I've heard a lot of bad philosophies from you.
If I have the money in my account physically, I'd rather pay it over time than pay all up front. In case something happens, I need to do something.
Or just have an emergency fund. Boom. Solved. Shut the fuck up.
We haven't been able to do that.
And that's
you have it because of your spending.
That's a conversation that we've all...
Okay, I'm good. Me contemplating my decisions in life. Just kidding. In Japan, the gorilla Kiyomaza was captured on video, lost in deep thought after an argument with his friend. Okay. Just trying to sell a house. Am I overreacting? Yes, that sounds really great. Once my parents wake up, I plan to show them the video you sent me and tell them all about it. How has your Saturday been so far? Person's name. Good night. Okay. Good morning. Seems you're not very good at coming here to chat. Yes, I'm selling a house, not chatting. I'm also asking you about the process. I'm not just making small talk. I just noticed you read my message but didn't reply. Sending goodnight kisses to a stranger is creepy. It's just a gif with a message of good wishes. I think you're reading too much into it. I was just expressing my best wishes. True, why is this seller being such a piece of shit? The guy's just being polite. My God. It's cute, even. He's being considerate. Destiny. Andrew Tate drugged and raped Lauren Southern. I feel like this has been out like 3 different times now. Why are we posting about it still? Would I get banned if I respond to this the way Lauren has talked to other victims in the past? Has she roasted other rape victims in the past? Is that... Graham Platner house shopping on his alt. Jesus Christ. Lauren the hero texting to her rapist that she won't tell anyone, but she really, really hopes he'll pinky promise that he won't do that to anyone else. I fucking hate right-wing women so much. This is a pretty common thing. Like, most people, like, coming forward with any kind of allegation related to sexual misconduct is pretty tough. Jesus Christ. Read the images the person posted. What am I... Is something in here going to change? Does she say in here, I hate other rape victims? Oh, new details were published today in the New Yorker. Okay. Yet another example of how conservatism sets people up to be abused. And remember, Lauren is a white woman. She gets the benefit of at least being listened to. Well, not really. That's true on the progressive or liberal side. That's not true at all on the conservative side, which is another reason why, especially on the conservative side, why you wouldn't speak up as much about it. But Jesus. Sheesh. Jesus. Shout out to Lauren. She's arguably just as vile as he, if not more. Oh my God. Are we okay in here? Holy fuck. Sheesh. And apparently get on a soapbox on here and say all rape is bad. Good job. Ian's Nico. She still supports the party that strong-armed a foreign country into freeing him, right? Is this about Trump and MAGA? Well, sheesh. That's a spicy meatball thread. What do you think about this am I the asshole thread? Wait, and then the mods banned my post criticizing those comments. Banned your post or just deleted your comment? Okay. Am I the asshole for siding with my boyfriend for getting my niece a haircut? Zero upvotes, 457 comments. Holy shit. My boyfriend, 21-year-old female, 22-year-old male, was looking after my niece, 2-year-old. The other week, she is my brother's 25-year-old daughter. Before this day, me and my boyfriend, I'll call him John, were having a conversation with my brother's wife. I'll call her Lucy. Lucy was saying she's been meaning to get my niece's haircut for a while, but can't find the time in her busy schedule. So fast forward a few days. John is looking after my niece for the day, thinking he's doing a favor, and goes to get her hair cut. When he drops her back off home later, it's just Lucy there. John said she seemed normal and fine after hearing about the haircut. And then John goes home thinking everything's fine. Why would you do this? It's to some extent, it depends on her hair. If she's like got like a boy haircut or something, then maybe, who cares? But if it's like actually, if she has like long hair or whatever, you're setting yourself for disaster here. Kay from YouTube, thank you for gifting 5, 6 subs, 10 subs, and DGG chat. 30 tier 1 subs, I think. Wait, that's what the thing says. Was that 30? Thank you. Oh, yeah. Also, I wonder if this was the kid's first haircut. Ooh. Anyway, where were we? Sorry. The haircut and... wait. few hours later, I see I've got 5 missed calls from my brother and several angry text messages about the haircut. Now, I understand that it would have been better for John to ask before about the haircut, but he genuinely thought he was doing a favor and that they would be pleased by it. So for my brother to be so angry and unpleasant about the situation, I feel is extremely unfair towards me and John. How angry was angry? The haircut and angry text messages were a week ago, and since then, me and my brother have not spoke. And we have not seen my niece or Lucy. My brother has got our parents involved, and they are siding with him, saying John must apologize. I don't think it's right. John needs to apologize after all that has happened. What all happened? If my brother had been reasonable about it, then of course he would have apologized, but I feel now my brother is the one who owes the apology. Okay. Edit. The angry text messages from my brother, I feel, need to be explained more as he was very hurtful. In the messages, he expressed never liking John and that an apology won't be enough. He criticized our relationship. Keep in mind, we've been together 2 years and are very happy together. John has always been sweet to my brother. Also, to clarify, this was not her first haircut, and the cut didn't change her style at all. It was simply a trim. More so, my issue wasn't that I think John didn't need permission, but it was the way my brother reacted. Edit 2. It came out yesterday that when John picked my niece up that day, Lucy had given him permission for the haircut. However, after hearing how angry my brother was, he didn't admit this as he wanted it to come from Lucy. John is sometimes too nice and didn't want to get Lucy in trouble with my brother, basically. This came out because Lucy finally admitted it to my brother, who texted to apologize. But I don't know how I feel now, as my brother said some really hurtful things. John wants to... all these people are too much and retarded. Every single person should escape from the situation. Whoever is the guy, the boyfriend here, her boyfriend of the OP in this should leave this whole fucking family. Sounds crazy. And get the fuck out. Jesus Christ. Fuck, I wish she posted the text messages. Am I the asshole is all fake stories? True, okay. Or am I overreacting? You're right. Or am I? Yeah, they're all fake. I don't know why I read this. You're right.
I get love.
True.
It is what it is.
Let's go some real stories. All right.
Sit here and do it, but to sit around 20 people that have nothing but hatred for you, like there wasn't even I tried my best to, even with the trans person, we'll show you a clip in a second, to use, I said her pronouns. I tried to say, I'll show you a little respect to start this thing. They offered nothing. And I honestly believe several of them would have killed me if given the opportunity, truly. And you all know my guy Joey, who works for me. And he said to me after, he said, Dave, I made a choice halfway through that if one of them was going to attack you, I was going to get involved. Because that's the level of tension that was in that room. Anyway, for 2 hours and 55 minutes, I think I did a very nice job. I did have one blip moment where I kind of blanked on something, and I fully grant that. And the internet is what it is. But anyway, I thought I'd show you one moment within the 3 hours. This was with a person who I am told that at first they told me was a drag queen. That's what the producers told me. Then I guess it's a trans person, or it's unclear to me, but is also a California state Senate candidate. Anyway, just play the clip.
If you are going to create the conditions, the economic conditions or whatever you want to call it, that's going to allow for these people to be out on the streets, would you want to walk a baby in a carriage down that block as these people are there? I don't think you would.
I would, because I don't know the last time I've heard of an unhoused person attacking a baby. And these are,
you know what, I would say if you,
fear-mongering.
no, it's not fear-mongering.
It
If
is
you
fear-mongering.
were a young mother and you were pushing a carriage and there were a bunch of people who clearly were on, well, now they have super meth or whatever it is.
Super meth.
But it is real. It is a real thing. It is a real thing. That are on any of these drugs, you would not want to push a carriage down that block. But it's not exactly just about violence per se.
I told you I would actually feel comfortable with that.
Okay,
The
so
issue
you
is-
would.
the
You would.
issue is not
Most,
these people.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say
Okay.
that most parents would not be comfortable with that. It's because of the economic conditions.
Exactly.
that
It's a part of the
leftists-
economic conditions.
No,
So what
but
we need is
who's been-
economic equity.
No.
We need-
But
we
who's
need
been running?
policymakers.
But Democrats have been running this city forever. Democrats have been running the state
Okay,
of
but here's the thing:
California forever.
Republicans who are running to represent the city,
wait.
including Spencer Pratt, is not coming in to build housing for all the issues that there is not enough housing in Los Angeles.
But it's not
to house the number of people experiencing homelessness.
No.
Yes, it is, because on
it's
any
not a
given
housing
night-
issue. It's
yes,
not a
it is.
housing
On any
issue.
given
You could
night,
give drug
more
addicts
than-
all the beds and homes that there are, and it will not work. It will not work. If you told me that what you were trying to do was figure out truly functional programs that would help these people get off drugs and they could actually work, is your argument that Democrats have not funded? Is your argument that Democrats have not funded homeless policies enough because they've
my argument is that Republicans are not going to fund it either. They're just going to criminalize our neighbors
okay.
experiencing poverty, and we cannot criminalize our neighbors experiencing
put aside-
homelessness
but
just
wait.
because they are poor.
Is the only clip he pulls from the whole Jubilee thing just with this person? Are you fucking serious? Really?
But you seem more angry at Republicans who've had nothing to do with this. Republicans have literally no influence in the city or in the state. Okay, so this is just one little bite of a 3-hour thing, but I thought it gets to the heart of the radical nature.
Yeah, it gets the, oh my God, the one exchange where he felt like he performed well. Give me a break.
By the way, Drew, I give you full credit on me saying super meth and that it is a real thing because you've pointed that out several times here. But putting aside...
What is super meth? Is that... And why have I not heard of this? Where do I get my super... What is super meth? What is he referring to here?
Drag queen, woman, man, putting aside all of that, the idea that you would be defending that someone should be pushing a stroller with a baby down the block and they shouldn't care that they're walking past the drug addicts and the homeless people and everything else. It's just like, well, Gad said, it's book this week. It's the ~1 New York Times bestseller, Suicidal Empathy. Congratulations, everybody. Drew?
I would not recommend, with or without a baby, being around people who are psychotic on meth. Remember back in the 60s, they coined a term, speed kills, and I actually talked to the doctors that coined that term. And he told me, it was a guy's named Smith and Wesson, interestingly. And Dave Smith said, we didn't mean that speed would kill people. We meant people on speed kill. And it is the drug of violence, and it's out of their mind violence. Do not push a baby around them. Do not walk by. As Spencer Pratt said, you can get a machete in the neck.
Jillian, you did.
Like, I'm tired today. There's just too much retarded shit. Okay, the trans lady was fucking stupid. Nobody wants to walk around cities where homeless people are screaming at you. It is uncomfortable. It is weird. It doesn't feel good. But the average homeless person is not going to machete you in the neck. Usually they're just cringe and sometimes loud. Whatever.
For meth, and that it is a real thing because you've pointed that out several.
Super meth is P2P meth. P2P, like Kaza or Napster?
Several times here. But putting aside drag queen, woman, man, putting aside all of that, the idea that you would be defending that someone should be pushing a stroller with a baby down the block and they shouldn't care that they're walking past the drug addicts and the homeless people and everything else. It's just like, well, Gad said, it's book this week. It's the '1 New York Times bestseller, Suicidal Empathy. Congratulations, everybody. Drew?
I would not recommend, with or without a baby, being around people who are psychotic on meth.
Super meth, or P2P meth, is a potent form of methamphetamine made using phenyl-2-propane, offering a stronger and longer-lasting high. Well, damn.
Remember back in the 60s, they coined a term, speed kills, and I actually talked to the doctors that...
Listen to this part.
And literally, they launched a bot campaign on my YouTube, flagged all of my videos for demonetization. I have something called LifeLock to protect my credit. I have never in my life seen it warn you of death threats on social media. I had, as of last week, it stopped now, finally, like 95 death threats on social media. They sent bots. I have, like, on the one video that we did together, there are 9,000 comments and 100,000 views. So Red Seat had to deal with the back end of my channel because they thought I was, like, buying engagement. It was a nightmare. And what's funny is that before we engaged in that conversation, I didn't even remember interacting with Sam Cedar. I didn't even know who he was, only to find out that there were numerous videos of himself and, the Hassan Pikers. Hassan Piker calls this guy Uncle Sam, and this group called Vanguard, and they'd already sent me, like, all of these death threats to this email I'd set up for the podcast. It is exactly, Dave. They're the same people cut from the same...
Is this professor probably getting Russian talking points, or is he legit?
The way we're approaching them right now. Let's go to Ukraine. Early in the war, you argued, I'm quoting you here.
Is he out of focus?
For an armistice. And we did a couple of shows on this, and you and I had conversations over lunch about it. You argued that the long armistice that has now taken place in Korea had resulted in a vibrant, democratic South Korea, which was a huge victory for the West. And again, let me quote you. Here you are in an interview with the New Yorker. I'm quoting you. We need an armistice. We need the Ukrainians to get some type of security guarantee, which is about not just deterring Russia, but enabling a successful society in Ukraine, close quote. That quotation and that interview in the New Yorker was in 2023, so about 2 years ago. Here's Walter Russell Mead writing in the Wall Street Journal about his visit to Ukraine earlier this month. I'm quoting Walter, quote, "The so-called realists need to recalibrate. Ukraine is matching and often surpassing Russia's best efforts in military technology. This is the point you just made.
Yes.
Russian power and the authority and integrity of the Putinist state is being ground down. Ukraine, by contrast, appears to be gaining, close quote. We used to talk, not you and me, but we used to talk in the United States about the Ukrainian forces being ground down. And here's Walter Russell Mead flipping this and saying it's now the Russians who are being ground down. Do we still need an armistice? Is Ukraine somehow in a position, have things changed so much that Ukraine could win? What has happened there? It sounds like very good news, but what does it mean for us? Us.
Yeah. So I've been talking about this since 2022, and people have come around or came around to the armistice South Korean analogy, and that became a big bandwagon that everybody jumped on. And now again, we're back to 2023, Ukraine's going to win, which didn't work in 2023.
Correct.
So the problem is defining the war in terms of territory. That's been the problem from the beginning. So I was telling people that Russia won the war, and they won it already in 2014 by taking Crimea and part of eastern Ukraine, so-called Donbass, without Ukrainian resistance and with European and American capitulation in those facts, that Russian land grab. And then Russia at 2022 grabbed more land so that they now had a land bridge between the two pieces that they grabbed in 2014. So now they have this full eastern corridor.
From the Donbass around down to the Crimea.
Yeah, they took the littoral. And that's what happened in 2022. So that's happened. That's why the idea of negotiation is not Munich. You see, what happened at Munich in 1938 is Chamberlain and Daladier of France, they gave Hitler the Sudetenland.
Right.
Here, nobody's given anybody anything. Putin, he took it. He has it. And if you can't get it back on the battlefield, what are you going to do about it? Expend lives and treasure and not rebuild your country in the meantime, trying to get back this territory. And so I said Russia's won the war in territorial terms. But this is not a territorial battle. This is a battle for sovereignty. And Ukraine won the battle for sovereignty when they stopped Russia from seizing the capital, Kiev. That was it. They lost the territorial battle in the east. They won the bigger battle of sovereignty. So now let's take that victory and consolidate it by stopping the fighting, because we cannot get back the territory at acceptable cost. That's what each year has proven. We may get it back eventually. Russia may collapse from its own failures. Therefore, do not concede the territory. Do not allow Russia's annexation of the territory to be legalized. Just stop the fighting at the line of contact, which is the current battlefield location. That's what an armistice does. You don't say, okay, the territory is yours now. You say, I can't get it back in the meantime, but we're going to stop the fighting. And the advantage of stopping the fighting is I get to rebuild my country, the parts that I control, and launch myself on the pathway to South Korea, which would be the best possible outcome for Ukraine. This territory in the east that I'm going to
be honest, I don't know much for the Korean, Vietnam history, whatever, but like South Korea is a nation that was created through war, right? Like the division between North and South, and then the massive investment of like U.S. firepower with troops on the ground in South Korea, I think is a lot different than Ukraine, which was a sovereign state with recognized borders that was infringed on by... I understand the point he's making, but it feels like... I don't know.
Cannot regain militarily on the battlefield is a moonscape. It's not valuable territory. It was Rust Belt industry before the war. What I have that's really valuable is I have this country called Ukraine, and I defended its sovereignty, and I have really entrepreneurial, ingenious, brave people.
Wow, the Golden, thank you for tier 5 subbing! Like, I don't know what he means when he says that we defended the sovereignty. I mean, I know literally. I mean, defending the capital, not letting it get taken over, not letting it become a Russian stooge is true. But I think borders and territories are a pretty big part of your sovereignty, no?
Who are showing in the defense industrial complex that they've built, largely underground, just how amazing they are. And how they're iterating on the battlefield in a week, sometimes in a day, with software updates. We are still thinking about a software update for some of our stuff that's as old as we are.
So, Stevens, you're saying there's been a huge growth in human capital in Ukraine during the war. In some basic way, Ukraine is richer today than it was, richer, more modern, more integratable with the West than it was when Putin invaded in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what Putin has lost. But I want to consolidate that.
You want to take it to the bank?
Yes, and I don't want it to be only defense tech. I want it to be civilian industry. I want it to be housing. I want it to be new schools. I want it to be a Ukraine that looks more like Poland rather than a battlefield. Poland is the greatest success of modern Europe in our lifetimes. Sweden is competing with Poland at a smaller scale because Sweden rolled back its welfare state.
And joined NATO.
Yes. And so Sweden is a remarkable success story, too, at a smaller scale than Poland, and the Nordics in general, the Baltics as well. There's a northeastern transformed Europe.
Okay. Look at what is coming to New York City. POTUS is transforming Penn Station into the world-class masterpiece it was always meant to be. This isn't just a renovation, it is a complete, mind-blowing rebirth. What? Oh my god, so much gold! Yes! This is all real, not AI, right? What is what do we have for US culture right now? I'm trying to think what we export. We still have kind of like, I think, music. Hollywood, kind of, for movies. Video games. I know we have a lot of publishers here. Do we really have, like, I'm trying to think for video game developers. Because, like, if you think of somebody like, say, like The Witcher Games, isn't that like a fucking Swiss, or are they from some weird, is it Polish where that studio is? Or, Rockstar, I think, is all American, I believe, right? Are the Square games all developed in Japan? But the Bethesda ones are American. Oh, Rockstar is UK? Wait, like the Grand Theft Auto games and all of them were made primarily with a British... Wait, is that true? Why do you think Rockstar is American? Because they made Grand Theft Auto. What, are you going to tell me Henry Cavill isn't American or something next? What do you mean? These are all American... Fuck. Wait, do we have it? Hold on. Oh, Blizzard. Fuck you. We have Blizzard. Had Blizzard. Fuck you. We had Valve, too. Yeah, let's ask the real questions. Factorio, developer. They're from some weird country that's not real, I think. Fuck. Czech. Do they even have factories in Chechnya? What do they call their country now? No, that's not what I'm thinking of. No, what, don't they call it something? It's not like the Czech Republic. What do they have, like a new name for it or something, right? Is it Czechia? Czechia? Aren't you not supposed to call it the Czech Republic? Am I making this up? Isn't that the old name? I thought, like, if you call it that, it's like a mean thing or not a huge deal, but... The mysterious people of the Czech Republic. Why are they so mysterious? You're thinking of Czechoslovakia. Well, but those are two different countries now. But I thought that I thought it was like... Pronunciation. Well, what did they put in football? That's all you should have to know, right? That'll tell you there.
The name of this country, also known as the Czech Republic.
Oh, okay. Never mind. All right.
Czechia. Czechia.
Czechia.
Stress on the first syllable.
Shut up. Czechia. There you go. Is informal. Czech Republic is formal.
Hey, Steam support. Someone
Steam support when your account gets hacked.
hacked into my account and I can't log in. Oh, I am terribly sorry to hear that, sir. I just sent a password reset email to your account. Oh, well, thanks. That was fast. Would you like to see the drone footage? What? Would you like to see the drone footage of the home of the person who compromised your account? I don't understand. Do we have eyes on the target yet? No, sir, but we got his info. Austin Leslie Myers. He used an attached PDF email to extract the victim's browser cookies for login. Victim? What is happening? First rodeo. Liars. Our boys are setting up a perimeter. Thermals indicate 3 heat signatures inside. Possible collateral. Risk we're willing to take. Intel suggests he was involved in the GTA 6 footage leak. I've located his unsecured ports, gained access to his local drives, and uploading our dark web archive now. No knock warrant is confirmed. We are good to go. You heard it. Let's move, people. Let's move. Target acquired. Range confirmed. Wait, what? Operation Steam Recovery is full force. Here we go. Victim confirmation. Deploy green light protocol. Green light protocol? Target is spotted. Tango team. We are compromised. Get a confirmation, Lyles. Sir? Okay, hang on. Hang on. Let's just hold on. Can you guys hear me? Target is distressed. We need confirmation. Drone strike on standby if necessary. Lyles, we need the acknowledgement. Sir, I don't know what's happening. I don't know. This is happening so fast. Give us our directives. I'm losing line of sight. Our window is closing. Give us our directives. Confirm now. No. Good. Request denied. Oh, good, sir. Nonetheless, we're happy we were able to help you recover your account. Quick survey. How would you rate our services today on a scale from 1 to 10?
Okay. Well, that was insanely close. Oh, thanks for the zoom in. Oh my God, that's look, that's crazy. Oh wait, is that truck driving the wrong way? Woo! Woo! Okay. Oh, done with bikes. It's retarded.
Nick Polam? Who is that? Who is Nick Polam?
I don't know what is with Nick, but I want to kiss him on the lips and punch him at the face at the same time. Do you know what I'm saying? It's something about Nick. I want to kiss him and punch him.
NMP's in a lawsuit?
My guess is Nick is fucked. Totally fucked. And he's just going to fight to the bitter end. That's me!
I'm not gonna lie, on stream, Nick comes off like really creepy.
Oh, they fucking hate the living shit out of him on TikTok.
Oh. Nick is large.
Thursday, June 11th. He did seem like he was really fucked, but I'm pretty sure he literally got every single thing he wanted in that lawsuit. Did you find a new game? No, I was joking when I said that. If I play anything, it's just going to be grinding the Final Fantasy VII games, because why the fuck not? So I could play the last one.
Mr. Fair, did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources attend extremist rallies across the country?
Destiny, he got the 50-50 split, but was the assessed value the same as what he said it was? I thought the huge worry, the claims that Molina was making in the lawsuit was that there was like back pay for a decade or whatever that she had never gotten. So it was going to be like 50-50 of like all the money earned for a long time. That's why I thought Nick was going to get completely and totally fucked. But I haven't like read through the documents, so maybe she exaggerated that or lied about that, or the judge didn't think she was entitled to that, or I don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
Wait, what was the question?
Mr. Fair, did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources attend extremist rallies across the country?
Mr. Chairman,
It's a simple question. Did you use your donor money for that purpose?
we used donor money
So yes or
to
no?
pay confidential informants to infiltrate extremist organizations.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor dollars to have field sources host extremist rallies?
I don't understand. Isn't this dude? I don't know anything about it. Just ignore everything I've ever said about any legal shit, because apparently nothing fucking matters in this country, if evidenced by my own fucking court case. Aren't they in a criminal case right now? Why the fuck would you be compelled to testify in front of fuck you Congress when you're in the middle of a criminal indictment and trial for, like, for crime stuff? Why is this normal? Can this happen? Like, this just seems insane to me. Why the fuck would I go before Congress and start answering questions under oath while also, you know, the same subject matter is like under criminal? Well, is it you're indicted for, or the organization is indicted for? I don't know. This just seems fucking retarded to me, but what do I know?
Host extremist rallies throughout the country.
Not to my knowledge.
That's not what the indictment says. Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor dollars to have field sources grow existing chapters of extremist groups?
Mr. Chairman, as I
It's
said
a simple
earlier,
question, Mr. Fair. Did you use donor money for the purpose I just read? I'm reading straight from the superseding indictment.
and Mr. Chairman, the indictment will be managed and responded to by counsel in the criminal case that's
Well, you just
pending.
answered a question from Mr. Raskin concerning the indictment. He asked you, did field sources send information to the FBI that helped with things? You answered that question.
That's a matter of public knowledge. That's in our public filing.
Did Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources create new chapters of extremist groups?
Again, Mr. Chairman.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to recruit new individuals into those extremist groups?
I assume you don't want me to answer since you're not giving me time to answer.
No, I'm giving you time to answer because that's a yes or did you use your donors' money for that purpose? Yes or no?
Again, those issues will be resolved in the pending allegations against
Okay, yeah, I guess that's all you can say, right? You plead the fifth, essentially.
SPLC.
It seems to me if the answer is no, you can say no.
We have asserted that the allegations are false.
Did the Southern Poverty Law Center use donor money to have field sources make donations to extremist group leaders and purchase materials for cross burnings? It's alleged in the indictment. Did it happen?
We've alleged that those allegations are false.
Did Southern Poverty Law Center use donor dollars to have field sources create racist paraphernalia that extremist groups sold at rallies?
We've alleged that those allegations are false.
Okay, how about this? What is Fox photography?
Mr. Chairman, what I've learned about Fox photography, I've learned from counsel in conversations with counsel.
How about Northwest Technologies?
And they're covered by the attorney-client privilege.
These are, well, did the Southern Poverty Law Center establish shell companies to pay, to run the money through, to then pay the field sources?
Again, all of the allegations that you are referring to, Chairman Jordan, will be
how about this?
Responded to by our counsel in the Middle District of Alabama.
Did you pay the field sources directly, or did you pay them through an intermediary?
Mr. Chairman Jordan? Yep. Our counsel will respond to all the allegations in the indictment in the case pending in the Middle District.
Well, there's all these companies that you sent money to. Center Investigative Agency, not the CIA, but your CIA.
This pattern of taking every bad thing you do and then I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say bad about me, bounce off me, suspect you, is unreal what conservatives have been able to do over the past decade. The fact that Trump and his campaign were up to their eyeballs in Russian shit, trying to dig up stuff about their political opponents, and they managed to somehow rebrand all of that onto Hunter Biden and the Democrats and Barack Obama somehow. The fact that they were able to hijack that language of when Ron Johnson kept saying and Stephen Miller kept saying these people are treasonous, this is seditious conspiracy, these people are engaged in insurrection. And then now, if you don't understand what's happening with this Southern Poverty Law Center stuff, basically what they're trying to say is that all of those crazy and wacky right-wing movements that you saw, so Charlottesville and all the crazy, wacky right-wing things, that was actually just libs undercover the whole time. It was always libs undercover. That's the only reason why this indictment has been pushed. It's the only reason why these subhuman demon spawn like Jim Jordan are so happy to talk about this in Congress, because they're trying to say every bad thing that Republicans or conservatives have ever done in this country was just like caused by or was actually undercover libs. It's crazy. It's insane.
CIA, Fox Photography, Northwest Technologies, Tech Writers Group, Rare Books Warehouses, Imagery Link, J&J Electronics, and Kelly's Marine. I just want to know if that was the intermediate shell companies that you guys set up to pay the field sources. Is that true?
Will the good chairman yield for just
No,
a moment?
I got just a minute and a half, and then I'll be happy to entertain a question you may
Chairman
have.
Jordan, our counsel will respond to all the allegations in the Middle District of Alabama.
Okay.
As the process allows.
Did you do it all for the money? I mean, you said now, I think the Southern Poverty Law Center said you're no longer going to use these field sources. You're going to stop the program. But you did it for multiple years. And according to the indictment, it was $4 million that you shelled out to these various field sources to engage in all the activities I just read. Was it all about the money?
As we said in our public statement, Chairman Jordan, we did it to protect our staff and to protect the public.
Did fundraising increase after paying people to stay in these groups who actually wanted out of them? Did your fundraising increase? Did the donations coming in increase?
Chairman Jordan, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to when you say...
How about this? After the crazy Charlottesville rally, did fundraising go up?
Mr. Chairman, our fundraising went up.
Fundraising where one of your field sources helped coordinate
Our
transportation?
fundraising went up when President Donald Trump was elected in 2016.
Fundraising go up after you paid a field source to coordinate the transportation at an event in Charlottesville where a person was killed. That's what I'm asking. Did it go up? Because according to what we know, you went from 51 million to 133 million in 1 year.
And that happened when President Donald Trump was elected.
Who's the president of the National Socialist Party? You know?
No. And do we have a Nazi party in the U.S.? I don't even know. Is that...
You paid him $70,000. He was field source number 30. I just want to know who he is. Do you know who he is?
Mr. Chairman, that's an allegation in the indictment that will be responded to by counsel in the Middle District of Alabama.
My time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Damn. Good job. You got him. True. I haven't even watched this. Is it Legion of Coom, Episode 1?
Skyscanner searches billions of prices from all our favorite travel sites in one place.
Five minutes of AI cartoons. Oh boy. Is this all theatrics? He can't actually answer anything even if he wanted to? I mean, he could, but he probably shouldn't because they're under criminal... I don't know if you wouldn't say investigation. They have a criminal case right now. So why would you answer anything in front of fucking Congress that could be used against you in court later on? The metal parts to keep his jaw from going side to side. I'm fucking dying.
Deep within the swampy bowels of the internet, beneath their facade of caring and inclusion, lies the headquarters of the most sinister villains of all time, the Legion of Coom.
A meeting will come to order. The Legion of Coom is now in session.
Wait, what is my, fuck, who does this sound like? Are all these voices AI, or do you think they at least got, like, people to voice act for it? Skeletor Venture Bro.
It is the purpose of the Legion to salt the earth with prostitution, degeneracy, family destruction, antinatalism, bastardization of the Bible, and other evil shit. To that end, we've assembled a team of the coomingest coomers the internet has ever seen. Isabella, the world's least professional confectioner. And
Do I even know who is Isabella? Is that the one girl? Isn't she like a crazy conservative, or is she a liberal now or something?
who, when the situation calls for it, can hold her gut in for hours on end. Autocorrect, whose talent for tone...
Isabella Moody. I mix these people. Is she the one who said the N-word, who used to do the show with Luke Beasley?
Policing is unmatched.
I don't like the way you said it.
Whose talent a gut in for hours on end. Autocorrect.
Autocorrect? I'm not sure.
Whose talent for tone policing is unmatched.
I don't like the way you said that.
Parker and Dean, sharers of the same body and mind. Tree of logic, queen of corporal punishment, she will sit on every face. Nala Ray, Kuma chameleon. She comes and goes. The raging tomato, who can and will pull a lawsuit straight out of the ground. Z, the angriest and also most f***ing repulsive woman on earth. I played this stinking city like a harp from hell. Lauren Southern, who can disappear from all public scrutiny without anyone noticing. Hillary Crowder, who will cry on command if any man is moderately mean to her. And Naima, whatever.
Hey, when was the last time Hillary Crowder. Has she said or done anything publicly beyond the Steven Crowder thing?
She's a greasy freak. And far more dastardly, deceptive, and depraved than any of you is me, Destiny, a brilliant mind utilizing the full potential of Adderall.
Why do they never say bye, Vance? Why do they always hit up the edit?
Nobody has but the rest of you, and we're not going to come with business plan evil things. Now, fellow degenerates, if you please.
What do any of these women have to do with you, though? I think these are just all the women that Andrew Wilson beefs with, or people that Andrew Wilson beefs with, I think.
As we all know,
Why do your haters put more effort into any of this than your fans or anything? I'm 99% sure that all of this is just like AI prompted. Like they do this stuff a lot and they post it on their Twitter.
now, fellow degenerates, if you please.
Well, I mean, they would have
As
credits
we
there
all know,
otherwise, right?
the Wilsons have been mucking up our perverted plans for far too long. So for this reason, Destiny! Yes, Coomer of all Coomers and Gooner of all Gooners have come up with a plan to stop them.
They're just awful. Did you know Andrew's live-in wife, said I was a stripper when I was a dancer?
Well, sure, I suppose, but autocorrect, you were dancing in the nude.
It's ridiculous.
You were stripping. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with it.
She called me a prostitute. That's some bullshit.
Are you not?
You can see in my video.
Okay. We're good. Jesus Christ.
You're pro. You know, James, I hear consistent tropes about you being way too liberal for Texas, that you're pro sex surgery for minors, and on and on and on. How do you respond to that?
Well, just on that particular accusation, I oppose gender reassignment surgeries for minors.
You know, James, I
Who cares? I don't know. I don't even know, actually. I don't even know. I was going to say maybe 20% of the independent voters finally just swung their way. Like, I was going to say that sarcastically, but then I don't even know. Maybe independent voters would hear it and be like, ooh, yeah, he said, no, maybe they would. I think there's plenty of enthusiasm in Texas to take down Ken Paxton. As long as he keeps driving that argument home, his campaign will be strong, even if the policy nuances frustrate us. I'm seeing Steyer lose because he didn't have with a strong enough Israel stance to make people believe he's genuine. I see no reason Tallarico opposes Medicare for All when it's a majority popular issue. I can only think it's Liz Smith and co. running the McMorrow playbook again. Just as a heads up, majority whatever the fuck doesn't matter when you're talking about elections. This is not relevant. You're not winning the vote of the entire country on a poll. You are running for senator in a particular state. Different states are going to care about different issues depending on their electorate. I don't know why I'm shouting this. Breaking. The U.S. has informed Israel it will attack Iran in the coming hours and pursue a non-limited major move on Iran, per U.S. officials and Israeli media. What the fuck does that mean? The Hormuz letter. Is this even a real thing? I don't even know. Colorado reporter, dog walking Republicans.
You have claimed without offering evidence that there are 45,000 to 50,000 Tren de Aragua gang members in Colorado, mostly in rural areas, which is odd. Because mostly in gang members.
How many?
Gang members. 1,000 to 50,000 Tren de Aragua gang members in Colorado.
What is Colorado's population? It's 6 million people. 50,000 Tren de Aragua gang members? Who? Jesus, fuck me, bro. Whatever. Okay, I'm sure there are.
Mostly in rural areas, which is odd because that's 10 to 20 times the worldwide membership of the gang, according to the U.S. government. You also say that sheriffs in Colorado are preparing to deputize people who have special forces experience to go and fight this foreign army. I reached out to every single sheriff in Colorado. Now,
I don't know how true this is, but I've had multiple people at least 2 of which were special forces, email me. I've said this already before, and what I've heard consistently is that you can be 100% guaranteed that if somebody is talking about something political and they mention that they were special forces, that person will always be a fucking lunatic every single time, guaranteed, 100%. You can bet your last dollar on it. Just what I've been told. Seems like it is generally true. Anytime you hear somebody say, oh, special forces, and then they offer a political opinion, it's always going to be fucking retarded.
Army, I reached out to every single sheriff in Colorado, not one said you're telling the truth. A couple of them laughed you right out of the room. Do you stand by your claim, and will you finally present your evidence tonight?
They said I got that wrong. What they said was actually happening is 45,000 Venezuelans came directly to Denver and then applied for asylum, and they said there's probably 60 or 70,000 Venezuelans, not cartel, but just Venezuelans.
We emailed every single sheriff's office multiple times. We heard back from 40 of the more than 60 sheriffs, and the sheriffs that we heard back from did not support your claims. The one sheriff that you name-checked in your lengthy response to us, Teller County Sheriff Jason Meisel, who was a previous candidate for governor, said you're confused about things you see on the news, which I believe you just confirmed when you said you couldn't tell the difference between the 45,000 Venezuelans who came to Colorado and 45,000 Tren de Aragua gang members, which do not exist in the whole wide world.
So I'm right about the fact that not all 65 told you that.
Absolutely. What I said was that
15 didn't.
What
Oh, he got him there. Do you see what I mean when I say these people have something is going on in their brain. They don't even have to think about it. They lie like they breathe. That was so good. I'm genuinely jealous. I'm jealous. I need to develop that muscle. That is shameless. Yesterday, you said that you were going to clean the garage and work on your room, and I had a security camera in the garage, and I watched it for 4 hours, and you were supposed to be in there from 12 to 5, and you were goofing off the whole time. And it's like, oh, so what you're telling me is you didn't know what I was doing for the 1 hour. I could have been cleaning on super meth, and you wouldn't know. You would have no idea. How dare you come to me with this evidence?
I said was that we couldn't find one who says you're telling the truth.
That's a funny way to spin that.
Would you like to name the ones who support your claim?
I don't have to now. You just did. 15.
No, those are 15 that didn't respond, sir. That's
Republicans in the audience are like, damn, he's fucking owning this fucking journo nerd.
not how math and logic work. Would you like to list the sheriffs who publicly will support your claim that they are overrun by TDA gang members and are preparing to deputize special forces?
So when you said that all 65 said that I was making that up and that you talked to all 65 and they all said...
No, good grief, sir. That's not what I said. Anybody watching at home can just roll back the tape. I'm not going to respond.
It is just what you said.
What I said was I reached out to every single sheriff in Colorado and not one said you're telling the truth. In fact, we heard from 40 who said that they had no evidence to support your claim. Tonight's your chance. Lay out your evidence.
And 2 weeks ago when you said it on your TV show, you said the same thing. We have the recording. 65 said that
Tonight's
all
the time to lay out your evidence. It feels like you think you've won a clever game here. This is your chance to present your evidence to Colorado that the rural counties are overrun with tens of thousands of TDA members, or to say, whoops, I can't tell the difference between Venezuelans and gang members.
Well, I already said that.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Bottoms.
Good one. Good one. Good one, Chief. What is this? I was linked Vosh Slop.
There was an NYC Israel parade.
Oh, I'm good on that one. I'm good on that one, Chief. This is the one where Schumer locked arms, I think, with Ben-Gvir and Smoltrich, and we're like, death to all Palestinians, hooray, for 10 hours straight. It was impressive. It was the longest death to Palestine chant heard in all of New York City history. Hassan's entire segment on Dustin was planned propaganda with full scripted talking points and cued clips. Another one? Or is he just talking about the one we saw before? Vosh said Jews don't have culture in that video. What do you? Well, because they claim that they stole it from the Palestinians or whatever. God damn it! Wait.
There was an NY.
I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to like Mediterranean stuff, I really feel like, and I feel the same way about South American stuff too. Okay, and listen, this is coming from a guy whose entire food culture is just taken from you, the rest of the world. But I really do feel like geographic regions will have like 7 ingredients, and then they will all assemble them in slightly different ways, and then fight to the death to take credit for who like invented some fucking dish. It's just what it feels like to me. Not to say that they're not good or whatever, but
I see Israel parade because of course there was, and Schumer marched alongside, among other people, Smotrich. It was a Nazi
among us.
Parade. Israel's a Nazi government. These people are Nazis. I saw.
True.
It was particularly telling, I think. I saw this one bit where some Israeli influencers, I don't know if they're Israeli, they certainly love Israel, printed out like AI cardboard posters of Mamdani and Mamdani's wife holding up Israeli flags, which to me speaks to their national predisposition to rape. They really like forcing people into positions they didn't consent to. You know what I mean? Like, they really like forcing people to do things. Like, they laugh at it. They like it. Video had a kid in it, because of course it did. We should call every Zionist emperor rape, by the way. They are, so feel free to, yeah. There's no such thing as a liberal Zionist. These people are Nazis. Schumer said over and over and over again, unambiguously, there's no room for misinterpretation here. He's just straightforwardly said it, that he's more loyal to the state of Israel than he is to America. He has said that his job as Senate leader of the Dems is to make young Democrats loyal to Israel, pro-Israel. He has explicitly laid out on biblical grounds the reasoning for Israel to continue to invade and brutalize their neighbors. He is unambiguously a Jewish supremacist. He's a Nazi. The only reason that Nazism doesn't manifest here is for the same reason that like a German Nazi circa the 1930s might be able to get away with keeping their perspectives held in a different country with a different set of, a different population and a different set of political circumstances. This fucker also marched at the parade. Minister Itzhak Vasilov, who called soldiers to smash Palestinian babies on rocks, led the Israel Day parade in New York today alongside some of the most deranged Israeli MKs and ministers who regularly call for genocide and ethnic cleansing. See, this is the thing, man. There is an Irish pride parade, I believe, in New York City, but you don't then have like a legion of Irish neo-Nazis coming over here to schmooze with our politicians over it. You know what I mean? A little bit of a different dealio. Is Mamdani able to ban this parade? I mean, he could probably make it harder for them, but I don't really see why he would do that. They would love that. Zionists would love to whine about that. They love whining. It's fucking disgusting, man.
A massive security operation today by the NYPD for what's being called the world's largest gathering in support of Israel outside of Israel.
New York City mayors usually attend the parade, but this year Mayor Mamdani will not be there. Here's NJ Burkett.
It has always been a top priority for the NYPD, but security
I bet.
for this year's Israel Day parade will be unprecedented.
New Yorkers will see the most extensive security plan that the NYPD has ever put together for the Salute to Israel parade, including the largest number of officers ever assigned to that detail.
Spectators will be screened and counterterrorism teams will line the route.
We will not tolerate any disruptions to the parade. Any unauthorized persons entering the parade route will be arrested.
Sunday's parade is expected to draw tens of thousands of marchers and spectators.
Looks like shit.
This year's theme, Proud Americans, Proud Zionists. Mayor Mamdani.
Fat. Did he say looks like shit? Is that what he said?
Thousands of marchers and
be arrested.
Sunday's parade is expected to draw tens of thousands of marchers and spectators.
Looks like shit.
This year's theme.
Doesn't he? Seems really weird to have a parade celebrating another country. That is really weird. Nobody in the United States, and especially not in New York City, they never ever do stuff like this. It's super weird. New York City is probably known as one of the most like doesn't celebrate cultures of other cities or other countries in the entire world more than any other fucking city ever. 100%.
Proud Americans, Proud Zionists. Mayor Mamdani, who is not a Zionist, will not be marching.
I said on the campaign trail that I wouldn't be attending the parade, and I've made my views on the Israeli government abundantly clear. And I also said on that same campaign that I would have a responsibility as the mayor of the city to ensure the safety and security of each and every New Yorker.
Mamdani has condemned the October 7th massacre while blasting the Israeli response as an act of genocide.
October 7th massacre? Don't you mean Al-Aqsa flood?
Harder and harder to wake up every morning and see more and more Palestinians massacred.
Is this like the thing you have to do? Look, he's like laughing. He loves it.
The safety and security of each and every New Yorker.
Mamdani has condemned the October 7th massacre while blasting the Israeli response as an act of genocide.
Harder and harder to wake up every morning and see more and more Palestinians massacred with our tax dollars.
He's tried to embrace the city's Jewish community.
Tried to. Notice even here. ABC 7 New York. Listen to the bias dripping from every word. They bring up his position on October 7th. He's tried to reach out to the Jewish community
while holding anti.
What? Destiny. Tim Miller just did an hour-long interview with the only vaguely sane guy from the All In podcast, Jason Calacanis. It's currently behind a membership wall, but I think it will drop for public viewers later today. All right, I might check it out.
Zionist and pro-Palestinian views.
As we celebrate...
See, he's tried to do X, but he does do Y.
The sounds of the shofar will echo across every corner of... We celebrate...
See, he's out to the Jewish community?
While holding anti-Zionist and pro-Palestinian views.
As we celebrate...
See, he's tried to do X, but he does do Y.
The sounds of the shofar will echo across every corner of our city.
His decision will break a long-standing tradition. The mayor of New York is attended every year from Eric Adams and Bill de Blasio to Michael Bloomberg and Rudy Giuliani.
I bet.
And his predecessors back to 1965. Rabbi Joe Potasnik served on Mamdani's transition team.
Should he be marching? I think he should. When you're elected mayor, you represent the city of New York, the people who live here.
There are Germans who live in New York. Should the New York City mayor have marched with Nazi parades?
That's the same thing. Okay. Based. I need a based. Never mind.
Back in like 1940? Probably not.
Different opinions. He may have his narrative. We may have our narrative. There's no reason why he can't walk with us.
It's not necessarily the same thing, but fuck, man, I don't remember. Didn't the Nazis participate in at least one Olympics? Am I making this up? Isn't that where that rocking picture of Hitler supposedly on some kind of methamphetamine comes from? Oh, they hosted one? Damn, see, that's kind of fucked, man. Whew! Did a bunch of people not participate, or... 1936 Olympics. Held in Berlin, Germany, are famously remembered as the Nazi Olympics. Despite this, American track and field star Jesse Owens stole the spotlight, winning 4 gold medals. Yikes. Damn. Well, that must have been really disappointing. Oh, no.
NJ Burke, Channel 7, Eyewitness.
I can think of a few reasons. No, it's really disgusting, man.
Fucking disgusting.
Casey Hochul.
I'm Yisrael Guy. The people Israel live.
Thanks, Chuck. Is it real? It's probably AI. I don't really care. Is this real? Yes. Judeo-Christian Zionist Congress. U.S. Israel Education Association. Something lion. I couldn't find any counter-protest videos because it wasn't a protest. It was a parade. This parade's been happening every year for quite a while, so there's not really, it's not really a protest situation, you know?
We're moving. Thank you to all the people who showed up, because that's what this is about. Today's about who showed up.
It's all fucking old people, because of course it is. The average young Jew is anti-Zionist. Letitia James showed up for some fucking reason. Don't know why.
Okay.
She would do this. Super embarrassing. 1.1 likes, 1.1 comments. I just no. No. There's no such thing as a liberal Zionist. There's no reason to appease anymore. You just shouldn't be here.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. It appears the Israel Day Parade in New York City is underway, so we're going to go ahead video and listen in live.
Daughter's 4th birthday. The two are related. We must fight for her, my little grandchild, to grow up in a world that's safe for Jewish people. And I worry deeply about the future they're going to inherit. The Holocaust showed the world what Jews have known for millennia, that our security and our safety.
Not the goddamn Holocaust.
How long do you think they're going to keep talking about it, man? The Zionists?
Seriously.
It's been like a century, 2 centuries. I'm sorry. My sympathy is just nil when the pretext is directly like they did a Holocaust to us, so we get to do it to other people. Because that's unambiguously what they say. That's like straightforwardly. The guy next to him literally has a Hitler mustache. Is this facial hair? This looks like facial hair right here. And yeah, I will point out, by the way, I think it's super, super weird for a national pride festival to open or have the fucking Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer instantly start talking about the Holocaust. I think that's weird. I think it's weird. I'm sorry. Like, they don't talk about the founding of Israel. Like, it's as though to them the Holocaust is the founding of Israel and must be celebrated as such. Like,
I mean, they're pretty close. Yeah, these two things are pretty closely associated with each other. Also, anybody else getting these vibes a little bit?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do, actually. I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
Oh shit.
A national, religious, civic, ethnic persecution that like it's like you talk about it. They talk about it the way like Moses dragged out the candle wax or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it's part of the mythology, which I think is fucking disgusting.
Yeah, that's basically every fucking Jewish holiday is them surviving some attempted fucking massacre. Okay, that's their equivalent to our manifestos, basically.
It's not mythology. It's not candle wax. It's not a menorah thingamajig or whatever. It's a thing that it was a set of political circumstances that you're currently recreating. Candle wax. I forget the thing. That's what menorahs are. It's like they only had enough oil or something to keep the candles alight for one day, but it was able to keep a light for 9 or something. I don't know. It's lamp oil. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. It's the 8. Okay, 8. That was not Moses. Was it like Moses times? Thereabouts? No? I can hear my partner saying no, which I don't appreciate very much. Roman times? Okay, so a long time ago. Fuck you.
Is never safe as long as we lack a place of refuge, a homeland. To quote the great Irish writer Conor Cruz O'Brien,
humiliation ritual.
Anti-Semitism is a light sleeper, and now we are seeing an ugly resurgence of anti-Semitism across the world, driven by the same lies and libels that have tormented the Jewish people for generations, except now they're transmitted at the speed of a fiber optic internet connection.
Which is why we need to limit the First Amendment, like they tried to do with TikTok, and succeeded. TikTok America is now run by a hyper-Zionist.
Damn, we got the tail of the Rams talking points here. I don't know if you guys ever saw this, but there was a subtle shift on the far lefties that all of the censorship that the government wanted to do about TikTok didn't actually have anything to do with China and had to do more with the fact that pro-Palestinian movements were gaining so much traction on TikTok, and that's why the government had to shut down the freedom of speech over there and take it over from China.
30 seconds, lies are on your pocket phone. That's why a Jewish state is more important than ever. Anti-Semitism isn't going away. It always lingers, stalks in the shadows.
It can't go away because anti-Semitism is like, again, the founding, they can't have it go away. They need anti-Semitism to exist because without it, they couldn't feel the persecution complex that allows them to argue in favor of the genocide they're now committing. They love it. Zionists love anti-Semitism. They love creating it. They love faking it. They love false flagging to indicate. They love it. They love it. They love it so much. It's their favorite thing in the world. Much in the same way that white supremacists on the internet are obsessed with finding and manufacturing and inventing instances of white oppression. Exactly the same as that white supremacist neo-Nazi former employee of Charlie Kirk who was talking to Channel 5, who was like, yeah, there's a 2-tier justice system in America. There's the white man, and then on top of him is the black man. Like, they love persecution. They'll invent it where none exists because they need that sense of being persecuted to justify what they do.
True.
Waiting for the right...
So worth remembering that Zionists have, as a group, killed far, far, far more people than American neo-Nazis have in the past, 80 years.
Well, I mean, how many American neo-Nazis are there? They don't have a country. They don't have a military. Like, probably every single country on the planet has killed more people than American neo-Nazis. What is their kill count? Like 1? In the last 80 years? I mean, we give them Charlottesville, Heather Hayes. How many other... I'm sure there are a few others, at least. Oklahoma bombing? Even if we give them, like, 1,000. But, okay.
I'm just saying, in terms of like who's been successfully doing Nazi shit in the past, since 1947, actual existing Nazism, yeah. Hitler huddled in his bunker, making a deal with the devil to ensure Nazism persists even after his death, and the monkey's paw curls.
Conditions for millennia. Let them hear that loud and clear. The Jewish people have yearned for a state of Israel.
Paramount's General Counsel Makan Delrahim says opposition to the Paramount-Warner merger is driven by anti-Semitism. Yeah, these people are fucking insane. They'll say literally anything, man. They'll say anything. It's actually anti-Semitic to not allow one Nazi to control all American media. The fact that the Ellisons don't control literally everything on Earth is actually anti-Semitic.
Experiencing the constant anxiety of knowing the place where they live could violently expel them at any moment, has happened again and again. We must not go back to that era. I believe in the state of Israel. I support the state of Israel. If there had been a state of Israel in 1941, dozens of my ancestors would have been able to flee Nazi persecution. So, ladies and gentlemen, whether it's in Israel or in America or around the world, Am Yisrael Chai. The people Israel live. Thank you.
Thank you.
So brave.
Thank you. Please now.
And notice how it's never a celebration of Israeli culture, of its leaders, of its art, of the things that make a country worth living in. It's always a celebration of its political legitimacy and its existence. When people celebrate, like when they have an Irish Day parade, you don't have a bunch of people at the mic saying the nation of Ireland deserves to exist. Everything it does is good. You usually talk about, I don't know, fucking Irish culture, poets, mythology, history, whatever else. But to Zionists, the only reason Israel exists is as a continuation of the project of genocide.
Okay, Israel as a country is like not even 100 years old. Number one. Number two, again, my history is not that great. Pretty sure all those fucking kingdoms of Europe are either hundreds or thousands of years old. I don't know how we're drawing a comparison here, but number three, how many of those things that are celebrated? Probably not that many. But I know for like academia and stuff, no, it's probably more recent that Jews have participated. Because for a lot of the stuff that was super influential to the people that Vosh listened to, because Vosh doesn't read anything, probably were Jewish. But
there's no point in talking about Israeli art. Israelis don't make art. They just kill people. Why waste your time with even a pretense of like their culture is pretending they invented hummus or whatever. That's their shit. They're wholly committed to the political project, so it's the only thing they bother to talk about.
Welcome, an ally who has come to our parade time and again. An ally who came to all of our rallies to bring the hostages home and to bring.
As an Israeli, I can attest this place is fucking cultureless. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, true. What is somebody asked Vosh? Just curious, Vosh. What is Palestinian culture? Oh, my stream just shut off. Ah.
I'm sure it was exactly the same in like Rhodesia, you know? The culture of Rhodesia was the settler colonial project. That was it. That was all they had room for. There wasn't really any interest in nation building outside of that.
Lasting peace in the region. I don't forget it. No one should forget it. Please welcome the Attorney General from New York State, Letitia James.
So fucking humiliating. I don't know why she's here.
It's an honor and a privilege to be here today. This parade is an honored tradition in the city of New York.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Israeli culture is like Confederate culture. Is there culture in the states that were Confederate states? Yes. But when people talk about the Confederacy, they never have shit to say about Confederate culture because there is no Confederate culture. The Confederate culture was just wanting more slavery. That was it. The only reason it existed. The political project of the Confederacy was about slavery and racism and murder. And that's it. There's no like broader project there. It's when you defend the Confederacy, that is what you're defending, slavery. Likewise with Israel. There's no project to Israel outside of brutality. That's the only thing they believe in.
We march today in honor of that tradition. We march today in honor of the resilience of the Jewish people.
Okay.
We march in honor of history and of culture. And we march because I, as an African American, stand with the Jewish community against anti-Semitism now and forever.
Embarrassing. Deeply embarrassing.
Because the Jewish community...
These pathetic servile displays of support do absolutely...
Servile? With a servile black woman.
Absolutely nothing to shore up your numbers with the Zionists who will oppose you for re-election or for your political campaigns. AIPAC knows where they stand.
Stood with the African American community when we needed it.
No, AIPAC fucking despises the... No.
Is he right about Confederate culture? Well, I'm sure Confederates would probably claim all the culture of the southern states prior to the Civil War as well, right?
Oh, no. There's actually a long history of Jewish supremacist advocacy orgs in America beefing with, say, the Black Panther Party or Black Rights in America, because as it turns out, Zionists by and large are very racist.
And it's important.
Zionists or Israelis or Jews or what exactly are we talking about here? Are we just kind of like throwing them all together?
That individuals see my face and know that the Jewish community is not the only one responsible for standing against anti-Semitism. It requires everyone, all of us, every ethnic group, every racial group. We must stand with the Jewish community because we are one, and that's why we march. And as long as I am the Attorney General...
God willing, one day we pray for an America where Jewish people might be represented in New York City.
My message is clear. To anyone who commits an act of hate or anti-Semitism in the state of New York, you've got to get by this Attorney General, and we will make sure that the law is enforced and that you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. God bless you, and march.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm pretty drunk, so keep that in mind.
Okay, good.
I was gigabombed yesterday, and yeah, but I rarely engage in things like that. Okay, I don't call people like Nazis or like anti-Semites every 5 seconds, like Mr. Europe and all that. Vosh is an anti-Semite dude.
All these people are crazy, bro.
No, way worse than anything I literally encountered.
If you watch long enough, like people like Hassan, it's all the same stuff. It's all like it's pretty crazy.
I don't have personal DMs with Hassan, okay, so I don't know. But like I think I have sent you when I was also drunk my DMs with Vosh about what like the last conversation we had.
Sure.
So people think I stopped talking about him or with him or like positively about him because of his Azov comments, and he basically said that my people should kill themselves. So that wasn't it. That wasn't it. He did that I survived. And his like absolutely weird takes up on like Ukrainian stuff. I also survived because I thought this is a good leftist. This is one of the few leftist creators online who support Ukraine. And at the time, not that he gives much of a fuck now since it's not popular anymore, but it's just that I was very cordial, like with him, with his community, and the debate I had with him was cringe, but it happened, and I was still cordial.
Sure.
But then he like fucking flipped the fuck off, and it was like this when he basically accused that what it was the Croatians Bosnian genocide. He was talking about Bosnian genocide, and he said that what Serbs did to Bosniaks was nothing in comparison to what Israelis did to Palestinians. And I very politely, like in the personal messages, wrote to him, not like in public and anything, wrote to him that it's unhinged statement. Like they raped 50,000 women, like they killed 100,000 people, and they made people bite off each other's testicles, genitals. Okay, no, it's not it's insane to say that it's not. And he was like, I supported the intervention. And I'm like, yeah, well, based, but like, your main point is that what Israelis do now is nothing in comparison to what was done during Bosnian genocide, which was so fucking disgusting that even Nazis would blush. So anyway, I was like, can you provide me some proof? Like, I might be an educator, I might be wrong, but if you have some proof of Israelis doing this, I would like to see them. To which he told me, you're very weird on this subject.
Damn. Well.
And he started calling me weird, and like he didn't provide any feedback, any examples, and then he said that all Israelis are Hitlerites. Like all of them. And yeah, basically he then went off to say that they all kind of need to be, gone, quote unquote. Yeah. So I was like, aren't you the man that lectured us on every stream that we shouldn't call Russians orcs?
Well, it's funny too because they don't even apply to just Israelis. They apply to every Zionist, which is 90% of Jews. So all the ones outside of Israel too. So
yes,
it would be like me calling
an
orc a Russian, like a Russian American. It would be like me calling them an orc and then them defending it. Yeah.
But, yeah, that would be weird. Even I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. But like what we're watching right now, I don't know if you know the context, but like this is like an American. New York City has a ton of Jews. My guess, I don't know. Actually,
I know,
actually, my guess is it's one of the largest Jewish populations in the United States. So of course they march for their fucking country. But like also, if you go to New York City, like there's tons of I don't know if it's politically correct to call them ghettos, but there's like the streets for like Little Italy and like all the different subcultures, and like the Irish people march and they do their things. I remember Melina said that it was the largest gathering of Swedes that she'd ever seen in her entire life when they were doing their midsummer celebration in New York City outside of Sweden. She'd never, I think even in Sweden, I don't know if she'd ever been to a gathering of Swedes as large before, but
midsummer, like the celebration,
yeah. So they do, but yeah, it's just a New York City thing. But anything involving like Jews or Israel or Zionism is.
I was like, it's cringe because I'm Eastern European and I'm not typically like easily, uncomfortable because people like make racist jokes, people make all sorts of shit, like anti-Semitic shit, all sorts of shit. People like don't have this like filter or like this super progressive sort of Western verbiage, okay? But like it was uncomfortable. Yeah. Like I even told him that I wouldn't even call all Russians fucking Hitlerites right now. Like I wouldn't do it, and I think I have way more rights to that now. Like if I did say so.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, it was absolutely unhinged. So since then, I decided that I don't want to like fucking engage with anything really.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I think went a bit bananas. I don't know. Maybe it was the case before, but. I recline my statement that he's one good lefty, okay? I say it's no more. That's not my position anymore.
No good socialists. None of them are. Don't worry, you'll learn eventually.
Yeah, but
my Ukrainian friend.
I thought so. People told me, okay? I was like on his, stream a couple times and, it was, because Dylan went to on his stream like multiple times. And I was like, well, might as well, right? Like, why not? I was at the time trying to speak to people, to advocate for Ukraine and stuff. Plus, he was like, I think one of the basically only lefty people who were supportive of Ukraine. But yeah, it was like a bit nuts.
Yeah.
Considering that, I should have known when he literally told me that my friend who was in Mariupol at the time and he died, and now it's confirmed, was in Azovstal, basically defending the big factory thing. I don't know if you remember, but there was like this whole thing when people were stuck in this in this steel production factory in Mariupol, and basically the last stand, of the people who were defending the Mariupol at the time, and most of them are either captured or dead now, as it is. It was difficult to watch basically them all die.
Yeah.
And so my friend was there, and he, last message I got from him basically, and then nothing. So I presumed he was either dead or he was maybe captured, one of the two, which nobody knows which one is worse. considering how we're treated in captivity. So some would say probably death is preferable. Yeah, so I brought it up and I explained to him that this guy is a Jewish Greek guy from, his mom is Jewish and his father is Greek from Mariupol, and he was a fucking Nazi. He just joined Azov because Azov was defending his hometown at the time, Mariupol, right? And and he ended up basically like saying to my face, like an absolute sociopath, that it would be better if all of them put the gun to their mouths and, you know, shoot themselves for some reason. I should have known, okay? When he dropped that, I should have known that that's not a normal behavior, but I whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty sad, pretty annoying, but such is politics today, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but like it's so unhinged. I barely can comprehend how you can like say like they have no culture. They are fucking what? Like this is just from leftists. Like it became so normal to say such things about Jews, and you know it's just crazy, dude. It's like a little bit unhinged even by my standards, and my standards are not by your standards.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it came pretty fast.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So Jews are fucking right, apparently. I remember telling my friends, like, why the fuck are you freaking out in this day and age? Like, you know, I was just like saying, like, chill the fuck out. Like, who cares? Like, you know, anti-Semitism, blah, blah, blah. You know, no, they were right. Apparently, it can come back just like that. Easy peasy. It became normalized again. Absolutely wild. And he still lectures people about orcs.
Wait, Wash
about
does?
calling, like, Wash! Like,
yeah,
what
I haven't even heard every side of it.
If you like, I don't know if you've seen, but he like that's a regular thing that he does, like on streams, lecturing people who are calling Russians orcs, like the invaders and you know people who come here and stuff like that. And it's like absolutely bananas. How can those two realities even survive in his brain? To call literally all of them are Hitlerites, you know, they're Nazis, blah blah. But you say orcs, which is like a fictional fucking Tolkien creature, I mean, way less offensive in my opinion than a Hitlerite or a Nazi. And he's like, you know, how dare you? That's a anti-Russian generalization, dangerous words you use there.
Yeah.
And you're like,
I guess it's just the campism thing or whatever. It's just everybody that's enemies of the West kind of get a free pass on everything, and then everybody in the West is held to some different level of accountability, yeah.
My mind cannot comprehend, okay? That aside, thank you to all the GGers and like Redditors who wrote me cute messages yesterday. I super appreciate it. I didn't respond to everyone, but I read most of them. Not all of them, okay, but most of them. Yeah, thank you guys. Really appreciate it because it was a very, very close call. I cannot go show you because I don't want to disclose exactly my location. But it was a very spooky fucking thing. I got like super scared and yeah, made some apparently autistic anime girl sounds, as some people on Twitter said, but we shall see how they will sound, okay, when they're bombed by shaheeds.
Well, we're glad you are alive and made it out safe, and look forward to all of your...
Thank you.
Yeah, future postings, everything, yeah. Be careful.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye.
Yeah.
Bosch isn't a fucking anti-Semite. That's the last thing I will say, okay?
True. Stay safe, be careful. Don't drink too much. Not good. Drinking alcohol is bad for your liver, guys.
I love the conflation of Israel with the Jews. Yeah, it's pretty anti-Semitic to show up at an Israel...
I'm sorry. I got like 2 minutes left of this. I mean, this is just so dumb.
Pride festival and just talk about Jews the whole time. I'm sorry, I'm not letting them get away with it. I'm not going to pretend they...
End of the law. God bless you and march.
I love the conflation of Israel with the Jews. Yeah, it's pretty anti-Semitic to show up at an Israel Pride festival and just talk about Jews the whole time. I'm sorry, I'm not letting them get away with it. I'm not going to pretend this is normal. We would not allow for this in any other context. We
I don't even know anymore.
all recognized it was weird and racist when Trump started talking about Nigeria exclusively in the context of protecting Christians against Boko Haram. We all know what he was doing there. Well, I'm not going to pretend that the conflation of a national and a religious group isn't weird just because Zionists are insistent on telling me that I'm anti-Semitic if I don't do it.
Thank you. Oh, and religious group. Oh. I'm so curious if this is intentional. I wish that people would... Nobody knows anything about anything, so who the fuck cares? Because why read anything? You really shouldn't. I'm genuine about that. Don't even waste your time on Wikipedia, because none of it fucking matters anymore. One thing I wish I could hear asked to these lefty losers is, like, when people say Jewish do you really think people mean the religion? Because I hear so many of them say it. It's got to be a dog whistle for just some anti-Semitic shit or whatever to hearken to the religion or whatever. He just said it here, like, oh, the conflation of a national and religion
group isn't weird just because Zionists are insistent on telling me that I'm anti-Semitic if I don't do it.
Thank you.
The text of protecting Christians against Boko Haram. We all know what he was doing there. Well, I'm not going to pretend that the conflation of a national and religious group isn't weird just because Zionists are
like, nobody means that. When you talk about Jews, nobody means religious. That's not what anybody is talking about. Nobody is talking about that ever. But I don't know if this is like an anti-Semitic thing or if it's a goal to try to further separate out like their I don't know.
Insistent on telling me that I'm anti-Semitic if I don't do it.
Thank you.
Woo! Thank you, AG. Someone who comes year after year, not just with words, but with actions.
Fuck you.
Unapologetic supporter of the state of Israel, and also courageously does the right thing in investing in Israel bonds because he does right by New Yorkers.
Yeah.
We have Israel bonds now. I need to buy some new shekel bonds immediately. How much do Israeli bonds sell for on the market? I'll invest in some of those.
Yeah. How do you support Israel? Not by valuing our culture or our people or supporting us or having the right beliefs, but by buying Israeli bonds to pump more money into the war machine. Yep.
The New York State Comptroller Tom DiNapoli,
who insists on investing money from municipal employees into the state of Israel so that your retirement funds can be used to fund genocide.
Thank you, Mark and JCRC. Thank you, Eric and UJA. This is a day of celebration, celebrating that deep connection between the people of Israel and the people of New York. The bonds between New York, Jewish community, and non-Jewish community in Israel are long-standing. They are deeply held. Today is a day to reaffirm that strong commitment in each and every way. So as we march down Fifth Avenue or up Fifth Avenue, whatever the right way to say it, let's just pray for peace in the Holy Land, but let us always stand with Israel.
Yeah, again, there's literally no... what do you have to say at the Israeli Pride Festival? Buy Israeli war bonds and also stand with them. Defend them no matter what. Gotcha.
Thank you, State Comptroller. And on the topic of Comptroller, someone who has been an unapologetic, brave, courageous Jewish New Yorker.
Always political leaders. It's not, again, no culture, no artists, no like pop stars or whatever. Like normally you would be a holistic celebration of the culture of a nation. That's normally how it is. I've been to ethnic pride parades. They're not exactly abnormal. They happen all the time. But there's none of that here.
During the course of his campaign, proudly...
If someone wishes to be critical of the actions of Israel, what word would you recommend that person? I don't even engage with this question. I feel like it's pretty easy to not be anti-Semitic. If you're like super stressed about it, I wouldn't even believe the question. I don't know. But who knows? Who cares? Be anti-Semitic, bro. Why not? Fuck it.
He told the world how proud he is of his Jewish identity and never shied away from it. And I am so grateful to call him a brother and an ally and a friend. Please welcome the Comptroller of the City of New York, Mark Levine.
Wow, another powerful political official who uses his influence to...
To what? To what, Vosh? Uh-oh. What were we saying there? Where were we going with that one?
Wow, another powerful political official who uses his influence to...
שלום אחות וחים, שלום לכם. ברוכים הבאים למצעד הכי כיף בעולם. זה נכון. Today we come together, the diverse Jewish communities of New York City and many friends and allies to support our dear friends and family Ba'aretz in Israel. They have a wonderful time together on this beautiful day in the greatest city in the world. I am so grateful to my brother Mark Traeger.
Always Hebrew, never Yiddish too, you know? Not the language that Jewish people used for like millennia and developed across the, as they fled and like tried to survive the oppression of the governments that stood over them and exiled them and oppressed them and tortured them and killed them and so on and so forth. But rather the Hebrew revival project to form a syncretic language that they could use as part of their like ethno-nationalist colonial settlement in the Middle East.
My understanding is Jewish, like bar mitzvahs, like all of your celebrations are usually always in Hebrew, right? Even when they spoke Yiddish in the past. I thought that was like part of the reason why initially when they floated the idea of everybody learning Hebrew to move to Israel, initially the idea was shot down as fucking retarded. I think Herzl himself, fought against it really hard. He's like, this is just not happening. But everybody kind of sort of knows a little bit of Hebrew for your, for temple or whatever the fuck. But initially it was shot down, and then eventually, I didn't follow the whole history of that debate, but apparently somebody made a really compelling argument. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. But also it harkens back to recreating your like Kingdom of Israel. You're all speaking Hebrew again and jerking off your fucking language. But now I'm trying to downplay it, so I don't seem like a fucking Israel simp. But they're them coming back under their country and then all of them using Hebrew and reviving it as a language when it was like the kind of unifying factor of all their temple celebrations and then the history of them all the way back to the ancient kingdom of Israel is not. That's a pretty understandable. That's a pretty understandable thing, I think. But okay, King.
Stood over them and exiled them and oppressed them and tortured them and killed them and so on and so forth. But rather the Hebrew Revival Project to form a syncretic language that they could use as part of their like ethno-nationalist colonial settlement in the Middle East.
The JCRC for organizing and leading this today. Kol kavod, Mark. Grateful to the NYPD for protecting us today. Shout out to our incredible commissioner, Jessica Tisch. And I'm grateful to every single one of you for being part of this today. Yalla, Boni, Sad, Toda Rabah.
Why isn't Vosh speaking in Shakespearean?
Thank you, Comptroller. And folks, it gives me personal great honor to introduce the next speaker, literally the next speaker, but someone even before she assumed the office of City Council Speaker, who already had plans and advanced plans for the safety of the Jewish community and of all communities. She is courageous, she is fierce. Don't underestimate Julie Menon, because those that did saw a vote in the council of 44-5 to pass a House of Worship buffer bill. The first...
All politics, with no exceptions. Every single time. It's always politics. No
Jewish
culture.
speaker, unapologetic leader of the City Council, Julie Menon.
Hey, thank you so much, Mark Traeger. I want to thank Mark, JCRC, UJA for putting together this incredible parade. I am here each and every year. This is the first year that I'm here as speaker, as the first Jewish speaker of the New York City Council. I want to tell you, 8 years ago, I was in Jerusalem, and I was in Jerusalem for the bar mitzvah of my twins.
That's great.
It was such a meaningful moment for myself and for my family, and that is why we march today. We are the second largest population of Jews outside of Israel. We are marching for Jewish pride. We are marching...
It's an Israel Day parade. They're all so fucking anti-Semitic, man.
Why even watch this? I need something to be real mad about today.
Solidarity with the Israeli people, and I want to say that we're also marching against the fight of anti-Semitism, which has never been worse. And that is why, as Mark said, I was so proud that the City Council passed our 5-point plan to combat anti-Semitism, including our buffer zone bill to protect all houses of worship. So today, on this beautiful day, we march, and the last thing I will just say is, as a daughter of a Holocaust survivor, when my mother and grandmother left Hungary, the only country at that time that
he's like, again!
would take them in was Australia. And so we are here now to support the Israeli people and to march with pride. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. And we're going to call up back Eric Goldstein to introduce a very, very special guest and someone...
What, is it a person?
Say it, Goldstein? What was that name?
And we're going to call up back Eric Goldstein to introduce a very, very special guest and someone...
What, is it a person who's using their political power to support the state of Israel and doesn't really have much else to say? I'm just wondering, because I haven't seen this in advance. I'm just wondering if that's who it is.
I want everyone to know, when there were some questions about the parade, she and her team reached out to me...
A Jewish guy coming up to talk about the Jewish country? Kind of weird.
The first folks to reach out to me to say, Mark, not only will there be a parade, we'll make sure that you have all the support from the state of New York, anything you need. And she left no stone unturned. I'm very grateful to the governor. But to introduce the governor, please welcome back Eric Goldstein.
It is my enormous privilege to introduce the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul. I will never, ever forget that 10 days after October 7, the governor called and said, I must go to Israel. She lost her father on the flight to Ben Gurion, and rather than turn around...
I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. I'm American. I have the privilege of being American. It's not good.
She stayed.
Just like, what is she like? She's like, I've got to go to Israel. It's like, what, that noise in the background? It's like, it's John Wick, like, digging up her fucking AK-47. I got to go to Israel and fight!
She lost her father on the flight to Ben Gurion.
I'm sorry.
And rather than turn around, she stayed. And her first stop with us...
Just unimaginable humiliation ritual, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, my God. Oh, God. They're like gleeful about it, you know? How loyal are you to us?
Was to Kibbutz Shfayim near Herzliya, where the survivors of Kfar Aza had gathered after the massacre in their...
I'm just waiting for Vosh to drop the "this is why they killed Jesus" moment. I'm just waiting for it. You can do it. You're so close.
Community. And she comforted them as they comforted her. And then she went down south when it was very risky to do so, but she wanted to see the devastation, and she wanted to be there to comfort a community that was reeling. Governor, we will never forget what you did then. This morning, the governor signed the buffer bill, part of the state budget, providing protection around houses of worship and other religious institutions. This took a lot of effort. She pushed it through the budget process. We are incredibly grateful.
Unrelated, but this guy was sentenced to jail some years back. The former head of food services for New York City Public Schools was sentenced to 2 years in prison on Monday for a bribery scandal that resulted in children being served chicken tenders contaminated with metal and bone. Eric Goldstein, this guy. That's great, man. Peace said...
Well, I mean, what was the goal there? Jesus. You got kids eating metal? Ugh, these are going to be strong children, no?
Goldstein, quote, prioritized lining his pockets with the payoffs from his co-defendants to ensure the defendants' food stayed in the schools even after plastic, bones, and metal were found in the chicken.
We cannot overstate the importance of the governor's leadership in this moment to our community. Everyone, please welcome Governor Kathy Hochul.
Good morning, friends. Today we march in defiance and also to stand up for the values that define New York State since its very beginning. We'll always be that bastion, that beacon of hope for others to be able to live the way they want to live and practice their religious belief freely from harassment. That is why...
Unless they're Muslim.
This 1 hour ago.
Is that true? Are we pro-Muslim harassment in New York City? Actually, they're conservatives probably, but it's New York City. They just got Mamdani is the mayor. What? Okay, never mind. I don't know.
I was proud to stand with our leaders from JCRC, UJA, and other organizations to literally sign the buffer bill, the first ever in the state of New York, that says when you go to worship with your families, you should not have to endure harassment.
I'm assuming this bill was put in because Jewish advocacy groups in New York didn't like the fact that people were protesting synagogues that were illegally auctioning off stolen land in the West Bank. Just gonna pitch a guess here, considering that's like obviously the reason why.
Could it have also been the fact that there was that one guy who stood outside that Jewish embassy and just like murdered the first 2 people that came out because he thought they were Jewish? Maybe could it have been that person? Maybe, or was that maybe any part of it? I don't know. Who knows? We could go and look up what motivated the start of the bill, but I know that Vosh and these guys never like to do that, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Intimidation or hatred from anyone.
They really are the most evil people alive, man. They really, truly, like they are.
The most evil people.
They are the worst political force on earth. There is
This is, oh my God. It's like when Finkelstein was talking to Benny Morris, and Finkelstein was like, I can't even imagine the mind of an Israeli. It's impossible. They're so evil. I can't even imagine the mind.
Never been a political force as dangerous as them, not at any point in history, with no exceptions. There's never been an apocalyptic, doomsday, religious, ethno-supremacist cult that had access to a nuclear stockpile capable of ending the world, that had this on earth. There has never been a political force as dangerous as them, not at any point in history, with no exceptions. There has never been an apocalyptic, doomsday, religious, ethno-supremacist cult that had access to a nuclear stockpile capable of ending the world, that had this little self-control.
This little, I mean, doesn't Pakistan and India both have nuclear weapons? Or what about the United States? We're kind of crazy sometimes, no? I don't know. Good memes.
There's nothing. There's no other.
Or North Korea, whatever.
Comparison.
We're going to stand up and make sure that you're protected on our streets and in our subways and in our schools, in our community centers, because this is who we are, my friends, and don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. We stand up for each other. We are allies with one.
Sorry, I looked at YouTube chat for a sec. You know what's a really like quick read to me on whether a person's anti-Zionist like I am or is actually an
Oh, what's a quick read? Tell us.
Anti-Semite when they say oy vey. Oy vey is Yiddish. Zionists, by and large, don't support, well, I'm not going to say they don't speak Yiddish, because like there's a lot of Zionists out there, maybe some of them do, but they don't like Yiddish because they consider it the language of the weak Jew, the subservient Jew. They think it's the language of the, the permanently exiled Jew. You make fun, you say oy vey, kvetching, whatever, that's great, man. They should be saying oy vey. That shit, Yiddish is like a cool language, man. Hebrew is the syncretic language that they...
What are we even talking about right now? True.
Rebuilt for the purpose of conducting a genocidal project. So when you say shit like that, what you're telling me is well, you're not thinking.
So when I go up to a Jew and I'm like, oy vey, if they get mad at me, they're the actual anti-Semites. Holy shit, bro. We're on like a meta level of cultural prescription here. My goodness.
A genocidal project. So when you say shit like that, what you're telling me is well, you're not thinking of Zionists, you're thinking of Jews.
Another, and hate against one.
The Jew of trembling knee, as ADL director Greenblatt called them. Yes, exactly.
Is hate against all, and I, as the governor of the greatest state in the nation, will not tolerate it. Let's march, everybody. Let's march.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you to all the people who showed up, because that's what this is about. Today's about who showed up. Am I right about that?
To show subservience to the state of Israel. It's so cool that this guy has a little Hitler mustache, man. They really committed to the bit here.
Today's about making history, breaking records, the largest parade in our history in support of the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel. Am Yisrael High. God bless America.
They're just fucking Nazis, dog. They're just Nazis. Is there insistence on who showed up as a dig at Mamdani? Yeah, of course. They're steaming that Mamdani was not like forced into the humiliation ritual of coming over here and professing allegiance to a Nazi state. Israeli Knesset hosted an event where Christian delegations publicly repented on behalf of their nations for insufficient support of Israel. One German cried, "Lord, please forgive us for all the things that we did that did not support Israel." I'm not watching this. Come with me as I learn about each person of the official Israeli delegation.
Oh shit, that person is cringe.
today's Israel Day Parade in New York City. These are some of the people my fellow Jewish New Yorkers demanded Mamdani stand with today. This is Itza Vasilov. He is coaching IDF entering Gaza, offering, quote, a blessing on the one who seizes babies and dashes them against the rocks. Yep.
Damn. And you know it's true because it's in a tweet and it's got a 1-minute video attached.
Remember that guy? Here's Cabinet Minister Amihai Ben Eliyahu. He called on bombing humanitarian aid in Gaza, called on starving Gazans. He's called on nuking Gaza. I remember that guy as well.
Nuking Gaza? Holy shit.
Here's Ben Smotrich. He said, quote, it may be just and moral to starve 2 million Gaza residents, but, quote, no one in the world would let us.
Damn.
He's a supporter of Greater Israel, annexing the West Bank, and beyond into other nations like Jordan, and believes Palestinians aren't real. In Israel, he organized the anti-LGBTQ parade called Beast March, claiming that farm animals they forced to march had less sin than queer people.
That sounds like something you would say.
Ariel Kilner? Whoever remains in the north, we will truly starve them. One goal, Nakba. A Nakba will overshadow the Nakba of 48. A Nakba in Gaza and a Nakba for anyone who dares to join. He was one of 8 officials who signed a letter demanding the elimination of all food and power sources in Gaza.
Damn!
Amir Ohana, Speaker of the Israeli Knesset, praised Trump's proposal to relocate Gazans and redevelop Gaza, calling it a bold new vision for Gaza and a fresh perspective. If you want a Palestinian state, build it in London or Paris. Sign petition for annexation of the West Bank.
Wow.
Yay. The most evil people alive.
Got it.
They were really salty Mamdani didn't come. Oh, I bet. Yeah, I saw this one. Person who has an elevator that goes directly into the living room of their New York City apartment. Israel must exist as an ethno-state because nowhere's safe for me. I'm a uniquely oppressed person. Yeah. These were the people who did like a cardboard cutout of pro-Israel Mamdani. Because again, Israelis are obsessed with rape. So forcing people to do things against their consent just comes, naturally to them. Again, an elevator that opens into their New York City apartment. Do you have any idea how wealthy these people are? All right. Well, we've had our several more than 2 minutes hate. That was great. Why are their walls eggshell? They're Zionists. They have no culture and they have no love of life. So.
Wait, are we saying that this was only Israeli Americans have elevators? If you're really bougie, some places will have like the elevator opens and it's just to your place.
To their New York City apartment. Do you have any idea how wealthy these people? Cardboard cutout of pro-Israel Mamdani. Because again, Israelis are obsessed with.
How fucking cringe is this? I hate everybody involved in this. Holy shit.
Rape. So forcing people to do things against their consent just comes, naturally to them. Again, an elevator that opens into their New York City apartment. Do you have any idea how wealthy these people are? All right. Well, we've had our several more than 2 minutes hate. That was great. Why are their walls eggshell? They're Zionists. They have no culture and they have no love of life. So of course their walls are barren and their floors are a hideous, plastic orange. No taste.
Sheesh. Sheesh. Now that's what I call a cool story, bro. Oh, Discord's back. Have you talked about the Obsession art director being asked mad about not getting a percentage of the revenue? No, he just sounds like a loser. What do you want me to say? Stop. Wow, got you anything else? Thank you for the tier 5 summer for 5 months. Destiny, be behind. I checked this Eric Goldstein child food bribery thing. Same name, but completely different person. Wait, is that true? Is it a totally different person? Because that'd be pretty funny. Because if you mixed up like a fucking Muhammad al-Muhammad with another Muhammad al-Muhammad, they would definitely call you Islamophobic. Wait, hold on. I just need to look at that one thing. Hold on, I don't believe you.
Rail Pride Festival and just talk about Jews the whole time. I'm sorry, I'm not letting them get away with it. The former head of food services for New York City public schools was sentenced to 2 years in prison on Monday for a bribery scandal that resulted in children being served chicken tenders contaminated with metal and bone. Eric Goldstein.
Eric Goldstein, New York City jail.
This guy. Bribery is back.
Through the budget round, the community very
Questionable humiliation.
Is this the Eric Goldstein guy that they introduced today? Or is
enormous turns. I'm very grateful to the governor, but to introduce the governor, please welcome back Eric Goldstein.
It is my enormous privilege to
Eric Goldstein. Oh, fuck. New York City Jew March speaker. This guy is who... Fuck, now our face blindness is truly tested. It's this guy, right? CEO of the UJA Federation of New York. 2018. Ex-New York City school food boss Eric Goldstein gets to... Sorry. Wait. Now, hold on. If you look at it... Well, hold on. Let's be fair. wait. Hold on. I mean... Now, he doesn't have glasses over here. He could have gone to Israel. The vitamin D and hair transplant rejuvenated his hair growth. And darkened his eyebrows. Or these are tattooed on. Maybe. Possibly. Lost some weight, which is consistent with something. Wait. Well, now, hold on. I need to know what article he was reading from, because I need to know if there was a picture on it. Hold on.
Was community public schools was sentenced to this guy was sentenced to jail some years back. The former head of food services for New York City Public Schools was sentenced to 2 years in prison on Monday for a...
Fuck, I don't know if they used the number. Was sentenced to 2 years.
Bribery scandal. The former head of food services for New York...
You can see the full link in VGG chat. Oh, wait, do you? Hold on. Oh, NBCNewYork.com. Oh, okay. You don't see his picture here, at least. Now, to be fair, Vosh knows a lot about Jewish culture and everything, right? Like, he knows all these intricacies about Yiddish and Hebrew. This was a thing that I had found a lot when I was in Jewland, that, like, because I would always joke, because I'm in, Israel, I feel like I can tell anti-Semitic jokes, and I would always be like, oy vey. And then if you had to be careful, because if you said they're around like IDF guys, and they're IDF men because they always walk around with their fucking rifles everywhere, first they'll ask you something in Arabic, and then if you respond, they kill you. And then otherwise, they'll start questioning you like you're an American, and then they ask you why you say oy vey, and if you ever reference Yiddish, they always punch you in the face, because they're like, that's the language of when we were oppressed, and we only use Hebrew, which is the oppressor language, but you learn that lesson in like one or 2 days. But anyway, so I am impressed that Vosh knows all this Jewish culture. It is a pretty rare Jewish last name, Goldstein. Sounds more like kind of like a piano thing. And then Eric, this is kind of like an American name. So like, it makes sense why he would assume that it couldn't possibly be that, it's two different people. Like, if somebody said Eric Goldstein, I would have to know, obviously, this is the same guy.
The former head of food services for New York City Public Schools was sentenced to 2 years in prison on Monday for a bribery scandal that resulted in children being served chicken tenders.
It's also funny because this article was published September 9th, 2024. So what, did they let him out of prison early just to come and speak here? They're like, sir, you get 2 days out, go give your speech, and then come right back.
Contaminated with metal and bone. Eric Goldstein. This guy. That's great, man. Peace said Goldstein, quote, prioritized lining his pockets with the payoffs from his co-defendants to ensure the defendants' food stayed in the schools even after...
lining his pockets. Oh, I mean, it kind of fits, maybe.
Plastic, bones, and metal were found in the chicken.
We cannot overstate the importance of the governor's leadership in this moment to our community. Everyone, please welcome Governor Kathy Hochul.
I wonder if does somebody in his... Surely somebody in chat corrects him. Maybe. Fuck. Does he have YouTube chat on? How do you check? Can you check? Oh, God, fuck. Show transcript. Fuck. Is there a show chat? Theater mode? No. Full screen, no. You're watching a video. Oh, this was uploaded as a video. It's not just a stream segment. Never mind. Fuck, you're right. Okay. Damn it. Fuck! They love starving kids. Yeah, seems about right. Every day is a test of me versus my German ancestry screaming in my ear. Bruh.
There's contaminated with metal and bone. Eric Goldstein. This guy. That's great, man. Peace said, Goldstein, quote,
They hate children.
prioritized lining his pockets with the payoffs from his co-defendant
Cumtown bit.
to ensure the defendant's food stayed in the school.
He deserves to be jailed for being himself.
Even after plastic...
They mean Zionists, by the way.
Bones and metal were found in the chicken.
We cannot.
It's funny how many rich Jews don't live in Israel.
Overstate
They don't just want to fuck kids
the
sexually.
importance of the governor's leadership in this moment to our community. Everyone, please.
Anytime school lunch comes up, I just remember starving through many days of high school because no choice of free lunch if you forgot or couldn't afford yours. Do you think he's being... Do you think that's an honest recounting of his life?
Please welcome Governor Kathy Hochul.
Good morning, friends.
They weren't Jewish kids, so what? Oy vey.
Today we march in defiance.
Zionists are to anti-Semitism what protein is to bodybuilding.
And also to stand up for the
Literal razor blades and Halloween candy shit.
values that define New York State since its very beginning. We'll always be that.
Oh, you know the fraud in that community is off the charts. Whoa, we got some Somali Jews. Uh-oh.
And also to stand up for the values that define New York
no.
State since its very beginning. We'll always
My kids go to private schools. Pepe face.
be that bastion, that beacon of hope for others, to be able to live the way they want to live and practice their religious belief.
Every single one of them looks disgusting. Spread them cheeks, ho. Holy shit!
Freely from harassment. That is why.
Unless they're...
VOD link with the YouTube chat. Certainly
Here,
YouTube
considering
chat.
that's like obviously...
Can't be this bad.
The reason why. Yeah.
Wait, was this the start of that segment? I feel like the YouTube chat has to be chiller because, like, I think you would get banned on YouTube for this now.
This 1 hour ago, I was proud to stand with our leaders from JCRC, UJA, and other organizations to literally sign the buffer bill, the first ever in the state of New York, that says when you go to worship with your families.
Even Muslims, even Muslims, even Muslims. What are they? What have Muslims gotten fucked in New York City recently, or what am I? What are we? Are we just saying it to say it, or?
You should not have to endure harassment.
I'm assuming this bill was put in because Jewish advocacy groups in New York didn't like the fact that people were protesting synagogues that were illegally auctioning off stolen land in the West Bank. Just gonna pitch again. Yes, here, considering that's like obviously the reason why. Yeah.
Intimidation or hatred from anyone.
They really are the most evil people alive, man. They really, truly, like they are. They are the worst political force on earth. There has never been a political force as dangerous as them. Not at any point in history, with no exceptions. There has never been an apocalyptic, doomsday, religious, ethno...
Are they implying that selling stolen land is an integral part of Jewish worship? Damn.
supremacist cult that had access to a nuclear stockpile capable of ending the world that had this little self-control. There's nothing. There's no other comparison.
We're going to stand up and make sure that you're protected on our streets and in our subways and in our schools, in our communities.
They love Israel, but they don't live there? I cannot fucking wait for them to die. Who's even talking about here? What the fuck?
Because this is who we are, my friends, and don't let anyone else tell you otherwise.
He means boomers.
We
All Zionists are and will burn in hell? Is hell censored on?
stand up for each other. We are allies at one.
Sorry, I looked at YouTube chapter.
Even Nazis tried to keep it under wraps. Uh-oh. Oh no, we got a poor progressive Jew that wandered into Vosh's chat. Vosh, I will say, non-vernacular use of Hebrew continued into modern times, even before the Zionist movement. It's not a 100% Zionist cultural marker, even if the revival was.
For a sec. You know what's a really quick read to me on whether a person's anti-Zionist like I am or is actually an anti-Semite? When they say oy vey. Oy vey is Yiddish. Zionists, by and large, don't support... Well, I'm not going to say they don't speak Yiddish, because there's a lot of Zionists.
Do Jews anywhere still speak Yiddish? I have no idea, actually. How many Jews today speak Yiddish? I wonder if older ones might, maybe. It says roughly, the AI says roughly 500,000 to 1 million people speak Yiddish worldwide today, including non-Jewish people, I guess. 250,000 of them live in New York City. Damn.
Zionists out there, maybe some of them do, but they don't like Yiddish because they consider it the language of the weak Jew, the subservient Jew. They think it's the language of the, the permanently exiled Jew. You make fun, you say oy vey, convention, whatever. That's great, man. They should be saying oy vey. That shit, Yiddish is like a cool language, man. Hebrew is the syncretic language that they rebuilt for the purpose of conducting a genocidal project. So when you say shit like that, what you're telling me is well, you're not thinking of Zionists, you're thinking of Jews.
Another and hating.
Vosh, my Jewish family speaks Yiddish. Name Yakubian ape. Hebrew is a zombie language.
Against one
The Jew of trembling knee, as ADL director Greenblatt called them? Yes, exactly.
is hate against all, and I, as the governor,
Hebrew is basically Jewish Latin.
the greatest
Real identity versus constructed fascist fake identity. Tale as old as time.
state in the nation will not tolerate. Let's march, everybody. Let's march.
Okay. Yiddish is filled with racism. Look up Shiksa.
Thank you, Governor.
Vosh, I think they had Hebrew in the Old Testament. True. Somewhere, at least one or two words, right?
Thank you to all the people who showed up, because that's what this is about. Today's about who showed
Yiddish is a working, living language, while Hebrew is a zombie language.
Am I right
Is that a meme I haven't
Shows
heard before?
subservience to the state of Israel. It's so cool that this guy has a little Hitler mustache, man. They really committed to the bit here.
Okay. Holocaust victims are called soap in Israel.
Today's about making history, breaking records, the largest parade in our history in support
Okay.
of the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel. Am Yisrael High.
Okay, we're done. Stop. Okay, too much. You can't fill your heart with this much hate, which is why we're going to watch CNN next.
I just believe that this is a news show on a news channel. I have an ethical responsibility to say that you are lying.
No, I'm
you
not.
are lying.
I have an ethical responsibility.
I didn't interrupt you.
Hold on a
and you
second.
will not attack me.
You don't call me a liar on national TV, sir. Do not call me a liar on national TV, sir.
I'm going to let
You're a liar.
You are a liar.
Respond in just a minute.
And that I say that
Charles, finish
spell
your-
it,
finish
I
your
can
point.
spell it too. And I have an ethical responsibility if people are going to come over here and poison voters' views of an election system that has no proof that it is rigged in any way, spouting the same lie that the president is spouting. We have an ethical responsibility at this table in a news show on a news channel to call that out. And I'm going to do that.
Caroline,
you can huff and puff.
You've done it.
You can huff and puff and be mad all you want,
right.
and I don't care.
Hal,
you can respond to that.
You keep ignoring what I've said. You're saying...
I'm going to keep ignoring it because you're lying.
Let me let him finish. Let me let him respond.
We didn't know there was mass Medicare fraud until the federal government investigated Minnesota, investigated these other states.
That's
California.
not true.
It's time out.
That is not true.
They won't let me finish.
She was in jail.
Hold on a
already.
second. Hold on. Well, hold on, Hal. Let me just ask you to do. Let me ask you to do two things. First of all, let us try to be tethered in facts.
Okay.
Second of all, let's respond to what he said about your claims on the election. I don't want to hear about Medicare fraud. I don't want to hear about any kind of other fraud other than your claims of voter fraud and what proof you have of that.
Because California will not allow the federal government to review their voter rolls.
A majority of other states
You don't have a right to, you fucking...
in this country, including many Republican-led states, also will not allow the federal government to inspect their voter rolls. Why? Because it is not legal for them to do that. And all the cases in which they have been challenged, Hal, all of them, so
what are they hiding?
All of them so
my
far
God.
have been thrown out by judges because there is no legal basis for the federal government to inspect the state voter rolls. So what else do you have?
My point is that he's saying there's no evidence. They won't allow evidence to be gathered.
The absurdity of your...
Is that Pixie's lawyer? Hello? Is this Joan? Well, of course we don't have any evidence yet. You're not giving us access to every single fucking thing you've ever touched in your life. How are we supposed to have evidence of anything? Oh my God.
He's saying there's no evidence. They won't allow evidence to be gathered.
The absurdity of your
They won't allow
point is
evidence
that
to
you
be
don't
gathered.
have proof. And then
Once
I
again,
gotta say this. He doesn't have proof, and then he says, I don't have proof, and I can prove that I don't have proof because they won't let us investigate.
Let me just,
so you don't have proof, and you just proved that you don't
Yeah.
have
Let me just give you some. Hal, let me just give you some more information on this. The federal government has received, I think it's millions of voter registrations from some Republican-led states that have given them access to it. Do you know what percentage of those votes or those registrations where they found actual, fraud of any kind?
Do you?
Yeah.
What is it?
It is a fraction of a percentage.
Fraction.
And in some cases, when they double-checked, the flags that they thought were fraud were actually not fraud.
So what you're saying is
so my point
there's
is,
all
here's
kinds
what-
of...
Something that's annoying is like you can be flagged for fraud. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have committed fraud, right? I don't know if you guys have ever done this, but have you ever like traveled somewhere and then you buy something that's like kind of large in a different country or whatever? Like sometimes your card will get rejected because it's been flagged for fraud, right? Big purchase, another country, and if you don't give your credit card or your bank or whatever a heads up, sometimes they'll auto close or not close the card, but they'll restrict the use until you give them a thing. It doesn't mean that 100% your card's been stolen, there's fraud, but
fraud all over the place, but not in voting.
Well, here's what my point is.
I like how they laugh. I love how so many of these fucking Asmongold does this. They like laugh like what they're saying is like so obvious, even though they're just so completely fucking wrong.
So my point
there's
is,
all
here's
kinds
what-
of fraud all over the place, but not in voting.
Well, here's what my point is.
Not in voting.
You're claiming that it's never been looked at. That's false. You're claiming that this administration hasn't been able to look at it. That's also false.
Not in California. We're
You
talking
are
about California.
you are claiming that just the fact that the federal government hasn't looked at all the state voter rolls is proof that there is fraud is not true.
But there's data
again,
too.
I'll ask you again, what else do you have?
Okay, I just said earlier.
Greg, why didn't you run as a Democrat?
Because I'm not a Democrat. I'm a socialist.
Now watch this drive.
We're told over and over that we only have two choices: line up behind the far right or fall behind the other party owned by billionaires and warmongers that pretends to be our friend every election year. We're proudly not running as Democrats because the Democratic Party is part of the problem we're running to defeat. We're not begging them to change. That's unrealistic. We're running for our own working class interests.
But Greg, can you really win?
Yes, and it's up to all of us. We know we can do it. History shows it's possible. Every major victory working people have won has begun outside the boundaries of what the political establishment called realistic, from beating slavery to Jim Crow to the 8-hour workday and beyond. So the bigger question is, can working people afford to keep
losing inside of this two-party trap, millions are realizing that the problems of capitalism cannot be solved with more capitalism. They require socialist solutions. We can win. In fact, breaking from the billionaire parties is the only way working people can begin to secure wins that are lasting. We're ready and willing. Let's get it.
Go get him. Good luck. Asman is the Dems are stealing our elections guy now.
Listen, we traveled.
He's right. I wish he would. I wish that he would crash out on these people more. I wish he would target them with the Justice Department more. These people, in my opinion, are insurgent forces. They are not American. They are foreign influenced or at least anti-American, seditious third parties that are trying to sow dissent and chaos into the country. I think you should go after them way more.
Okay, but like, he's not wrong on the analysis, on the understanding there. That is true, but well, wait, it actually depends on who he's talking about. I'm assuming he's talking about. Actually, I don't know why I would assume who he's talking about. He could just be talking about brown people. Hold on, back up.
Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC, and CBS, and CNN.
If he wants to fully ascend and he wants to go for a third term, he has to grow a big beard like Gandalf.
Okay, maybe true, but he'd also have to be less orange.
If he did that, I don't think anything could stop him. I don't. I think that would just pretty much be the end of it.
Decided crooked networks. Right, let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin. I traveled all. I know. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
On and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You want to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest press.
He's right. I wish that he would crash out on these people more. I wish he would target them with the Justice Department more. These people, in my opinion, are insurgent forces. They.
Did I admit who are these people?
Are not American. They are foreign influenced or at least anti-American, seditious third parties that are trying to sow dissent and chaos into the country. I think you should go after them way more.
All the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Stops on it. Oh, shit. And there it is. Elon says the reason ID is banned in California and in New York elections is to enable large-scale fraud. When you combine no ID and mail-in voting, fraud is de facto legalized. That's right. And how the fuck do you not know this? How the fuck is this not obvious? Like, really, like, this is the thing, is that people like this think that you need to have some sort of fucking smoking gun. Nah, bro. Like, whenever everything that you do enables scamming and stealing and bullshit, the odds are that that's what you're doing is...
Like, but I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm just glad that we have the biggest brains on everything, that Elon Musk can solve every single problem in the world. Do you remember when Elon Musk solved COVID? And nobody would listen to him? Is it just the short in the beginning?
So,
what stupid fucking episode was this from? God damn it! Okay, cringe, orange, weird thing. YouTube. Joe Rogan. Search. Elon Musk. Oh, no. Is it that? No way. No. Put these links in your Obsidian under the Elon folder. I can't see. I can't do it. I'm not gonna be able to find it. There's no way it's this one, right? Flashbang. Wait, is it? From 1 year ago? He was talking about this? Wait, there's no way. It must have been like, hold on, it can't possibly be this. I feel like I heard him talk about this a long time ago. Is this, am I crazy? I thought I heard him talk about this in like 2022 or something.
the importance of vaccine mandates, closing schools. There's people that stated an opinion in 2020, and they still are doing mental gymnastics to try to make it seem like that was the right choice.
No, it was just a panic.
Yeah.
And a lot of deaths got ascribed to COVID that had nothing to do with COVID. And in fact, I'd say in the beginning, the cure was worse than the disease. So, because people panicked too much. And so that somebody would get diagnosed with COVID, they put them on intubated ventilator for a week, and this was going to basically cook your lungs. So if you're on Puro 2 under pressure with a tube stuck down your throat and under anesthetic, this is very bad for you.
I just love that we had the greatest minds like this guy to work on all of our problems. The thing that is the most upsetting is that nobody listened to this great mind.
Like, it's one thing if you do that for a couple hours for an operation, but you do that for a week, it's gonna roast your lungs. Like with the air that we're breathing right now is 78% nitrogen, 1% argon, about 21% oxygen, and some miscellaneous. So if you ask most people, what are you breathing? They say oxygen. No, you're breathing nitrogen. Only about a fifth of it is oxygen, and there's about 1% argon. Now I know quite a lot about life support systems because we make spaceships, and you have to keep people alive in a vacuum. So you got to say, okay, what percentage nitrogen, what percentage oxygen you can do, what's the pressure going to be? So like sea level pressure is about 15 pounds per square inch. And the partial pressure of oxygen at being 20% is therefore roughly 3 pounds per square inch of oxygen. So in a spacecraft, you want to, and especially if you're in a space suit, you want to lower the pressure. So you want to keep the oxygen, still give people enough oxygen to function, obviously, but you want to lower the nitrogen content so that you don't have a spacesuit that's at 15 psi, because at 15 psi you just pop out like a balloon.
Has anybody told doctors about this? How bad of an idea it is to shove pure 100% oxygen into people's lungs? Did anybody talk about this? Because I thought that when we breathe, because we breathe in oxygen, right? I thought it was like 100% or 99% oxygen. He's saying it's way lower than that. Has anybody told the medical world this?
It's like hard to move. So you want to try to lower the pressure, down to around, I don't know, 6, 7 psi, maybe even 5 psi. So you'd lower it to, try to keep the oxygen, partial pressure of oxygen roughly the same, so maybe around 3 psi, and then 3 psi of nitrogen, so you got 50-50 mix of nitrogen and oxygen, and then it's getting pretty hot into that week.
Yeah, I tapped out. I made it a while. I just felt like a hot shot. I'm sweating.
I mean, it's going to be sweaty and itchy.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I can't believe people wear them all day.
Yeah.
So...
Anyway, so I know a thing or two about keeping people alive in a vacuum,
Right.
So, we designed the life support system for keeping humans alive in the vacuum of space, which is very difficult. So we know quite a lot about what it takes to keep people alive. So you don't want to feed people, 100% oxygen. This actually, for an extended period of time, this is not good for you.
Well, 80% of the people they put on ventilators died.
Yeah, so...
That's crazy. Why were they putting so many people on ventilators?
In fact, I actually posted about that because... I called doctors in Wuhan and said, what are the biggest mistakes that you made on the first wave?
Elon was like the only guy who was like actually trying to solve this. He called the doctors in Wuhan and spoke fluent Chinese.
Because I called doctors in Wuhan and said, what are the biggest mistakes that you made on the first wave? This was early on. And they said, we put far too many people on intubated ventilators. So then I actually posted on Twitter at the time and said, hey, what I'm hearing from Wuhan is that they made a big mistake in putting people on intubated ventilators for an extended period, and that this is actually what is damaging the lungs, not COVID. It's the treatment. The cure is worse than the disease. And people yelled at me and said, I'm not a doctor. I'm like, yeah, but I do make spaceships with life support systems. What do you do?
These two things have nothing to do with... I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's because he's fucking retarded. He's dramatically overestimating his own competency here, but...
I like that.
I twiddle knobs. I'm like, okay, great.
Yeah.
Rock on.
Well, again, there was this very bizarre narrative that you had to believe everything that the government was telling you. You had to believe everything the CDC was telling you. And that even as time went on and we realized, hey, it looks like this came from a fucking lab. Like, even as time went on, disputing that would get you banned, would get you kicked off of YouTube.
Yeah.
Isn't it even possible that he has a point, though? No. He's retarded. I'm sorry. I like this quote from a long time ago. He talked about electric cars. I don't know anything about cars. So when people said he was a genius, I figured he must be a genius. Then he talked about rockets. I don't know anything about rockets. So when people said he was a genius, I figured he must be a genius. Now he talks about software. I happen to know a lot about software, and Elon Musk is saying the stupidest shit I've ever heard anyone say. So when people say he's a genius, I figure I should stay the hell away from his cars and rockets. Yeah, Elon was the guy who tried to, he said that he shipped like 20,000 ventilators to California. They're just CPAP machines. He's just... 4 of the hospitals on the list told CNN that instead of the sought-after ventilators they received by bi-level positive airway pressure and continuous positive airway pressure machines from the billionaire and his electric car company. We received 6 CPAPs, and we are very grateful for the gift. Honestly, if lefties just like upped their intelligence a little bit, like learned a little bit about anything, and they wanted to fight against like the concept of billionaires and trillionaires, they should honestly just learn everything that Elon Musk talks about and then just say, oh, so capitalism is merit-based? You think this guy should control everything? Well, look at what he said about submarines and divers and literally every fucking thing he talks about outside of like a very narrow purview of when he's not being a total fucking moron. As a software engineer, it was mind-opening how retarded he was when he started talking about software. Twitter engineer arguing with him was peak. True. When he tried to fake his Path of Exile credentials, oh my god. Man, everything sucks right now. Bro, when does the next politics arc, like for reality, start? Are we done with the Iran arc yet? Strait of Hormuz. Where are we at with that? That's not the kind of strait we're talking about, by the way. Apache helicopter shot down by Iran. Trump says crew rescued by sea drone. Both pilots are safe and uninjured. U.S. Central Command forces began launching self-defense strikes against Iran at 5 p.m. Eastern Time today at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. The mission is a proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. Well, back to tit for tat. Oh. Irreparable harm. Westlaw. I used to think this meant something different, but I see this pop up so much now, I'm not actually sure. Is a legal term that refers to harm or injury that cannot be adequately compensated or remedied by any monetary award or damages that may be awarded later. Some examples of irreparable harm include injury to reputation or goodwill. In cases involving defamation or other types of reputational harm, the harm caused may not be able to be fully compensated with a monetary award. Okay, that's fair. Deprivation of constitutional rights, that's obviously fair. Okay. Environmental harm, sure. Sports-related harm. In cases involving sports teams, loss by an athletic team of the services of a star athlete may cause irreparable harm that cannot be fully compensated with money. And professional harm. In cases involving professional licenses, such as suspension of the boxing license of the world heavyweight champion, the harm caused by the suspension may not be able to be fully compensated with a monetary award. Okay. Wow. Real game made from real cardboard, scanned and put back in the game.
The city of Phonopolis was like a perfectly conducted orchestra. Guided by loudspeakers, we listened to the leader's commands, working in unison to build his masterpiece. We all awaited the arrival of the absolute tone, a tone so strong it would make us happy forever. That's what we believed. But then I stopped listening, and for the first time, I could hear my own thoughts.
Now that's what I call a cool story, bro. Do you not care about the screw worm, Jesus Christ, outbreak? No, we should all be vegan. That's the ethical thing to do. Okay, what is Star Wars XCOM? Whoa! Warning! Flashing images, careful.
You wanna fight?
Whoa! Oh my god!
Intelligence was just briefed on reports of a separatist fleet massing in the Serralona system.
Then we need to make our move.
You got someone?
Zero Company.
This guy's not even standing behind cover.
You still got it, old man.
What do you got for me, Bennett? Word Zilius. Coyle's been spotted meeting with local gangsters. Get down there, find out what they're
Weapon
up to.
attachments, outfits,
Please, do it quietly.
classes, level ups.
Criff.
Show me the grids and I'll come. Show me grids. Oh my god, percentages?
My team's got a contract to put in.
My god, we got grenades,
And the
radiuses,
plans.
radii. Whoa!
I've been tracking Fathom for months. She's at the center of it all.
All right, let's get a team together.
Oh my god.
I want in.
What's up with that guy?
I'm not in it for the credits.
There we go!
Yikes.
Who's a good operator? You knew the risks.
The circle must be closed.
That guy's got 3 robot eyes. Oh my god, melee attacks. Jetpacks. How does a lightsaber get stuck in somebody like that? What? Wouldn't it just like fall through? Whoa, there was Darth Maul from my childhood.
We work with all kinds of folks. Ex-separatists, ex-noble, ex-cons, and we're better for it. We're almost there.
We got 30 seconds to show Darth Vader.
We just gotta finish this job.
Please put him on screen. Oh my god, I need to see that. I need to hear the breathing and see the telephone box. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. This is Clone Wars. What does that mean?
Skywalker.
Oh, it's the guy. Was that Anakin? Oh, okay. No more fun. Back to anger.
Honestly, say this is this the first thing?
Like, brains are sketchy. Like eating brains can get you in trouble. Like that's
Can I honestly say this is this the first interview you ever done where eating brains has been brought up?
Probably not.
Oh, not.
Have we talked about eating brains before?
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
We have?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Well, I'm not
because of
special.
prion
I thought I'd be
diseases.
special today, but evidently not.
Not the prion disease.
I think we talked about it in terms of what mad.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
We have?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Well, I'm not
because of
special.
prion
I thought I'd be
diseases.
special today, but evidently not.
I think we talked.
They're using a script for switching the cameras, by the way. That's why it's so hectic like that. That's lazy.
Talked about it in terms of what mad cow disease is. You know, mad cow disease comes from them feeding cows. It's basically the same disease that cannibals get.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah.
I know about mad cow disease. They got another one going on right now in South Texas. Some kind of
from
disease,
Biden.
yeah.
Oh, the screw worm.
Screw worms.
Yeah. Bruce told me about that.
Which can bother
New World
me,
screw worm.
you, horses, dogs, pretty much everything.
Yeah.
is
It's apparently a huge problem.
Yeah.
And they had it in America, I think in the 80s, and they pushed it back. They got rid of it, so
Big
hopefully
fight.
they can get rid of it again. But it's apparently a really dangerous parasite.
It's a parasite. So, I mean, I got in trouble one time for saying people were having, during the COVID thing, they were taking ivermectin. Me may have taken ivermectin. And I didn't know any better. I thought I knew, but I didn't know. But ivermectin, I used to give it to the cattle.
Right.
That's what. And
I don't even know how many layers of fucking retardation we're on right now. I'm actually not even sure. Okay.
Not speaking of brains, this is true. We were in Hawaii. I run into a brain surgeon. And he says, "Are you okay with the COVID thing?" And I said, I had it, got over it. I'm all right now. And he says, boy, I tell you, he said, I take ivermectin, man. I said, brain surgeon. And I said to him, obviously, I said, really? It's a cattle dewormer. Ivermectin kills parasites. So I just left it at that, and I walked away and going, brain surgeon? I never could rationalize that kind of.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. When he says I used to give it to the cattle, I thought he meant he like stopped giving, but he just meant like I used to. I'm guessing because he owned cattle or whatever. I misunderstood it.
I'm going to brain surgery. I never could.
Joe's getting wound the fuck up right now. He's about to go off on this fucking guy. He's about to fucking go off on this guy. Uh-oh. He doesn't realize the minefield that he just stepped in. Uh-oh.
Rationalize that kind of thinking, but,
Well, ivermectin won the Nobel Prize for human beings, for use in human beings.
No, I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
it's good for yellow fever, dengue fever. It's an anti-parasitic that also has antiviral properties.
Yeah,
so
I didn't know that. Obviously.
Definitely helps with parasites. And for whatever reason, I think medication for parasites in humans is like God tier. I don't know why or something about our bodies. I'm sure there's some way or whatever, but it's like you just take some pills and like you can fucking BTFO parasites pretty easily. I don't know about the antiviral stuff. I don't know how true that is. I don't think that's, if it's with regards to COVID, I know it's not true, but I don't know for anything else.
Actually, I wasn't as well informed as you are.
Yeah, well, I got in trouble for it.
Oh, well, so did I.
Well, I got in trouble like publicly, like on CNN. The White House talked about it during. I got you don't know the story, so and for the people that know the story, I'm sorry I have to repeat it. But during the pandemic, I got COVID, and me and Dave Chappelle were doing a show in Nashville, and I had to cancel it because I had COVID. And so I made a video saying that I feel better, but we have to cancel the shows. I had COVID. I was sick for a couple of days, but now I'm fine. And I explained all the stuff that I took. I took a bunch of stuff, monoclonal antibodies, and one of the things that I took was ivermectin.
Yeah.
So it became this huge thing on CNN because they wanted everybody to get vaccinated. So they had all these different people saying that I was taking horse dewormer. Well, it's human medication prescribed to me by my doctor. who also took ivermectin, also got COVID, also
got better.
And he
Wow.
didn't take all the stuff that I took.
Yeah.
I took a bunch of stuff, but they changed the color of my skin. They made my skin look green on CNN. Like, no bullshit.
Oh,
no bullshit.
They
Like, this is-
AI'd you.
They literally put a filter on my face to make me look green.
They would put a cow's head over me.
Yeah.
I honestly did not know that.
You know, I'm not even mad. If Joe Rogan was doing misinformation with guys like this the whole time, at least that's fine because people would know about where to put it rather than like the fake doctor fucking losers who seem more credible. I'd be fine with it. This is where he belongs.
That a human
Takes ivermectin.
But I will say
it was
this.
actually invented for humans.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that, and I'm thankful that I didn't argue with anybody. And he wasn't the only one that told me that.
Well, the problem was that was a narrative that was all over the news.
Yeah.
Is that it was horse dewormer, and if you're a person who works with animals, with horses,
Cattle.
or cows,
I only knew it was cattle.
It is a dewormer, but that's like saying penicillin is a veterinary medicine. No, well, they use penicillin on animals. They also use penicillin on
Is
humans.
this recent?
It's like it's medicine. We're mammals.
so.
We have similar
Yesterday or a
medicines.
couple days ago?
That's what ivermectin is. It stops viral replication, and that's the benefit.
That's just not. I don't think that's been demonstrated in the.
was
lot
it
of people.
proven to stop? Was it proven?
There's a ton.
Kay from YouTube, thank you for the extra $100. Maya Laheim, oy vey.
Hey, oy vey.
Studies. There's a lot of people that have written books. I'm not the guy to talk about it,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of evidence that the reason why they were not telling people to take ivermectin is because they wanted everybody to get vaccinated.
Here,
and
need
I got
this?
one over here.
Okay.
Thank you. But the reason why they wanted to get everyone to get vaccinated is not because it was effective. It's because they wanted to make a lot of money, and that.
Why wouldn't they just make a lot of money selling bonus ivermectin? Like, why not just make like, if they already, it just like none of this ever makes sense. Today's conspiracy sucks so much. Like, why wouldn't they just make like souped up ivermectin then and just sell that for $30, the special COVID ivermectin pack?
That's what they did.
Well, when you're talking about drugs, you're talking about a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Yeah, a lot of money.
So that's why it's ironic that you brought that up, because I got caught in the crossfires of the ivermectin bullshit.
Yeah.
And
True. Just not the way he means it.
You knew more about it than I did because
Well, I had to find
being
out
a
about
farmer,
it
that's
because
all
of-
I'd used it for. That's
Yeah,
all
I mean,
used
it's
it for.
very effective as a dewormer.
Yeah.
But it also stops viral replication. And
But
you
I
know,
wasn't
there's-
going to take it. I don't care if they'd have said this is guaranteed. I wasn't going to take that.
You wouldn't take it even if it was prescribed to you by your doctor?
Well, that'd be a different story.
Right. Well,
If my
mine
doctor
was
said,
prescribed to me
but
by
I'm
my
married
doctor.
to a
Joe found a doctor to prescribe it. Tim Pool talked about this well, I don't know, intentionally, unintentionally, but he talked about how he went to a doctor. The guy wasn't doing anything for his COVID, and then he went to find a doctor to prescribe him ivermectin. It's called doctor shopping. Lots of old people do it, lots of addicts do it, and lots of retards do it. Like Joe Rogan.
doctor, and my doctor said we're not taking him.
Really?
But
Who said really? Was that you or was that on this? Who said really? Wait, who was that?
It was Rogan, you fucking old man.
Well,
my
mine
doctor
was
said,
prescribed to me
but
by
I'm
my
married
doctor.
to a doctor, and my doctor said we're not taking him.
Really?
But
Wait, why does he sound like Mootin there? Am I crazy? Tell me that didn't sound like Mootin saying, really? Wait, I'm muting Discord. I don't trust you. Hold on.
said we're not taking him.
Really?
But
I think Mootin recorded this video.
Shut up.
It sounds like
Brains are sketchy.
it kind of sounds like
The two Mutant theory?
Two Mootin theory. Did you figure out all your lights?
Yes, I did. I'm currently trying to put in a new camera.
Ooh, the new camera. Wow. That's
But I did figure out the lights. They look good. Got the gate lighting.
nice, cute. Oh, now that Mootin's here, I can leave for 2 hours. Just kidding. Hold on one sec.
Hey, am I right, Chad? Thank God he's Hold on, I'm fucking busy, man. I just told you guys. You guys don't fucking. No one listens. No one ever fucking listens to old moots. Damn it. These damn chibi destiers. I fucking hate them. Ban them. I say we kill them. Let's do one worse. Or one better, depending on how you feel. Pepe just won. Pepe literally just won. Is what I would say if I was retarded. But I'm not. Ye never lose. Hold on, I'm trying to plug in this new camera. Some skill. Like a fiend hat. Skill. Hey from YouTube, hey! Hey man! You ever thought about checking the morning show out? It's on the same website. How you doing? That's just good business. Hold on. Still doing things. Did he really just get up and leave? That's fucking great. I will tomorrow. Oh shit! Oh shit! K from YouTube's gonna come? Nah. No signal my ass. What do you mean no signal? I see the fucking signal, man. I see it. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta get my thingy. He's still gone? Nah. Now. Good business. It's actually just good business. All right. Let's reset OBS real quick. Okay, I unplugged my stuff. Wait, can you guys still hear me? How did it? Okay, there we go. They both left. No, I'm here. Okay. Why is it not? You know what? We'll reset the PC. That's what we'll do. God damn it. How are you all doing in the chat? Have you seen anything cool today? Has Steve streamed anything cool today? What's his day been? Has it been business? Bad and sad. Destiny, Doobie debate. It was good until now. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. No, that guy doesn't like me. I'll just shut up. No, I'll just shut up. Hold on, don't give me any merch ideas or anything right now. Save it for later, because I'm trying to fix my camera type shit. Come on, why? Why wouldn't the camera being picked up by the capture card? Capture card isn't picking up A7V. It's usually a combination of camera output settings, HDMI resolution. All right. Turn on your camera and enter menu to verify these settings.
Oh my god, are we doing camera settings?
Yeah. Yeah.
Barry Weiss to be head of CNN. I hope so. Wait, we're using the new camera and everything today?
No, I just plugged it in. Like
or I mean the lights. Oh, you were using the lights yesterday, right?
Oh yeah, the lights. Yeah, the lights. I got it perfect today with the softbox, I think.
Oh.
Operate your camera.
Chubby Moo video.
PC is a 43-year-old.
Don't care. Tell me whether he votes Republican or Democrat. Man, that guy was pretty wacky yesterday.
Oh, the PvP guy?
What, is he the independent? Did he end up crashing out?
He was nice. He's just honestly retarded. Like, I don't know. I kept saying that earlier. I don't I didn't mind anybody there because everybody was honest. They were just honestly retarded.
Oh, well. What do you want me to say? They're retards.
What do you want me to say? Yeah, they're retards. Be sure to use slog 3 and
Why?
appropriate.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Thought so.
Obama.
Okay. No!
What?
Nothing. I just don't want to see my reels. That's what we need.
Should I do 1080p or 4K for the camera? Does it matter?
4K. Well, what do you stream in? What quality?
I think 1080p.
Then do 1080p, you know?
It wouldn't matter, yeah.
You can do higher frame rate.
And I still believe.
Oh ho ho ho!
Oh ho ho!
What? Cringe. Is this a Star Wars thing? More bird memes? Bro, how many people can make derivative bird memes?
Her words seem so sincere. When I held her near, she would tell me how she feels. It felt so real to me. This girl, she had to be an angel sent.
What? Listen, I want to see you two do things for this bag of money.
Okay, man.
Yeah, nice.
What?
Listen, I want to.
Wait. Question.
Yeah.
You can pay people to watch their porn, right? Like with OnlyFans, right?
Sure.
You can make requests for people on OnlyFans, right?
Yeah.
If you pay somebody on OnlyFans for a request, where does it cross the line into prostitution? Like, if I were to pay, like, let's say somebody had a special request thing and you could pay for them to, like, masturbate for you in the same room as you. Does that count as prostitution?
Probably, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Huh. Huh. Well, we didn't solve that one fast.
Iran is
Oh God, just seeing this guy triggers the fuck out of me.
just an unmitigated disaster, and it's going to kill his presidency. There is strong consensus that that was the biggest mistake he could possibly have made. He cannot get out of it reasonably, and he lost Tucker, Megyn Kelly, Steve Bannon, everybody in his group because of it. Yeah.
Hey, everybody, a few notes before the pod today. I taped yesterday afternoon with Jason Calacanis because I'm about to hit a plane to my father's
my fucking
retirement.
camera's not working, man.
Well, is the HDMI out turned on?
Give me a minute. Let me sigh.
Oh, once this doesn't work, I'll know exactly what the problem is, by the way. I'm about to solve it for him. He's going to be so mad and happy at the same time. Go ahead.
A party which we're excited about for the newbies. Jason is a little bit of a departure from our usual material here on the Bulwark podcast. He has a podcast of his own called the All In Podcast, and his colleagues, two of them were very active Donald Trump supporters. One of them, David Balsax, ended up going into the administration, and then another one is kind of was Trump curious. Jason was the most middle of the road of the crew, and we did our first interview, a couple years ago now, before the 2024 election, and have done a check-in every 6, 9, 12 months. So we did one of those check-ins today. We talked a bunch about the stuff that he really knows about, which is Silicon Valley and VC world, and then talked about what the vibe shift is looking like on Trump. It's not shifting as much as we would like. A little spoiler alert. So that's what's on this podcast. We also have the Next Level podcast. It's already out. It's out earlier than usual. So if you're looking for just a politics fix, you can just pop on over to the Next Level feed, me, Sarah, and JVL, as we do every Tuesday. So go give that a listen. Download it if you're not subscribed to the Next Level feed. And I guess one more thing before we get to this show. Jason's a big Knicks fan, so we discussed the potential of a Trump curse. And he was worried about a Trump curse. It turned out that he was right. Trump showed up to the game, made it a massive hassle for everybody in Midtown New York, salted the vibes, fell asleep. Trump actually fell asleep for a little while. He rested his eyes, lengthy rest, about a 22-second eye rest during the third quarter, and then he left early. So as a result, the next 13-game winning streak is over. Don't know who else to point to on that except for Donald Trump. Would really be something if the whole series, the whole vibe of New York, the whole trajectory of society shifts because Donald Trump decided he was a 12-year-old and wanted to do, what does J-Mark?
In-person requests would count as physical, and physical would make the sexual request prostitution. I don't know why, but physical is the big difference. Well, but so like, if let's say you were to pay somebody to have cam sex with you or whatever, that wouldn't count as prostitution? Really? Really?
Calling it the Make-A-Wish presidency, the big presidency. You guys remember the movie Big? The big presidency, where he gets to be a little boy that does fun stuff with all the grown-ups. So that's what happened last night. I'm enjoying it. I know I've got some buddies who are listeners who are Knicks fans. I'm sorry that Trump hexed you, but hard not to enjoy it. So anyway, stick around for me and J Cal. It gets a little hot in the second half. So hopefully I'll give you something to get your dander up. And if not, go check us out on the Next Level. And we'll be back tomorrow with our regularly scheduled programming. Appreciate you. Hello and welcome to the Bulwark Podcast. I'm your host, Tim Miller. Happy to welcome back to the show a journalist and entrepreneur turned angel investor. He's the co-host of the All In Podcast. He's the best of the four, not really a competitive category. He just hosted the Liquidity Summit, a private investor summit for LPs, fund managers, and elite entrepreneurs. That's fancy. It's Jason Calacanis. What's up, man?
How you doing, brother? Big fan of the show. Nice to be here for my second appearance. After 5, you get the blazer. I understand.
Is it a third? I think it's third.
I don't know. I think you should make it 5.
It is third. No, it's your third appearance.
Is it my third? Okay,
yes.
sure.
I'm
a big fan.
I went back and checked the archive. Your last appearance was at the 6-month mark of Trump's term, and we did a little check-in. Now we're like a year and 6 months almost. It hasn't been quite a year, so we'll do a little update. We'll get to that. But first, just for some people know, we're taping this Monday afternoon, and so this will...
Where is the full-size HDMI port?
In your ball sack. I feel like every time I hear these fucking morons, not Tim, but like this guy, all the like Silicon Valley Trump people, like if this was like it's like the most predictable ballistic trajectory ever of a presidency. And it's like in 2024, 2025, like early, like people are like, "Oi!" I fucked these years up actually, but let's just say this is people are like, "What? Oh, I can't believe that this has happened. It's not looking good for Trump." And then it's like, "Wow, I can't believe we got here. It's not looking good for Trump." It's like, "Wow, I can't believe he did this. It's not looking good for Trump." It's like, "Wow, I can't believe." It's like, what? Like every single thing he's doing are things that he's spoken about, that he's like following through on, that he's always had a history of being a fucking lunatic. Like, what the fuck? Like, I feel like every time we move along the most predictable trajectory imaginable, it's like, oh, I can't believe it. 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 It's like, hello? Were you not here for the launch? Hello?
This is a Tuesday show, so we don't know if the Knicks have won Game 3 tonight. I'm surprised to see you at your home studio because I've seen you not quite courtside, like, you know, row 2, row 3, semi-courtside.
I had courtside for the wrap-up game in Atlanta, the Massacre, and I flew there with my brother. I went to Philly with Ben Stiller, my friend, fellow. We were courtside for the Philly game. They tried to block us. I was at 2 of the MSG games, but like you said, third row, because even with my incredible micro celebrity, and you understand micro podcast celebrity, you
leverage it a little better than me. Your shamelessness, I have to give you. And you're out there on X just being like, give me a, you know, who has courtside for me? I don't have the.
Well, I mean, I pay for them to be honest, but
even still.
But
I also, I don't know anything about any of these fucking sports. I think if I feel like I only hear about this happening in basketball, but maybe it happens in other sports. I'm just not as aware of it. I feel like if I truly loved a sport, and it was a sport that I enjoyed watching, and I knew a lot about the teams and the players and everything else, I feel like I would be triggered because it feels like the NBA is like kind of the most like bougie show off your wealth sport, like the whole concept of like a courtside seat. And sometimes I wonder, like, if you're a super fan of any of these teams, and then you look down and courtside, it's always like a bunch of like celeb, rich, fucking whatever losers that probably don't know anything or care that much. I mean, I'm sure they have some like, oh, I like this team or whatever, but I don't know. I feel like for the NBA, it seems the worst. I feel like for baseball, I remember my grandpa got us tickets one time. I went to 2 baseball games in my life, and I hated both of them. But one time he got us like skybox tickets that were expensive or some bullshit. I was like, I don't know, this seems like the lamest way to watch baseball. But because you're like in like a hermetically sealed bubble, like way away from the field, and there's TVs inside. It's like, what the fuck is the point of this? I don't hear as much about like front row. I'm sure there are better baseball seats, but yeah, I don't know. That I just feel like for NBA stuff, it's the most I've ever heard people jerk off about, like, oh, courtside, I'm so right here, rah, rah, rah.
I do use the power. I mean, what's the point of having a million followers on Twitter if you can't just use it for customer support?
I agree with that.
That's fair. Like if something's not right. And then Cleveland, they blocked us from getting courtside, so I had third row, and I went to the
same with boxing and MMA. I can't speak at all to MMA. Boxing is a totally different thing because in boxing, it's like, imagine you had like the NBA, but imagine all of the biggest events and the most money went towards like high school players that people liked because they were on like Disney Channel shows, and people actually thought that they were the best boxers in the world because they had the biggest events, and that's what everybody tuned into.
And then Cleveland, they blocked us from getting courtside, so I had third row. And I went to the Spurs, both games. I am going to predict tonight the Knicks are going to win, and I think they're going to demolish them by 15 points.
Well, no, tomorrow, why are you not going? You're scared of Donald Trump. You don't want to deal with the hassle. You're worried he's hexing your squad. What is it?
There's some bad juju here with Trump going. It's bad juju. He should not have done this. You should not make the fans show up 3 hours early. And he got rid of the watch party, which has become this huge tradition. So listen, he's the president. He can do what he wants. But I would have preferred he didn't do it. I was going to come in for it, but I've decided I'll just come in for game 4. And
if this would have been fucking Kamala, or if it would have been fucking Biden, like, listen how he talks about Trump. I really would have preferred if he wouldn't have done it. I really would have preferred that, but I'll just go to the next game. Like, oh my God. How are you not like humiliated? How is it not like the most humiliating thing as a man to simp that hard? No? That's crazy. It is just crazy embarrassing. I don't know, man. That's wild to me.
But dick move. Yeah, I mean, and he's even a fan. Like, do you think he can name anyone from the 1999 team? I mean, I guess Ewing.
He used to go to games, but I don't know if he went to the games primarily because he was friends with JD, or if he went because it was a celebrity thing to do. But he has not been going since, so I don't put him in the Timothée Chalamet, Spike Lee. He's not part of our group. And I put myself into that group just based on fandom, not celebrity.
All right. Well, based on your strong prediction on the Knicks, I'm going to fade you based on some of the predictions you've made that we're going to get into from the Trump term.
Okay, here we go. Yeah,
I'm fading
sure.
you. So I'm betting on the
What's your team, by the way? Were you a Pelicans fan or something?
I'm Nuggets.
Oh, Denver Nuggets, yeah.
Yeah, rough playoffs for us. But I'll bet on the Spurs tonight, modest wager on DraftKings, and we'll see. The listeners will know who's right. Before we get to Trump, because who knows how that'll go. I want to kind of get into your main area of expertise first. I want to talk kind of what's happened in Silicon Valley world, AI. I feel like, I don't know if you'll take this as a compliment or an insult, but I feel like you're a fair arbiter of conventional wisdom on like where the Valley investor class is on things, like how things are going. And so rather than putting on your Jason hat, I just want to start there. Like where is the Valley right now on, on both kind of where the economy broadly and also the AI stuff in particular?
Yeah, so let's start with AI. AI is like every previous technology wave put together and then times 10 in terms of the impact, the opportunity, and just the capabilities of what's happening. The last time I was on the show, or maybe it was 2 times ago, we had a clip go viral where I said, listen, Amazon is going to be lights out in their factories. It's all going to be robotics. And they have Zooks, so they're going to be delivering packages. And the idea that a human would touch a package between like you clicking order on Amazon and it showing up your doorstep will be insane or farcical in but 3, 4, 5 years. That went crazy. Shortly after that, Andy Jassy wrote a memo saying, hey, we're going to be going all in on AI. We're going to have a different staffing level. He laid off a bunch of people. And then the secret memo got leaked that they weren't going to hire 600,000 jobs. And the PR team is like, how do we deal with the fact that we're not going to be hiring humans anymore? Maybe we should give money to Toys for Tots. I don't know if you saw this.
Not Cars for Kids, notably, given some of their baggage.
There could be, yeah. So essentially, and then
wait, what's Cars for Kids? Was that a joke? Or is there did something happen that I missed? What does that mean?
You watched, there was the Figure robotic company also doing humanoid robots, had like a telethon where they had one of their robots sort packages.
Jewish?
Okay.
And so this timeline is increasing. So
it was a radio ad. It's an
huge
Israeli
opportunity.
thing.
And the tokens, which equal intelligence, are so compelling for people to use that people are spending too much money on them. They're like going crazy using them. And you've had to rein in employees. For every story you hear that this technology...
Jews, but this time, unironically, they did something. Okay.
is going to change everything. You'll have people who don't know how to apply it. But we use 2 terms in the industry, AGI and then superintelligence. To keep it super simple, AGI means the artificial intelligence is as smart as the smartest human being. Superintelligence means it's smarter than all collective human intelligence for all time, and it will solve problems we can't even think about, like we can't even conceive of. The race is really for superintelligence. AGI is like a little waypoint along the way, and that waypoint prints money. It prints money. And we have this grand debate on All In all the time. We have it publicly about job displacement.
Am I retarded or... I thought the point behind AGI was that it was less like training data, training sets, training towards problem. It's like a general intelligence that was akin to a human mind that can learn a lot of different types of things and skills and update itself accordingly. And it's like a general, artificial general intelligence. I don't know if there's like a strict super intelligence thing, but okay. All right, okay. AGI is adjusted gross income on your taxes. True!
Job destruction, universal basic income. And people in our industry have delusions of grandeur because we've done big things, right? So you do have this God complex amongst the Anthropic people or, Sam Altman, Elon, the whole group really has done some things that have changed the world dramatically. And then some of them are drama queens.
And both. And some are both.
Some are both, yes.
some fit both. Okay. So I was listening to one of your debates maybe 2 weeks ago on the show where you were more concerned about job displacement than some of your co-panelists. I guess I was talking a little bit with Derek Thompson last week.
Smart guy.
Yeah, really smart. And and what he was basically saying is like, I don't know. He's like, I know that's not what I'm supposed to do because I'm supposed to do an explainer podcast. And he's like, I hear compelling arguments for the fact that AI is going to actually create so many efficiencies and so many potential opportunities that there'll be job growth. And he's like, I see the apocalyptic version as well. Where there's huge displacement. Obviously, there'll be displacement in certain types of industries no matter what. But the question is, how is it on balance? I find it interesting that there was a lot of, I feel like, conversation about this over the last year. There continues to be, but feeling like it was imminent. And I don't know. I sense a little bit of a vibe shift where maybe this stuff isn't happening as imminently as people thought. What do you make of that?
Yeah. So multiple things can be occurring, like a storm, right? You can have multiple components of this weather pattern, and some people it's going to flood their neighborhood, and other people it's going to extend. The weather in San Francisco might be more like Los Angeles eventually, right? And LA might turn into a hellscape and be far too hot. So the weather system is very complex, and so Derek's right, hard to predict. So what do we know? What are CEOs of companies and what's their behavior? It's always helpful to just look from first principles, like a game on the field. You had Jack at Square, Block, just cut the team in half. Now, in technology, we always bloated these companies. Why? There were 2 reasons. One of them strategic, one of them sinister. The strategic reason was, let's hire people because we're continuing to grow for a year or 2 from now. If we hire ahead, then we'll be able to move faster. Okay, that's strategic. Every company's been doing it for 30 years. The sinister one is what Google did early in the days, and I literally had this conversation with the principals there, Sergey and Larry, many times. They would hire people based
What was Google a school? What, the principal? What?
on intelligence, pedigree, Stanford, Harvard, MIT, and they would hoard them. They would hoard talent, but it was not just so they could use it. It was so those people didn't create a competitive company to Google.
Yeah.
So it was a blocker strategy in addition to, hey, we have this natural resource. Pretty sinister. Now with AI,
is it sinister to hire what you consider to be the best talent in the field so that they wouldn't work for somebody else? I mean, okay, I don't know.
You can get rid of middle management. What is the job of middle management? It's to set up meetings, keep people on track, provide TPS reports, project updates. All that stuff is being done perfectly and better and more consistently by AI. Damn. The number of note takers that pop off when you start a meeting on Zoom now, like Notion has one, Zoom has one, Granola. It's like, how many versions of this meeting do we have to, have records of? So that whole job slice is going to be gone. Then you take self-driving, that's going to be gone. Truck driving, that's going to be gone. Factory workers, that's going to be gone. Simple food production, making bowls, slop bowls at whatever bowl place you like to order from, that's going to be all robotic. The writing is on the wall.
So Starbucks has come back. Starbucks is kind of a countervailing story to that narrative because they got rid of.
There is going to be what makes us uniquely human. We might drive more human experiences. So that would be the addition.
Sure.
So, hey, this thing is so profitable. Maybe we should add some services or add some people. There's nothing more compelling to a chief operating officer or VP of ops than the ability to replace humans with technology. They love it. They love it. How do I know this? Because for the past 10 years, I've invested in and been pitched on companies explicitly, Tim, our company gives you the ability to get rid of all cashiers at your quick serve restaurant. Our technology allows you to get rid of the person making french fries at your restaurant over and over again. That's been the pitch in Silicon Valley for decades, and it has increased massively. So when technology people say it's not happening.
What? Yeah, the angle is too wide, obviously. What?
Okay. What size do you recommend?
10 inches, like my dick.
This is 20 millimeter. It's a full.
Damn! Full that's 20? What's your other lens?
Let me. The other one that I have in front of me is gonna be 18 to 105, but it only is 5 point something,
Aperture?
F. Yeah, aperture.
Based. Hook that one up.
All right.
It'll zoom more.
Or they say all jobs are going away. They're talking about two different things.
Should I turn
One
the
is trying to
camera
protect
off before I change lenses?
Yes. Because I believe most cameras today, they power the lenses and they can do zip, zoop, zop things in them. So I think you want it turned off before you detach, I believe.
Yes,
Donald Trump from supporting AI relentlessly and that job displacement happening, which liberals and...
This guy is annoyingly confident in things he says. Well, he just takes a long time to say, like, business 101 stuff. When he says, companies love to replace humans with technology. Labor is a cost of doing business. If you can have a lower cost of doing business, you will always take it. Generally speaking, when technology gets to a certain point, you can start to replace some low-paid labor with technology. Technology is much, much, much cheaper to maintain. You might need higher-level employees to maintain it, but overall, your costs massively decrease. Everybody does this, yeah.
America First people are not buying for good reason. And on the other side, it's unrealistic to think that an AI first employee can't get a job. If you're an AI first employee and you know how to deploy these tools, you will get many jobs. So long term, I think we'll be okay. Short term, you could see a lot of blue collar jobs, a lot of middle management jobs get retired. And that's going to cause chaos.
Estate planning, not that fun to think about and easy to put off. You have to deal with lawyers and think about what would happen in the case of the worst. But it's one of those tasks that's hard to start, but gives you a peace of mind when you get it done. And our friends at Trust & Will make it easy. Trust & Will offers affordable, attorney-designed estate plans that you can create in as little as 30 minutes. And that 30 minutes is pretty key. I'm not a paperwork man. I don't like doing paperwork. I'm also a procrastinator. Not really about podcast.
And he could die soon in this country.
Stuff, but about the rest of life stuff. I just realized, as a matter of fact, that it only booked me my husband's ticket for this flight.
Blue collar jobs are being retired. What fucking AI robot is going to clean the gutters or take my so have you not seen the 8-hour shift worker robot? Shift work robot conveyor sorting YouTube.
Stop everything because
look at him go.
No coffee breaks, no complaining, and no mysterious backplaying after lunch. I'm RoboPhil, and today we're looking at why this could be a serious moment for AI robotics warehouse automation.
Okay, that's bullshit. That's not real. Wait, go back to the how do I find the stream? Oh my god. No, don't make... No! It's called Figure. Figure. AI, robot, sorting, warehouse, I watched him sort things. I watched him, and he was working it. And now I'm not gonna be able to see it ever again. God damn it! Wait, somebody linked.
What you're bitching?
You.
No.
You found it! This guy, he's wait, hold on. Hold on. These were weirdly shaped packages. Oh, he figured it out! He used AI to figure it out. Let's go. Come on. Pick it up! Also, this is 168 hours. Are those more robots in the background? Holy shit, that's some Westworld shit. Look at him go! He's working the whole shift. Come on, he's got it. Wait, why is his name tag changed? Wait, Bob? Frank? Wait, was it a different robot? When did they swap him out? Oh my god. They have shift changes? Goodbye, Bob. Oh my god, does Frank get like a little update when he comes in? Hold on. Oh, ho, ho. Here he goes. Load the tokens. Whew. Got him. Let's go.
Flight that I'm about to get on in 1 hour. Realized that yesterday. Did manage to squeeze my child in there. So don't do this. That's not how you should plan your estate planning. And when we pull up Trust and Will, they make it as easy as possible. Simple for even a guy like me. 30 minutes in and out, check some boxes. They make it as painless as possible. Trust and Will. Affordable estate plans. Priceless peace of mind. Go to trustandwill.com/bulwark and get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/bulwark to get your 20% off. Trustandwill.com/bulwark. Okay, the last thing, the other thing that people worry about is the new jobs, like new out of college. I know that you have a big internship program. I was just talking to some interns here about this question. It's funny. I saw this Bill Maher clip. I kind of hate to hand it to Bill Maher because he's had some misses lately, particularly in the war. But he had this funny bit about what's happening in colleges right now, which is that like college papers have just become a circle jerk. It's like a computer circle jerk. It's a circle jerk of nonsense where they're like the AI is writing the paper and then AI is grading the paper. So it's like two computers talking to each other. No one's actually learning anything. No one's getting real feedback. It's a very dystopian concept. He made the joke. I asked a couple recent college grads about it, and they were like, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And
this is why they're booing at commencement speeches when you evoke AI. This is the first generation that hacked their way through school and felt like they didn't learn anything because they were just using AI tools. And they felt their teachers were using the same AI tools to teach their lesson plans. And so they're like, yeah, my whole college experience was AI slop. They got a reason to boo. And if you're running a company right now, the concept of training somebody for 2 years to be productive or a year to be productive eventually, when you could train an AI to do that, Toby from Shopify, who's a good friend, said anytime anybody wants to do a hire and they put in a request, they have to prove that they haven't tried to do that job with AI first. Very logical.
Oh my God, it's like H-1Bs except for robots.
Approach for a company, but devastating for those first 2 or 3 rungs of the ladder. That's why this feels a lot different than minimum wage debates, which we can get into. This feels a lot different than immigration and people working illegally, because elite people who racked up 150, 250K in debt now can't get the first rung of the ladder.
Uh-oh.
That's going to cause a whole different 150, 250K in debt.
That's about the average college debt too. I think it's about 250K. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Now can't get the first rung of the ladder. That's going to cause a whole different level of hand-wringing here.
Yeah, their parents are going to be mad. Talk about do you know who votes? The 55-year-old parent of a 22-year-old who just spent $150,000 on college and their kid can't get a job. That is a person that fucking votes and donates and who
they're vocal.
And who's vocal. So anyway, that'll be interesting to see that all that play out. I guess one more thing on this on the politics. Speaking of the vocal pushback, the other area is the data centers. Where do you fall down on this on the great data center debate?
Just so people understand my politics, my contemporaries on the podcast.
Just so you guys know. So I'm actually liberal. I voted for Clinton. Actually, I'm a classical liberal. I'm a liberal. I never vote for Trump ever. I'm independent, centrist. Just kidding. I don't know what I was gonna say. My bad.
Like to paint me as a libtard, and it's kind of like a straw man thing.
Last time you were Trump.
I never said who I voted for because I'm trying to remain independent.
You strongly alluded to the fact that you were interested. You're Trump curious, so you're the lib on the pod, and you're Trump curious.
I'm a moderate, and I've always been an independent moderate. I voted 60% Democrat and 40% Republican in my career. I just vote for the best person.
Okay, there you go.
If you were to tell me I could vote for who was the private equity Republican that everybody hated?
Romney.
For so long. Romney. I'd vote for
Romney. over Trump. The crazy Mormon, yeah.
For Romney in a heartbeat right now to have like a centrist. I might even vote for Pence to have a right-wing conservative, but who's normal. I'm voting for normal. That's what I would like to have.
Epic. They always say that. I just want what's normal, guy. I just want what's normal. I just need to go back to normal. Oh, okay, so between Kamala and Trump. Well, I didn't even finish it. I'm just saying, if you had to choose, not who you would have voted for, but like right now, who do you... Trump! The most abnormal president in like all of U.S. history? Hello? What?
So just so people understand my politics coming into this, I'm an independent and I pick people generally that way. But your question is...
Just on the data center, I'm just curious, there's been a lot of, obviously the big...
I pre-watched this 46 minutes ago. That's why I knew he was going to say that, by the way, just letting you know.
Tech people make very passionate arguments about all these data centers are needed. They're needed to fund all that compute that you were talking about earlier. There's high demand for these tokens. They are creating jobs in the communities. Like the pushback, within the communities themselves, there's just been a lot of pushback about, environmental concerns, displacement, electrical costs, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. So it's a great debate filled with a lot of FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt by one side. And then, it is essential for our industry to get these things up and running and to get them up quick, because it turns out when you put a lot of this hardware on a problem, it can in fact solve it. So sometimes the brute force of it does work and the demand is off the charts for access to more tokens and to lower the price of tokens. As you know, everybody talks about Jevons paradox, which basically means if you make something cheaper, people use it more. If you want an example of that, like...
I'm sorry. I'm sure it's a real thing. Why is that a paradox? Is that really a paradox? When you make something cheaper, people use it more. What's the paradox? What's paradoxical about that?
And the demand is off the charts for access to more tokens and to lower the price of tokens. As you know, everybody talks about Jevons paradox, which basically means if you make something cheaper, people use it more. If you want an example of that, like you expand the...
Oh, actually... Maybe the paradox is that like when a thing is made cheaper, people still spend the same amount of money on it or something like that. That's probably what it talks about, broadly speaking. So like the ability to generate graphics is cheaper now than it ever has been in all of human history. But we don't use graphics cards to generate pixel graphics anymore. We use them to generate trillions of polygons with fucking shading and rendering and Jews and everything else. Like my guess is that's probably what it's about. Yeah.
405 freeway by 2 lanes, all of a sudden traffic moves quicker for like 2 months, and then people move a little further out, and it induces more traffic. On the data center side, my politics are very much...
In economics, I think it's called induced demand, I think.
Much in favor of state rights and local rights. I like the fact that if people in Maine or New Hampshire have a problem with this, the folks in Pennsylvania might seize that opportunity, or Texas. Texas wants every data center you can build. We have the largest install base of solar and wind outside of China. I mean, this place loves energy, and they don't care where it comes from, oil, nat gas. They're indifferent. Solar, as long as it makes a buck, that's all they care about. Is this unit economic positive. The thing about water is a fake news story. The thing about energy, and in fact in the grid, is a real story in some cases. So you have to kind of parse that. The water thing is fake because all these systems use closed loop, which basically means the water goes in a pipe and it evaporates a little bit, but it uses much less than the almonds or golf courses in the country.
Yeah, the fucking almonds.
That one's fake.
The fucking almonds.
Almonds.
If you're out there drinking
it's
almond milk.
It's a mid-nut anyway. I go pistachio all day. I mean, I don't know who's eating all these.
Cashews.
Cashews are incredible. You put cashew with the date, you're in good shape. Yeah. But anyway, so the water is a fake issue. I like the fact that people are competing for these. Let the states and the people who don't want it ban it. Let the states that do want it benefit from it. That's one of the great reasons why the United States is so successful, is because we have an A/B testing process. We can multivariate test something. And what they're doing now is the data center folks are chasing power, and they're chasing power that doesn't impact locals. So if you go to the Permian Basin and you get some nat gas there and some solar and battery, you're not harming anybody. And great, you can build it to the cows come home, and putting them in space is the next thing. The third one you haven't heard about, but that you will, is people are going to start giving free batteries and solar to people's homes. And then in the rack where the batteries are, they're going to put 10 of these NVIDIA servers. So imagine I offered you for your home, hey, would you like solar? And would you like battery? And would you like a free electricity bill? And you'd be like, yeah, what's the catch? And it's like, the catch is we're putting a mini data center on the side of your house. It's the same size as your...
I can't possibly believe that duplicating the infrastructure to run all this over and over and over again to every house is maybe 100 years from now. That sounds insane to me, but I don't know. Right.
Existing HVAC, water cooler. And that's going to be a real thing. And I think that'll be the bridge between now and space. So it's kind of a non-issue.
It's an interesting flag. It's a little dystopian. And I think it's not, I understand that what we're used to is not issue. I think it's going to be a big political issue locally, but to be continued. Americans are...
A/B testing is not multivariate. It's literally 2 variables, retard, A and B.
are carrying over $1 trillion in credit card debt at rates north of 23%. That is more than $200 billion a year in interest paid mostly by households who happen to be sitting on the largest pool of untapped home equity in U.S. history. Think about that for a second. You own a home, you built real equity in it, and yet when you need capital for a remodel, for a debt consolidation, for something your household budget didn't plan for, the financial system routes you to a 23% unsecured card instead of letting you borrow against the asset you already own. Avon built the first home equity line of credit issued on a Visa card. So the same swipe that used to cost you 23% now costs you a fraction because it's secured by the value you've already built. That is hundreds of dollars a month back in your pocket. And if you've been putting off a remodel, here's the case for getting on with it. A well-scoped renovation is one of the few purchases that actually pays you back and makes the house worth more.
Cool.
With Avon, you can check your offer at no cost with no impact to your credit score. There are no hidden fees. Because you own a home, you qualify for a rate that credit cards.
It's not incredibly insane. As the quantization gets better, the compute will keep scaling. Yeah, but why wouldn't you just make a huge data center where everything is in one spot and you don't have to duplicate the infrastructure and the data pipelines and the energy pipelines and worry about retarded homeowners doing stupid fucking shit and I don't know.
We cannot offer. If you own a home and you're carrying a high interest balance, you're overpaying for capital.
Like if you were in like Hong Kong or something, or like if you're like in New York City or something, like maybe if like land is at a super premium, maybe, but like for Texas or California, there's tons of unused land in the U.S. That just doesn't like to be. Hey, what do I know?
Fixes that. Go to avon.com to discover your offer. That's AVEN.com. Avon, stop overpaying for capital. Avon accounts are arranged by Avon Financial Inc. NMLS number 204-2345. Avon accounts are issued and held by Coastal Community Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender, NMLS 462289. Avon cards are.
There is an energy throughput problem. They can distribute the energy demand. That sounds like the most retarded of all the possible things that you could have said to talk about the scalability problem that I just mentioned. That is probably the worst. That was probably the worst answer you could have given. Stop.
They're issued pursuant to a license from Visa USA Inc. Terms and conditions apply, subject to credit and property approval. Visit avon.com for more detail. I want to do Elon stuff. We're getting to Trump. We've had a lot of, you're Elon buddy, or relatively buddy, just in this show's transparency.
Yeah, friends for very close friends for a very long period of time.
So there's been a lot of critiques here at the Bulwark over the manner in which the SpaceX IPO is going to happen, in part because of the fast tracking of the NASDAQ. Breaking the traditional rules of how a new IPO gets into the NASDAQ. Also, I mean, Kara, your friend Kara Swisher, was on a couple weeks ago.
She hates me. Karen Swisher is very angry. Yeah, she is so angry.
But I think on this case, right, was just kind of got the valuation of the company being kind of absurd. There's like really one good company, which is the satellite business, and then you have like two not that profitable companies. One of them actually a shit company, kind of tied onto the satellite business, and it's sort of absurd what the valuation is. Like, what's the case for the Elon NASDAQ?
Case one is never bet against Elon because he manifests things
in
in
the
the
world.
world
Well betting against him on the process of cutting government funding through the Doge process because he totally failed at that. So
and has inspired another round of it that looks like it's going to be quite successful. And Ro is doing it in his state as well, and it's become.
I don't think Elon can get credit for all of government cuts everywhere. The program that he was in charge of
I think he did
failed.
inspire it and put it in front of him.
Nobody was talking about cutting government spending before Elon Musk. True.
It didn't work perfectly, but I think he inspired people
Alan
to make
Simpson
it a top
and Erskine Bowles
issue.
were talking about this 30 years ago. So I don't,
And did they make any progress? I guess is the question. But now you have people taking it up, realizing it's an important issue to Americans.
I concur.
But anyway, let's put that aside. Your question is about SpaceX.
Yeah,
there's an incredible business in Starlink. Starlink has over 10 million people subscribing. That will wind up being the largest subscription business in the history of humanity, probably double what you see from Netflix. Why? Because they're going to go directly to your phone eventually. If you've seen the Starlink Mini, if you've seen the progress they're putting it on boats, most people are putting it on their houses who can afford to as a backup to their cable modem. Like if you're a broadcaster from home, you might have Starlink as your backup. I assume you do.
I don't, but I've been considering it reluctantly.
Well, think about this.
Unfortunately, Starlink is a really good service.
For $1,000 or less, you can have a backup and you make $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 per podcast. Yeah. How could you not have it as a backup? Right. And you can get this router from Unify that just automatically switches over.
Yeah, well, I'm in a hurricane country, so it would be wise.
Yeah, it would be very wise for you to get a battery pack and that. I'll send you a link to the router that does the hot swapping.
Okay, thanks. Do you have a promo code at Jason where you get a dig?
I don't for it, but I have one for Roco if you want a GLP. If I can interest you in a GLP, yes. Here's the good news. That business alone will support the valuation. The second business is...
Will support the $2 trillion valuation?
Yeah, 1.75 for sure, for sure. Yeah. It's not inconceivable 500 million to 1 billion people will have one of those. In other words, there'll be one for every 10 people on the planet, ballpark. That gets you to 700 million subscriptions. If you think that's crazy, just look at Netflix. They provide a service, Verizon, that's past 100 million. And it's quite disruptive when it starts going to your phone. I don't know if you've ever had to use the satellite version that's in the iPhone and you can get text messages. Their version of that's going to be much better, much, much better. And it's going to be sold to every phone. Every phone on the planet will wind up paying $1 a month to
Just to give
Starlink.
a baseline. I hear you. It's a great business. I agree. But just to give a baseline on your honesty, just really quick. Do you think that Tesla is appropriately valued? Like
all of Elon's companies get valued like venture capital businesses. Venture capitalists invest in like what is the next business that's going to drop 5 years out, 6 years out, 7 years out. Most public companies get valued on their existing performance. How much did you sell this quarter, et cetera. So if you look at Palantir, if you look at SpaceX and you look at Tesla, yes, they're essentially valued like a VC business, which means they're fully valued and you can wait. You don't have to buy these stocks in the public market. You can short them. There are many devices for you to not participate in this. I will say the reason why Tesla's doing particularly well and has kept its value is because of Optimus and full self-driving. Optimus will be what that company will be remembered for. Huge opportunity. So what he keeps doing is he keeps building the future, and then people value it as a venture business. So you're right. As a public company, the valuation doesn't match. For venture capitalists, it does match.
What about the NASDAQ fast track part of this? Because this feels ridiculous. And those of us who are invested in index funds feel like we're forced to support Elon's grift. We don't like that.
You do not need to be in index funds. You could, and if it is unsustainable, well, I mean, if people really do have a problem with it, you could make a synthetic index fund without them in it. And if people do feel it's that way, Vanguard will take them out.
It's still unfair, though. I mean, if you and I were starting a business and did an IPO, NASDAQ wouldn't change the rules for us.
I don't know too much about, I'll be totally honest, I don't know exactly how it came about, but I do think it's a distinct possibility that the company will trade at, 2.5 trillion and then come back down to 1.2 trillion. Many people I talk to say it's undervalued at $1 trillion. They say it's overvalued at $2 trillion. So we're in the general neighborhood of where this will be valued properly. If it trades at 1 trillion, it's undervalued. If it trades at 2 trillion, most sharps, people who are in this business who I talked to, you mentioned the liquidity conference, most folks believe 2 trillion would be overvalued, 1.4, 1.5, like probably appropriately valued.
While we're in Elon world, I want to talk about X and the kind of echo chamber that has gotten created there. We have this very prime example of it this week with the Spencer Pratt mayor race. Everybody on X. We went through this period of time where
it's crazy. They all think
the original, really quick, this is I set it up. This is because the original critique of X, I think, from Elon, part of it was a free speech element that like people were getting silenced, and then another part of it was that like it was this liberal echo chamber. It was not really the public square. And when he took it over, a lot of people like yourself and others like were arguing for it because we want like a public square that is without influence. And now it kind of feels like we've just the pendulum switched the other way, and now we have kind of a center right echo chamber to right echo chamber, depending on the topic. And I think the Spencer Pratt case is like a prime example. It's like if you only consume that race through Twitter, you'd have thought he ran the best campaign that's ever been run in the history of politics. He ends up underperforming Trump in Los Angeles, and now everybody on there is like thinking that's a conspiracy theory that he lost when he just lost.
Yeah. So two separate.
I remember when Z was arguing about this. I just hadn't heard anything about the Pratt dude at all. I don't know if it was because we were in the wrong, if I was in the wrong algorithm or not in the right bubble, but it felt a little bit bubbly to me. But I could have been wrong. I don't know, but.
On the issue of the breakup of X, where Blue Sky is falling, Threads and the libs all went, to those places. And then what remains is anonymous based, right, MAGA, America First, and then business leaders, I would say, is the other piece that's still very tight over there. It's kind of a bummer. It was kind of magical to have everybody sparring in one arena as opposed to multiple arenas. I go over to Blue Sky and like it's kind of the opposite mirror world, right? It's two bizarro worlds. Over there, they think like Trump's about to get arrested for, some grand conspiracy and he's dying and he's going to have this like heart attack any day now. Like it is very weird. I kind of miss when everybody was on one platform. You could have a more reasonable discussion on the.
The For You page is the thumbs on the scale, though. I mean,
For
obviously,
You,
the For You page. You can just look at the data about like.
He's the only person who has open sourced the algorithm, and so you can go load the algorithm. You can point to the GitHub where it is, and you can say, "Please tell me how to perform better with this." I did it. My team did it.
So. What does that have to do with anything? But you could open source an algorithm for how to crush somebody's balls. It doesn't mean it's better that everybody can do it more efficiently.
And it will explain to you exactly how to do it. So I think what it is when you perceive the thumb on the scale, is that if you take out all the libs and Karen Swisher's not there and Prof G's given up on it and, they don't want to participate, well, then what does the algorithm have left? It's only got the Spencer Pratt, they're got homeless people who were given crack and meth to sign
Elon himself's account, I mean, is elevated. It's elevated and like the amount of people say. Anyway,
well, he was always the number one or number two user. Him and Obama were the neck and neck.
The For You page. I will say this is my one compliment of the new For You page is if you get out of politics space where I think it's pretty obvious that the thumb is on the scale of which kind of stuff's being elevated, and you just like I'm trying to think about an example of something recently where I was interested in a niche topic and it was a foreign something that was happening overseas. I forget what it was, and I searched for a couple things and I clicked on it, and the For You page all of a sudden started giving me like quite valuable stuff. Yeah, it is quite good on that.
It's almost too powerful. Yeah. I find like you're like, oh, I'm interested in this Jalen Brunson.
And then all you're getting is Jalen Brunson.
And I'm like, okay, guys, I do want to know outside of the Knicks what's going on in the world.
I agree with that.
Like, I could use 15% non-Knicks content or whatever, but it is pretty powerful.
20 minutes back, but I don't think anyone's properly explained how the Cars for Kids commercial has maybe the worst jingle in history. Wait, what? Hold on. This looks cursed as fuck. Okay, let's go.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
It was an actual Jewish psyop scam base.
I wish everybody, TikTok and Facebook, Instagram, would release their algos as well. And eventually, I've talked to Elon about this a bunch, and I think he's probably going to go in this direction, which is BYOA, bring your own algorithm, and an algorithm store. So imagine when you loaded it, it said, hey, you're currently using the default algo. Would you like an algo that is 50% the most important news in the world as determined by this intellectual AI that was written by this person, and then 50% your stuff and a slider that you can pick. Like those kind of options, I think will eventually be available on X.
So there was somebody that posted about you the other day and how you are a representative of the change in the Elon algo. And I have to admit, it was pretty compelling, multiple screenshots. So I'm going to give you a chance to weigh in. The first post was a tweet you sent, I don't know, about 6 years ago.
Here we go.
Take the R pledge, please. I know it was a funny word from our childhood, but it causes folks a lot of pain. And we need to retire
I lost that argument.
That was September 2020. June 2026, Jason posted the following. Stop being retarded. Start retard maxing. Being retarded means you're ruminating and overthinking. Retard maxing means you're making decisions based on your gut instinct. Stop being retarded. Start retard maxing. So in 6 years, you went from saying, take the R pledge, don't say this, to doing a post that has the word in it like 9 times.
Well, you got to consider how freaking epic it was. How freaking epic it was from Twitter to go to X, and how freaking epic and based everything is now. Yes.
Do you feel like you've been manipulated by the algorithm?
No, when I grew up in Brooklyn, that's all we called each other.
Sure.
Then for a period of time, it was like, it was hurting people's feelings. And I felt like maybe this is probably not a good idea to do this because I have a friend who's got a mentally challenged brother, and I felt bad about doing it. And
now I just call the brother the R word.
No, obviously not. Right. Now I think it's people have put the word into the proper context that it was hurting people's feelings. And I felt like maybe this is probably not a good idea to do this because I have a friend who's got a mentally challenged brother, and I felt bad about doing it. And now
I just call the brother the R word.
No, obviously not. Right. Now I think it's people have put the word into the proper context that we're not talking about people who have Down syndrome. We're just talking about the actual inherent nature of the word. Yeah. And then on top of that, there's a new trend, which is retard maxing, which means just going with your instinct. And if you haven't seen the guy.
This is not a trend. This is like a 2-day hashtag that, okay, I don't know, bro. Get me out of here.
Who does these? He sits on his back deck and smokes a cigar and just talks about using your instinct to enjoy life and not ruminate, which I kind of believe rumination is the path to unhappiness in life. Like too much rumination, not good. So I'm a big fan of
balance all things. I think zero rumination.
Isn't rumination definitionally bad? Doesn't rumination definitionally mean to dwell upon something too much in an unhealthy manner?
Is maybe the path to being a sociopath.
Introspection, okay. Introspection, okay, on the margins, but rumination is when you just take introspection to a level of OCD, is I think. But yeah, sure, I've changed my position on it 3 times in my life.
Just culturally though, I don't know. I don't actually care that much about the specific of this word. I think that people should use words. I think it was. Speaking of using the R word, I think that voting for Donald Trump to be the president of the United States because you wanted to say retarded has to be the most retarded thing that a person could possibly do.
Yes, that is completely retarded.
Because the president of the United States has all.
There's a lot of good reasons to vote for him, though. Come on, bro. Maybe you just wanted business and freedom and lower taxes, man.
It's very important goals, and whether or not you can say a word without being criticized is really not that important.
I think it was more symbolism of of the overreach of cancel culture would be how they would say it. Is word policing, and I think it's just an overall debate about the Overton window. Are we allowed to talk about certain topics or not? I'm with
you on that, but wasn't your instinct? I mean, I look at the 2020 Jason, and I don't know. You're showing empathy. Someone in your life is feeling pain, and you don't want them to feel pain. And don't you think that's a good instinct? Isn't it bad that now we've gone to a place where people are like, oh, it's cucked if you care about somebody else's pain. It's based to just make fun of people and be a dick as much as possible. That's bad, right?
Yeah, I can hold these conflicting.
I think it's bad, but what do you want me to say? He shouldn't do it, but I don't care.
Thoughts in my mind, which is one, I'm not responsible for the Overton window opening and closing, and if people want to say that's gay,
we have no responsibility as content creators whatsoever. It's not like we get paid millions and millions of dollars to have online shows and podcasts and sell advertisements and influence people in other ways.
Dumb, or they want to say that's retarded. That's out of my control, Tim.
What's in your control? What you say is in your control, though.
It is in my control, and I think if the public vernacular is, we can separate the intent of the word retarded and say that means you're not thinking in a crisp way, and people say it in a jovial way. I think we can separate that from the use of it. I would like to make fun of this person with Down syndrome, and make them feel as bad as possible.
I'm sorry, even in the 90s, that's not what we were doing. How old is this guy? This guy must have, did he grow up ultra elite where they didn't use bad words? Does he think that in the 90s when we were bro, that's fucking retarded, that we were talking about actually retarded people? What the fuck is this? Hello? It was never, well, I'm sure at some point it was, but.
Wait, when we say retarded, you're not talking about them?
Nope, just your mom. Got him!
But yeah, it's
well. Speaking of the R word, let's get to Donald Trump's management of the economy and the country. Lately, when you're on with your 6-month assessment, when we were on last. Actually, I want to play this. What prompted our last visit, just kind of set the parameters of the conversation, was there was a video that had been posted on X that was of your colleague on the All In podcast, David Friedberg, talking positively about the Trump administration to date, and you kind of jibing him a little bit, giving him a little trouble. And then you posted the link to that video by saying, we're 6 months in, and your assessment is that it's been pretty solid. He still has work to do. I want to listen to the original video just so we can have a baseline. Let's listen.
Okay, we'll baseline it. So,
but what better team has ever been put together? It is a cabinet of CEOs. It is a cabinet of managers. It's a cabinet of people who know how to get it done. And every time I
go there. I'm impressed by this cabinet. I pull my hair out when I meet members of Congress.
I hate these fuckers. I hate these motherfuckers.
You're pro-Trump. I support my president. I support the president. Okay, so you voted for him. You voted for him and you left Trump. I love what he's doing.
Okay, your colleague loves.
Also, who are these business people on his cabinet? Like, there are different types. Even I don't know that much, and even I know this much. There are different types of CEOs. Like, if you know, love him or hate him, if he has like a cabinet of people who are like Jeff Bezos's and Mark Zuckerberg's. Okay, we have CEOs that have like actually been involved in actually building businesses, taking a business from nothing to multi-trillion whatever fucking dollar valuation, sure. But when it's like random insert hedge fund CEO guy or dude who made a couple lucky bets as a fucking VC investor, get me the fuck out of here, bro. You're not a I don't know what the fuck. You're a guy who was born with money who got lucky gambling on a few fucking investments. Get the fuck out of here. These guys are like the crypto millionaires of like the finance world before crypto was a thing. It's so different to have somebody that like actually built a company, took it from nothing to something, oftentimes with some kind of fundamental skills involved, versus like these fucking losers who just like sit on boards and invest in companies and only have to get lucky once or twice because they've already got so much fucking money that they can afford to make a million mistakes anyways. I don't know. Somebody said Jared Kushner. You know what? I haven't looked at Kushner's background, but if you told me that Kushner built something on his own, I would believe you, because when Kushner speaks, he's one of the only people involved in that administration that doesn't sound like a fucking retard. And maybe Kushner is retarded, or maybe something else, but at least when he went to fucking, I want to call him Joe Rogan. Not Joe Rogan, the peace, everything is peace guy.
Meta World Peace?
Shut the fuck up. Lex Friedman is who I'm thinking of. He didn't sound like a fucking retard. He seems like he kind of knows some shit. He might be crooked. I don't give a fuck. Listen, well, you shouldn't be crooked, but just don't be retarded. Fuck! Just don't be a retard. I don't know who. I guess I would have to go and look through, but Destiny, often, not always, VCs will be people who previously exited their own company. Yeah, but there's like, I feel like there's a difference between like you are the founder. Oh man, dude, I don't know. When it comes to anything in the investment world, I become the biggest anti-capitalist in the world. Okay, I view people like Zuckerberg and Bezos differently, who have built massive companies and have stayed with those companies and are invested in the companies, versus people who had like a successful exit of their first company because they founded a company that stumbled upon a good software product, poured a fuck ton of money into it, never made their company profitable at all, but managed to sell to Amazon or Google. Like, I'm not saying these are bad. I'm just saying it's a totally different, in my mind, it's a totally different thing, okay? You cannot make an exit when you're the U.S. government, all right? That's a long position that you're holding on a company that you never get to be fully vested in and sell your stock of, okay? You don't get to, I guess Peter Thiel actually did. He went to fucking Argentina, or whoever goes to fucking Russia. But like, I'm just saying that like, there's a difference in mentality here. If you show me a board of people, there's got to be some fucking skit where somebody's like, we brought together like the best business people in the world, and it's like two different worlds. And in one, it's like I started a lumber company, and then we grew it to this, and now it's worth $1 billion. And I started a software company, and we grew it to this. And then in the other world, it's a bunch of people who had successful exits on their third VC that was never fucking profitable, where half the workers were fucking friends, and the other half were autistic fucking Indian dudes that had to stay on for 20 years after they got acquired by Amazon. Like these two people are totally different, right? They're two totally different pools of talent, in my retarded opinion. But what do I know? I'm just saying it feels like, when I listen to them talk, a lot of people from the second thing sound fucking retarded, and they talk about a lot of shit that's fucking retarded. Problem with Dan? I don't give a fuck about Dan. My issue, hold on, let me be even more clear. I don't even care about these people per se. I just don't like it when these people pretend like they know fucking everything because they've had a couple of successful exits. If Dan came on here and Dan was like, well, I can tell you how to run the municipal water supply, and I've actually solved politics, and I've actually solved all of philosophy. The answer is stoicism, by the way. And I spend all my fucking free time bouldering and doing BJJ. Kill me in a video game.
That's what he's doing. You said
he's in the administration now. He's in that science group that Sachs is running.
Okay, your colleague.
I support the president. Okay, so you voted for him. You voted for him, and you left Trump. I love what he's doing.
Okay, your colleague loves what he's doing. You said
he's in the administration now. He's in that science
the science
group
thing.
that Sachs is running.
That Sachs is that even? Who's the guy? I don't know. Whatever. I don't know.
He said, I love what Trump's doing. You said at the time he was pretty solid. You both agreed that.
If you have 5 successful exits from different businesses, aren't you probably more of an expert than someone who leads one company? Not here, this is what it feels like, okay? I have nothing to back this up, by the way. I'm vibing hard. Okay? I'm vibing hard here, okay? I don't even know what I would draw here. It feels like a lot of people try to do the VC thing, or they try to do like the startup thing, and then some of them get lucky, and the ones that manage to get lucky are just like, they think so highly of themselves. And if you've gotten lucky once, you're so connected, you have so much money that you can pour into other things. Because businesses in, I don't know, I keep opening a paint. Businesses in like the VC world today just don't feel anything like what I would imagine like VC world was even like 30 years ago, where it's like in the past, it's like, okay, guys, we're going to enter a really risky growth phase, okay? We're going to have to sell some shares. We're going to have to borrow some money, but we're going to try to really, optimize here. And hopefully we can be on a path to where we're selling enough that maybe we can be profitable. And this was like the startup world a long time ago, okay? You were like trying to build a good product. You were, you took on a little bit of debt early on. It's like, and hopefully at some point you build a product that's good enough that maybe you have an exit, maybe you sell something. Nowadays, it's like, well, I'm in San Francisco and I know 3 guys with important last names. We have unlimited money, okay? So let's get that out of the way. We have unlimited money, all right? How many employees do we need? 5? Let's hire 50 because fuck it. And as long as we can show growth on anything, at some point, some richer fucking retard is going to buy my shit and I'll be fucking rich as fuck. And like profit and all of that. Who the fuck cares about anything? We're not even talking to you yet. We need revenue. Maybe. We don't actually fuck revenue. We just need users. No, actually, we don't need users. We need to show user growth. And as long as we can get this one fucking thing down and some bigger guys like, maybe we can do something in the future. The amounts of money are so fucking huge that it just like is fucking retard world. That's what it feels like. But I could just be retarded because I'm not part of that world. Maybe, I don't know. Sometimes that's how it feels from the outside, like a retard peering in. That's what it feels like sometimes, okay?
The cabinet was strong.
Sure.
How do you feel a year later?
There are a series of things that are complete unmitigated disasters, and there is consensus, I think, from all Americans when you look at his historically low popularity, that none of us wanted to get into an endless war in the Middle East. That was like top of the reasons to vote for Trump.
Okay. Every single Trump sycophant always gets beamed in like the number of days since the war started. They're like, now they said there's going to be endless war. No, or maybe they've dropped the second part, but in the past, it's like, they said there's going to be endless war, but it's only been I just got the Neuralink. 47 days. Okay, so it's obviously, you argue, a month later. They said there's going to be endless war, but it's only been 72 daes of this war, so it's not actually endless at all. Like, they always get it, they always have like the exact number beamed into their brain because they have to point out that it's not endless. Like at some point, like the number can become endless, but it's okay.
And now that has made...
If you wanted to be duped by him, yeah, sure.
I have to say, he made a pretty convincing argument because he didn't start any wars in his first term, because you had people who were hawks on both sides who very much wanted to engage in, maybe being a little more active in Ukraine and a lot more active in the Middle East on both sides, right? Whether it was Nikki Haley or it was Hillary Clinton, they wanted to go hardcore into Iran. So he actually made a very convincing argument. Now, why did he switch?
He was involved in military conflict all across the globe. So, that's just... it's like we assassinated a foreign leader on Iraqi soil. We did that, the Soleimani guy. Like, we were involved in military conflict in Syria, where Trump bragged about wanting to kill the families of terrorists and to steal the oil from Syria, and we were going to run the oil wells ourselves, like, whatever.
His position completely, I think Marco Rubio said it.
He tore up the Iranian nuclear deal.
Time, and the first time was the correct take. They got dragged into it by Israel, because they said they're going to go anyway, and he decided to do it. Huge mistake.
Dragged in? The U.S. got dragged in? Really?
Terrible, terrible decision. I think the ICE stuff was
not good,
comprehensively cruel and poorly executed. And you heard me give J.D. Vance, when he was a candidate, a hard time about that at one of our events. I said, how are you possibly, and you could put that clip in post if you want to, but I said to him, hey, you can't drag 20 million hardworking Americans who just happen to not be legal yet out of this country. People are going to take their phones up and record you dragging their nanny, their handyman, this dishwasher. Americans are not going to go for that. And I was exactly right about that one. He plummeted in his approval rating because of those two things. The tariff stuff was poorly executed, but the right idea. We should...
This poorly executed but right idea, this thing is just, it's such a crazy phenomenon to me that, like, somebody could be in my apartment and complain that they hurt their back, lifting up a box, and I, like, tell them that I think they have a herniated disc, and I take a knife and I just start fucking, like, hacking into their spine. Like, this is treating somebody like a child, right? you know, he had the right idea, just the wrong execution. Like, excuse me. No.
Rebalance trade like that. He just did it in his normal YOLO nature. So if I were to put together the biggest disasters since we've last spoken, Iran is just an unmitigated disaster, and it's going to kill his presidency. I think there's consensus about that, right? I'm not like in politics all day long, but there is strong consensus that that was the biggest mistake he could possibly have made. He cannot get out of it reasonably, and he lost Tucker, Megyn Kelly, Steve Bannon, everybody in his group.
All the important, all the stars.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess I do wonder what. You know, to me, the risk of Trump, and this is something we spent a lot of time on last time, is like what I never understood about why CEOs got behind him in the first place, and why smart people get behind him is that like it's just the risk. He was erratic. His whole career has been erratic. He bankrupted casinos. He bankrupted an airline.
Well, this is all true. So from a business perspective, it's true. But I don't even know. I don't know what this guy's about. I don't know if this guy's like a real business dude or if he's another one of these fucking born rich VC fucking losers who got lucky in some Silicon Valley bullshit and has no skills or anything in his fucking life at all. Like if you were to drop him in the forest with 5 other people, they would die before learning how to build a fucking campfire. But more than that, it showed a fundamental misunderstanding, not of just a business, but it showed a fundamental understanding of government. Like the first Trump term was the bureaucracy and the government like functioning well with an erratic, chaotic agent Trump thrown in, trying to fuck it up at every single fucking turn. But the bureaucracy and the middle managers all said, bro, you're going to fucking ruin shit, so we're not doing this. I'm sorry. You need to chill, little bro. You're kind of fucking retarded. I think it was fairly obvious that that's what was going on to everybody that was watching, especially in the ending few days when you get fucking people like Barr resigning, you know, weeks before the inauguration and everything, or the counting of the electoral votes and everything. Like, it was pretty obvious that's what's going on. And there were even reports coming out. There was that Woodward's book or whatever. You know, there were the statements from leaders who were starting to ignore some of the things that Trump said at the end. Like it was just, but these tech fucking retards, I don't know. They think all government is bad or all bureaucracy is bad, or I don't even know, bro.
Like he's posting late into the night. Like I think what we did last time around is I was like, if you're doing a VC vet of a CEO, like you would never invest in a company that had this person as a CEO because he's just a total like erratic shit show.
But it's a binary choice, and if the choice was Kamala, after what Biden did to the economy and after what Biden did to M&A. If you talk to any CEO, they need to have, low taxes and high M&A, and they are pragmatic.
What is M&A? Market and assholes? I don't know what M&A means. Help me. Mergers and acquisitions? Oh, true. Oh, the true bedrock of American I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I don't know anything about business. I don't know. When I'm dictator, when we have the Civil War and I rise up because all my DGers fight alongside me from the DGG Gun Club, year 1, no mergers. All mergers banned. No mergers. When you start a business, you run the business. You're not allowed to sell it to anybody, okay? No more mergers or acquisitions for all 4 years, and we'll see where we're at after that. Fuck, I hate these people. It's okay. I don't have a good reason to. I am admitting it, though. I'm vibing that out, okay?
Talk to any CEO. They need to have low taxes and high M&A, and they are pragmatists. They represent their shareholders, their employees, et cetera, and they look high M&A to M&A. If you talk to any CEO, they need to have low taxes and high M&A, and they are pragmatists. They represent their shareholders, their employees, et cetera, and they looked at the option of Kamala versus
Trump. They do risk analysis though as well, right? They're aware of risk analysis.
Okay, but it sounds like
one of the risks. I think people would say I was ridiculous if they came on and I was like, I don't know, Trump could get us into a nuclear war. Kamala's not, and like here we are. Like we're not on the cusp of a nuclear war, but like, we're on the cusp of a total unpredictable disaster that like is way worse than what I mean. Like we're not on the cusp of a nuclear war, but like, we're on the cusp of a total unpredictable disaster that like is.
This is also, I don't know how we do this more. Oh my God, bro. I don't even know what socialists or commies watch. They watch fucking Hassan, and I don't even know how the fuck these retards get sold to this. I feel like if you wanted to become a communist, you just have to watch these motherfuckers. And I don't feel more inner Che Guevara than when I listen to these fucking people. What do you think business people care about? Business people don't care about war. They just care about the stock market. We need to find a way to link the stock market somehow more closely to other shit in reality, okay? I know that's what he's about to say. Fuck you. They don't care about it until it collapses, right? You could push it right to the brink, and then once we're on the edge of oblivion, they'll be like, okay, well, hold on, guys.
Way worse than what, I mean, Kamala would never have done anything stupid. It would have been just
Kamala would have started the war, for sure.
Iran? You think Kamala would have gone to war?
You didn't know anything about anything. How could you so confidently say that if you're surprised that Donald Trump, how could we have ever known that Trump would have started the war with Iran? the guy who tore up the Iranian nuclear deal for no reason, the guy who assassinated the head of the the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, I always call it the Iranian, the IRGC, on Iraqi soil, the guy who, when he came in his second time, we bombed Iran with Israel, and then now we're like, who could have ever possibly guessed this? Who could have ever guessed? Who could have known? Who could have known? Iran was like the nation that he was the most aggressive towards. And it's like, how could we have possibly known? How could we have ever known?
Absolutely, 100%.
Why?
100%.
Why?
Nikki Haley, Kamala.
Biden didn't. Biden didn't go to war with Iran. Couldn't? Do you think Netanyahu didn't want us to bomb Iran when Biden was in office? Did Iran not attack Israel when Biden was in office? Like, what?
Started the war, for sure.
With Iran? You think Kamala would have gone to war with
absolutely,
Iran?
100%.
Why?
100%.
Why?
Nikki Haley, Kamala, all of them.
Well, they're not the
all
same.
war.
Kamala's a Democrat. Nikki Haley's a neocon hawk, Republican.
They both are very pro, I think.
You think the
Israel
Harris
and pro.
Walls administration was going to do a war of choice in Iran?
Yeah,
I mean, Joe Biden didn't go to war in Iran. Barack
Thank
Obama
you.
didn't go to war
Thank
in Iran.
you.
Bill Clinton didn't.
Thank you.
Why would Kamala Harris have?
I think because the timing was there and Israel was going to do it anyway.
No. What? Like, it's, again, not to little bro anybody, okay? But I'm sorry. It's Israel. They don't get to dictate U.S. foreign policy unless you're unironically on the Zog shit, okay? You don't think Israel wanted to when Biden was in office? You don't think Israel wanted to when Obama, when Bush, when everybody else was in office? Hello? Israel just started to hate Iran when Trump came in for the second term?
Which is what they said, the reason they did it. Oh,
no, they said that they tried to get all the other presidents involved and all told them to fuck off.
I think if Israel was going to do it, they would have followed them. That's just my gut.
My gut that's based on nothing and no political research or instinct or reading or following anything or...
And I asked Kamala's foreign policy guy, Phil Gordon, on the spot. I asked him that exact thing. And they all said, I just don't know why you wouldn't take them at their word.
Well, okay, so back to your question about CEOs, though, and why would they...
Let's go back to the VC CEOs and hedge funds.
They pick this person. If you were to look, if their main goal was to do commerce, do they have access to this administration? Yes. Do they have lower taxes? Yes. Are their stocks at record highs? Yes. So in their minds, as hard as it is for you to believe, this has worked out perfectly on those three things. M&A is back on the menu after years. IPOs are going to be happening, lower tax, lower regulation, and the stock market's at an all-time high, and unemployment is at an all-time low for our lifetime. So they're looking at that business game on the field. And they're not thinking about ICE. They're not thinking about the conflict.
And you say their taxes are down, but most of those companies, not all of them, some of them are being tariffed. Some of them Donald Trump stole from. He stole from them. How is that more inconsequential than their personal tax rate? They already were cheating the tax code
corporate
anyway.
And personal and
the corporate tax
capital
rate went
gains,
down a couple
everything.
points.
It's all, you asked me why they would make this decision.
Yeah. No,
they
I'm
make
just, I know,
they
I'm
make an
offering the
economically
counterpoint,
rational decision, and this is what the Democrats need to learn for the next cycle, is to embrace business leaders.
Okay, let me give you a
and to bring them into the
like this is unironically the give way to fascist people. Like this is unironically what he's saying. Like if this is the case and you're being honest, that's fine. Then we need to expropriate literally every fucking business from every single fucking one of these guys. And I'm not even being ironic when I say that. If it's going to be the case that if a fascist dictator comes into power and you're going to side with him because you get good fucking stock returns, then in South America, you used to get on a helicopter in the nighttime and then fly, and they would come back, and you would... I'm sorry, but that's fucking crazy. It's crazy that you could even come out and say something like this and try to pass that message off as even remotely acceptable. That's fucking crazy, fam. That is a crazy fucking thing to say willingly.
This is how they think.
I understand. I understand. This is where I think the Democrats are in a real conundrum, because I want to give you a counterfactual. Okay. Kamala Harris did win. Okay, she gets in there and she puts a legal tax on the Silicon Valley companies unilaterally. It doesn't go through Congress, puts a tax on them. It's not legal, but she just does it. She says it's an emergency. I've decided I have the right to do a windfall profits tax on all these companies.
Yep. And then what? And then everybody protests. People think it's a bad idea. And then what? She gets rid of it immediately. Whereas Trump will hold on to this for the entirety of his fucking term and fight tooth and nail, fight to the death for it.
I'm going to do that. And then she garnishes money from the CEOs. She makes them come to her and beg her for absolution to get around it. Sometimes she grants it. Sometimes she doesn't. Kind of based on whim. Kind of based on whether Doug is friends with the person.
Oh, he's saying in the super hyper corrupt Kamala world.
Based on whether they're giving money to her. Oh. And then the Supreme Court comes back and says, no, actually, you've got to give the money back to the companies. Yeah. And she says, no, actually, don't want to. I'm not going to do that. In fact, I'm going to threaten them. And maybe I might actually take a percentage. Donald Trump just suggests I might take a percentage of the company for the government, I think. If Kamala Harris had said that,
If Kamala Harris had been the one to shut down the TikTok China thing, if Kamala Harris had been the one to have to exercise whatever bullshit Trump is doing with the share in Intel, the golden share and the Japanese steel. People like this would be making the exact opposite argument of Kamala. Like, well, business leaders just don't trust that Kamala is not communist law, is not going to come in and start taking over our companies, and nobody feels comfortable in this business environment knowing that she might tariff your entire business out of existence at any point in time, and nobody would feel comfortable that they have to go to her and they've got to personally ask favors for like, he would be making the exact fucking arguments.
You and all your Silicon Valley buddies and the Wall Street Journal would be
losing their minds.
And it would be communism.
So you're making this analogy to tariffs.
This is what Trump is doing with tariffs and with the taking a percentage of Intel. He suggested to take a percentage of AI companies. He tariffed them illegally. He made them come in and beg for their lunch. Like that's
And he's like, well, hold on. He's got to buy some more tokens for the answer for this one.
Left-wing autocratic politics is what he's doing.
I can educate you as to why they don't have a problem with it and why you do.
Okay.
You are looking at it from a moral perspective and from a logic perspective of like, well, if you were okay with one side doing it and not okay with the other side doing it, this doesn't make intellectual sense to you. Totally understand where Tim Miller is coming from. This intellectually does not make sense.
Yeah.
Let me tell you on a business level what this means. The tariffs were, when they're under 15% when they actually hit, are easily absorbed in one side or the other. The folks who are selling items or the folks who are providing those, they each make a bit of a concession. And maybe you raise, the cost of something a little bit, but it's not as dramatic as the left feels it is. It was chaotic, but when it actually hit the ground, it made no difference to these businesses. So,
it's just not true, but we can just lie, I guess. Okay, based.
A lot of hand-wringing for not a lot of impact. And
now maybe for these guys, if all of his friends are, like roll their dick back and forth on top of their fucking AI servers that are making so much heat, and then they fucking come on it while it's, buzzing and warring with whatever new workloads they have to replace whatever random fuck tech worker and whatever random fuck startup that's doing whatever random fuck AI generated bullshit on the internet. Maybe for these people, but like industries were affected in the United States over this. Some of them dramatically. In Trump's first term, I think steel and I think farmers were impacted pretty dramatically by some of the tariffs. I think soybean people got hit both times, the first time and the second time. But
you find it offensive, reasonably so, that people have to go bend the knee and bring a gold bar and wait in line. And South Park, did a whole send-up of it, that you have to bend the knee and make your donation. That's what business people like. They like transactions. You may not like it. You may think it's wrong. Business people
just historically, business people do not like that. This is a well-studied phenomenon for investing in foreign countries. Is business people actually prefer a more regulated? I'm pretty sure there are multiple at this point MEEEEE papers on this. Business people like more regulated environments because it means there's more stability and there's less likelihood of some crazy event happening where all of their fucking capital gets expropriated by the host government and then they lose everything. They've got to bounce. Business people are okay accepting higher levels of regulation, taxes, and everything else to lower the level of like catastrophic risk. The only thing is for people like this, and it's just so fucking crazy to me. But I mean, I guess I get it, because it's hard to fathom, especially if you're older. I mean, even for me, it truly is hard to fathom. I'm intellectualized. I don't feel it emotionally yet, unfortunately. Nobody probably does until it happens. We're just not really factoring in the idea that the United States could fucking crash hard on this shit. Because the United States has built up such a robust and sturdy everything over the course of centuries, really, especially over the last century, that we just don't really consider it. It's like unfathomable that it could actually have a serious, fuck off moment and just everything just explodes.
Love to have a coin-operated situation.
I guess, but like the Democrats but this whole Biden thing is crazy. It's like
and then even if we were to take this fucking moron at his word for everything, okay, that's fine. I get what you're saying. Unfortunately, we need to regulate people like you probably literally out of business. Like you probably shouldn't own anything in this country and you should go back to wherever you came from, or you should be a fucking menial worker somewhere, because people like you are so unfathomably fucking dangerous. You should be as far away from any societal levers of control possible because you are completely amoral. You're not even thinking long-term in the health of like the economy of the country, or even really the long-term, the health of your business, because if we become a fascist dictator fucking hellhole, everything is kind of fucked at that point. Like it's crazy that you could just like openly be like, well, actually, we kind of like it when there's like a dictator guy that we can just kind of go and buy favors from. Like, did Mark Zuckerberg like it when Trump was tweeting out that maybe he needs to go to jail for his entire life because of the stuff that was posted on Facebook? But I mean, I guess if it's not happening to you directly, you just don't think about it.
He didn't even raise taxes on them. Trump has raised taxes. You can tell me that fine, the tariff thing is inconsequential, etc. Okay, fine. But the last federal corporate tax hike was in '93. Like they've gotten is cuts from Obama, from Biden. Like they haven't faced a corporate tax hike in 30 years more. So like, who cares?
It's also funny too, and I can't speak to all the tech guys because I've only spoken to a few, and then I've only listened to a few say this, but maybe, I don't know if this is more pervasive. It felt like, right? I know, Tom Billy, you said this. I'm pretty sure I've heard Mark Andreessen, and I think Elon Musk talk about this. The most important government issue for all of these, for all the ones that I heard speak in the beginning when Trump came in, does anybody remember what like the most important fucking issue was? The one political thing they were all fucking woke on was the fucking Federal Reserve and balancing the budget. That was like the thing that like all of these guys were obsessed with, the debt and inflation and all of that. And now that talking point has fucking evaporated. Nobody has anything to say about it anymore because Trump is on his own is going to be responsible for like fucking half the U.S. debt by the time he's gone.
Why are they so upset about the Biden situation?
Because Biden didn't return their calls.
Okay. So the tariff isn't a big deal. The phone call is. That's fine. All right.
No, it's actually it is. You're brushing that off, and this is where you have a blind spot, Tim. Respectfully, you have a blind spot. If you can get in the room with the person, if you can get in the room with the administration, and then you can shape policy, and you can say, "Hey, here's what we're trying to accomplish," and "Hey, can you help us with this?" And this regulation doesn't make sense. That actually is a preferable situation to not getting your phone call returned. And if what you have to pay for it, I'm not saying this is my belief. You have me on here to explain Silicon Valley and the business side. I'm explaining it to you. They much prefer bending the knee, having to show up for the Melania documentary. Tim Cook's like, I got to show up for a documentary that sucks. I got to bring a gold bar. I'll do whatever it takes to keep selling.
It's so funny because this was the I don't know if this is harkens to actual Marxist writings or whatever, but in 1984, one of the big pieces of forbidden knowledge that the guy discovers when he's reading to his fuck girl or whatever, when they're in that room in this book, is the concept of like three classes of people. You've got like the rulers, you've got like the middling people, and then you've got like the workers. And all of history is these like top tier people having some war and then replacing the ultra top people, and then those people just cycle out as governments go on over time. And it's funny because it almost sounds like he's kind of like just openly describing that, like, well, yeah, as long as the top business guys have access to like the actual leaders and we can be like super ultra fucking corrupt and get favors that way, it's actually totally fine. We're actually all okay with that. And it's like, bro,
a documentary. Tim Cook's like,
this is supposed to be the most reasonable. I'm sorry, this is the most reasonable guy in the show. Who linked me this shit? Fuck me. It's okay. Like this is like feudalism shit. It's okay. It's not okay.
I got to show up for a documentary that sucks. I got to bring a gold bar. I'll do whatever it takes to keep selling iPhones. Yeah, okay. I got to keep this supply chain open.
We'll see how that goes. If President Ossoff gets in there and he decides that he decides that he's going to put an actual tax hike on these guys, but he's going to return their calls. We'll see what they say about that. I don't think that they'll be that happy. I think that there's an imbalance. I want to play Howard Lutnick with your colleague. That's another thing that's like you guys just keep being wrong about how good Trump is. I mean, not you personally, but I just mean the people that make the case that Trump was going to be better for business.
Well, which part of the economy is the question?
Well, here's Chamath was on with Howard Lutnick.
God, I can't wait for the AI shit to crash. I'm never buying. I'm canceling any AI shit I have. Where's my Grok payments? I hope it fails now. Now I understand where the haters come from. This must be what my haters feel like. I want it to fail. I want it to fail. I want all of the massive data centers to be renovated as like fucking play pens for minority and trans children. Okay, so all these guys have to sit here and watch the black kids and the trans kids skip jump ropes on top of these stupid server farms. Fuck me, dude. It's okay. I'm just
Nick. Chamath interview for your show, Howard Lutnick. Okay. This was January of this year.
I wasn't on this one.
You weren't on it. You weren't. But it's interesting. It's an interesting time capsule from January this year. Let's listen.
You're going to see fives. The greatest.
Like the. Fucking, is that a metal straw? I hate everything about this guy. Bane was right. They should have won in the Dark Knight Rises.
Economy in the world. You're going to see five. And people think, you can't. I mean,
like 5% GDP on a base this big is just, it's enormous.
Right, we have $30 trillion, so 5% is $1.5 trillion in growth. And if we cut rates, you'll see 6. And people do not.
You know what? Oh my God. I feel like my fucking brain just kicked into the next dimension. When you do mushrooms, yeah, the come up from mushrooms is very harsh, and you have like a and you're like, oh shit, and every like wave up is like pretty intense. LSD, way smoother. Mushrooms, come up is pretty harsh. Okay, every now and then I feel like I see through, I pierce the veil on some shit for like the Hassan stuff. Like I understand how he operates now. Hold on, I don't know if I just had a moment or not. Now I feel like when I listen to these people speak, for every time I assume Lutnick is saying like some retarded shit, and it's like 5% GDP, blah, blah, blah. What if he's actually not actually saying any of that at all, and all they're saying are like the right words to signal to the business environment that like we're not going to do fucking anything to impede any of the like largest runaway sectors of our markets. And so when he says, oh, we're going to be 5% growth, what he's really saying is there's absolutely zero kind of regulation or any kind of like government intervention that is going to stop you guys from the runaway shit as crazy as fucking possible. And so when people like me or Tim look at this guy like, what a fucking retard, all of these greedy, disgusting, fasci adjacent fucking losers, I say fasci adjacent, you should should never describe these guys as fascist because I don't even think they have the theory of mind. They don't have the depth of mind to even imagine political ideology. They're fucking retarded rats in a maze that just happen to have way more cheese than anybody else. Okay? I wonder if it's just when he says it, it's like signaling the right things for these guys. Like, all he cares about is GDP growth. Oh yeah, that's what I'm fine.
You're going to see 5. And people think, you can't.
I mean,
like
5% GDP on a base this big is just, it's
right.
enormous.
We have $30 trillion, so 5% is 1.5 trillion in growth. And if we cut rates, you'll see 6. And people would never, before Donald Trump walked into that office, don't think that.
Cut rates. Does that mean more capital, easy money, low interest loans, so I can keep growing all my dog shit startups and build my 50 million data? Is that?
It's possible.
Yeah, we would think that sounds like that was insane. We're looking at maybe 2% economic growth, GDP growth this year.
They were close to those numbers, by the way. If they hadn't done the Iran war,
what? I'm sorry.
They would have hit 4%, and they would have had potentially some cuts. But if you start a war and you do a supply chain shock with energy, you essentially take the Trump 2.0 agenda and you torch it, which is what's happened.
But like, why are you allowed to separate out the? Why are you separating out the fact that the guy's a crazy fucking warmonger from the rest of his presidency?
Why haven't more people come around on that? And again, I would think that Chamath, for example, I know you don't like to speak for guys, but in theory, if you had a VC and you brought a CEO in and they're like, hey man, you invest in me right now, you get behind me, we're gonna have 6% growth this year. And then 6 months later, they like stuck their dick in the fax machine and like screwed everything up, and now they're at 2% growth with maybe going down from there. Yeah, you'd be like, okay, well, see, turns out we need some new leadership. I'm calling the board here. I have some.
No, except they would be like, well, I mean, did we like that fax machine anyway? Can we get him a more dick accessible fax machine? And is he at least growing the company while he's not fucking the fax machine?
Yeah, so
why isn't that happening? Why are people like, we're calling the board here?
Very simple. Yeah. Trump demands complete fidelity. I'm not speaking about Chamath or anybody specific, but we all know in order to be in the Trump circle, you have to have complete, utter fidelity to him. He's a genius.
So it's North Korea. We're in North Korea.
Basically, I think
it doesn't feel like, again, like a capitalist system. it doesn't feel like a capitalist system, yeah.
It's
I can't critique the president.
Capitalist slash, if you told a bunch of...
Anarcho? What part of anything? This is the most hierarchical, enforced top to bottom, government preferential, single individual leader. What part of that is what does anarch mean? Am I retarded? Hello? What? Oh, sorry. He heard Curtis Yarvin or Peter Thiel use this word or abbreviation one time, and it's just a fucking buzzword that they throw around and fucking...
Business leaders, this could become oligarchic. They would be like, sign me up.
Hell yeah.
Sounds great.
And
oligarchy sounds pretty great.
And this is why we're fucked, Jake.
For a short period of time.
Can we agree for a second? That's why we're fucked. This is why we're not going to get... You said you wanted normal. I'm sure you and I disagree on the margins and what the marginal tax rate should be for the top tax bracket or whatever, but like, maybe we wouldn't, I don't know. But we're not going to get normal because these guys have decided that they want to go on with oligarchy. They decided that it's cool for...
The worst thing, too, is that we have the worst elites ever. We have the worst elites ever. When the decadence and the lushness of how elites used to live their life was so horrible that that fucking God and people would write religious diatribes on how horrible and evil these people were because of the lavish lifestyles they were living. And these guys just sit in their fucking rooms all day tweeting. And they don't even do anything. Everything is tacky and gaudy. They have no cool hobbies. They're not educated or elite in anything. They don't do anything cool or fun. They just have big jets and yachts, which I have some, I guess, whatever. And then they all have podcasts. And then they buy cringe shit like swords and they wave them around. They don't even do anything cool. They're not even good elites. Everything about these people sucks. Everything about them sucks. They're not making kids. Does this guy have a family? There's nothing. Nothing is happening with these people. They're losers. I'm sorry.
Elon to become a trillionaire. They decided that they can't abide any even tiny tax hike on capital gains rates or corporate. So what they're going to get is pitchforks and socialism. That's what they're going to get. No, it's going to...
I do think they're driving...
How tall is this? I need to know. He better be taller than 6 feet or we're destroying not even good genetic stock with our leads. Jason Calacanis height. Oh, doesn't show up. Oh, hold on. What? It's over.
The socialist movement, I've talked very broadly about how to reverse that.
Any tax hike on capital gains rates
No,
or corporate,
people
so
will
what
be
they're
fine
going to
with
get is pitchforks and
Yeah.
socialism. That's what they're going to get. No, it's going to.
I do think they're driving the socialist movement. I've talked very broadly about how to reverse that. I think we need to have a very open discussion about minimum wage. I was a free market, and a fair free market version.
When people talk about like minimum wage is just things that evil capitalist overlords give to you to keep you at bay from the socialist revolution. So people have an issue with the revolving door neo-feudal system that all of the tech overlords are advocating for right now. The fact that all of us are okay with a literal fascist dictator as long as he gives preferential treatment to our businesses. And we understand that that's making some people wonder about the allocation of capital and maybe that it's not actually right. So we need to have a serious discussion about upping the minimum wage another $1.50 an hour.
Of minimum wage for a long time. But then I started studying what happened in New Zealand, Australia, and Norway, Denmark. These are obviously slightly different than the United States. But if we want to correct the socialist movement, which is gaining steam, and someone like Bernie Sanders saying, hey, listen, they stole all the content from us and the knowledge, and then we should get half the company. They did. Yes, of course. And some of it is legal. Some of it's not legal. Yeah. If you buy the book, you're actually allowed to train on it according to the courts. But if you steal the book, you're not. Putting all that aside, it is a great sales pitch from Bernie. When I saw that, I was like, oh man, this is going to play. This was play in 2026 and into 2028. What I think we need to do as a society is look at that K-shaped recovery, and it's like one group's going down, one group's going up. Invest America, the Trump accounts, is a great step in the right direction.
Oh my fucking God. Oh. Give us some equity, old man. Every business, U.S. government, 15% equity. Pay dividends. Trump accounts funded by mandatory equity. If you want to be listed on a major stock exchange, 10% equity, forced dividend, or at least 10% of what it would be, into our Trump accounts, okay?
Adding $1 to the minimum wage for each of the next 7 years and getting it to $15.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Wow. Amazing. Thank you. 15 an hour minimum wage as you replace every single fucking worker as hastily as you can. Thank you.
It might seem performative, but it would actually be performative in a good way. It would say, hey, everybody on the top's doing really well with equities. Let's get these people to move up and let's look at that. Then I think universal health care.
Didn't you just talk about how excited everybody was to replace all of the fucking menial labor anyway? How many $3 an hour jobs are going to be left once the figure robot guy is sorting in the factories? How many of those jobs would even exist today?
Is like another easy way to kind of bridge this gap between capitalism and socialism. And we do have to have, some kind of grand bargain that occurs, because I do think the country is on the verge of just splitting into states that are going to be like Nevada, Texas, and Florida, and states that are going to be
Nevada,
like New York and California.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I think that.
What does that even mean? Nevada, Texas, and Florida versus New York? Is he just talking about people's political alignment? I don't even know.
That's why I like having this discussion, and I wish some of them would come on and we could talk about it. But this is, I think that the CEO class and the elite VC class in Silicon Valley needs to realize that if they don't change the way they talk about this stuff and change the way that these things.
I am becoming a socialist. I can't imagine what a normal. This conversation is probably too high for Hassan or Vosh because they can only listen to fucking 30-second TikTok retard clips. Nothing would make me a socialist. This is like listening to the girls that go on Fresh and Fit to make me hate women, okay? It's like, okay, I can see why people think this way. This guy is he's actually villain tier. This guy's crazy.
That the pitchforks are coming for them hard. I mean, there's been no pivot. Not really. And there's been this pivot that continues in Trump 2.0.
Oh, no, there we are. Yeah. Okay, what is he going to say? Didn't you see when they set 7 cars on fire for Elon Musk? I don't know. Maybe there's a different example.
When you throw
giving money away is for suckers. Like the whole Bill Gates vision, he got his own issues. Vision of the world is like different. We want no regulation. We want to stop doing charity.
People are aware of this issue. When Sam Altman's house got firebombed and then shot out by 2 different people in a 10-day period.
Oh, the Sam Altman bomber emailed me. He chose me as a person to send email to. So I feel not that I encourage any of that. I don't encourage any of that.
Trust me, that was talked about a lot by the same CEOs and elite venture capitalists you're talking about. And there's the folks at Anthropic who are saying like, all jobs are going to go away. We need to contain this. So the industry has done a terrible job of communicating why AI is good for society and the good that could come out of it. And we have not done productive things like, say, the Giving Pledge. The Giving Pledge, again, super.
Is this the fucking thing where it's like, by the time I die, I'm going to give away 99% of my money. By the time I die, I'm going to give 99% of my money away.
Performative when it came out, but saying, hey, the majority of my wealth is going to be given away upon my death. It actually made
How have we looped back to this used to be the retard conservative insult. Oh, if you think taxes are so important, why don't you just give all your money away? Like, oh, the giving pledge. That's how we're going to fund our government. The giving pledge. Oh.
Made people feel like, hey, maybe we're all in this together. And what Michael Dell did when he gave $7 billion or whatever it was, these Invest America accounts, that needs to happen 10 more times. That's
maybe next time without getting a $9 billion deal from the Department of War 2 weeks later. And this is the thing. Like, these guys, I hear what you're saying, that they like it. They're happy with oligarchy. They're happy to deal with Trump. But like, maybe some on the left listening to this will probably be like, look, capitalism has always been fake. There's always been, crony capitalism. Like, Tim, you were sold a bill of goods. Maybe. But like, when there's a period of time where people did the performative part of it, whether it was the giving pledge, whether it was like actually committing to a real free market where there's competition, like that created an environment, where the capitalist system could thrive. And they've now gone all in with somebody, no pun intended, that is an assault on it. He's like, I'm just going to do deals with rich people to buy me off. And I'm telling you, the reaction to that is not going to be, hey, let's go back to some more friendly relations with the corporate leaders in the Democratic class. The reaction is, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use our power to bully these guys the way he did, and you're not going to like it. That's what's going to happen.
You should find the legal way to do it. We could probably take law for 2 weeks, okay, to discover all the retarded fuck loopholes these people use. Anybody that has this guy's position, when President Ossoff assumes the office in 2028, 50% of their shit's got to go. I'm sorry. You guys are a threat to democracy. You're actually a threat to the Western world, okay? You are fomenting radical socialist movements in this country by being actually fucking insane. You are corrupt, oligarchical. It's just crazy to me. I don't even know if and I truly don't know, like on Russian state media, are they this blatant about, well, I have to go to Putin and I have to bend the knee to him so that Putin can give me exactly the business things that I want so that me and Putin have a good relationship? Like, it's just crazy. These are just crazy statements in my mind. Don't they like pretend to not, at least, like, isn't it like a wink wink thing over there? But whereas these guys are like, well, actually, we really fucking love sucking Trump's dick. The guy makes a lot of cum for an 80-year-old.
That is concerning. The lawfare that keeps getting escalated. What we really need to start thinking about is the Democrats winning the midterms, and I guess if they win the House, they get subpoena power back. If they win the Senate, then they can do hearings and a little bit more.
And that's what you're worried about?
But they have to stop appointments. They could stop any appointments to cabinet judges.
If some of these appointments were ludicrous, Pam Bondi, Christy Neal,
Pete Hegseth. No.
It's okay. I fuck up names and shit. I do. I have a profound hatred for all of these people.
If some of these appointments were ludicrous, Pam Bondi, Christy Neal.
I called her Noam Christie for a long time because I thought her last name was
No, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some of these are quite embarrassing, and he's corrected. He's given them promotions, I guess.
I think JVL recently talked about this, massively curtailing the wealth accumulation, not for redistributive purposes, but for democracy protecting purposes. No! It would be for retributive purposes, not redistributive, retributive, okay? These guys need to be punished for their arrogance, okay? That they could imagine existing in a country with so many and acting like this in a video game. I'm just saying, these are, I don't know, man. These are wild statements to me.
You can never make a mistake, but they promoted them, gave them a better window seat. There needs to be checks and balances. That's the other thing that's kind of broken here, both on the Republican side and... I guess they did break the Republicans' brains with this slush fund for the $1.7 billion. So maybe that's a sign that the Trump era is ending.
That was the step too far. The $2 billion exclusively created in the executive branch in the White House that was going to allocate money to people based on 5 members that Trump himself could personally choose to award money to people without ever going to court. That's what broke your brain. It was when the last inch of the 42-inch dick entered my ass that I was like, enough is enough, God damn it.
And Republicans...
Not 1 inch more. Let it be said that 43 inches of Republican cock will never enter this man's bottom.
Take the party back. Either way, this thing's over in 2 years, right? So we're going to have to start thinking about a post-Trump world.
Your skiing buddy Tucker might run.
Yeah, I think he's probably more interested in getting ratings for the show. I think he likes doing his show. If you look at all of those performative folks, I think it's just about ratings, whether it's him or Karen Swisher or Megyn Kelly. I think they just want ratings. You know?
I don't. That's not what we're doing. I have 2 more things for you.
No, I don't think you're
3 more
doing
things.
it,
We go
actually.
rapid fire. 3 more things.
Rapid fire.
Zoran can't. You have to look at that and be like, that's not as bad as you thought. No.
Oh no! It's it, man. I need the Che Guevara biography. Where I can't. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just. He'll give a reasonable take on it. He'll be reasonable. He'll be reasonable. He'll be reasonable. He'll be reasonable.
I just want to say, these new fucking cameras, man, that you just can't even make a manual anymore. I'm over here for an hour.
Oh no!
Fucking with it.
You can. It's a Sony camera, and the menus are absurdly fucking complicated.
I'm so fucking mad right now because like I have it in the M mode, right? But
Yeah.
it doesn't go to manual.
You look at the manual.
I'm
There's a way to
working
do
on
it. It's hard, but there's a way. Yeah, because you're
I'm
talking about because
working.
it'll either do aperture mode or shutter speed mode or whatever else.
It's so retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I got. Yeah.
For a shortcut, you can put it in, I think, manual shutter mode or something because you always want that at 180 degrees, and then you can control the other 2 or something. But I don't know. Anyway, good luck.
Zoran can't. You have to look at that and be like, that's not as bad as you thought. No. I mean, Zoran's been pretty good.
In what way?
Look, we're 6 months in.
Oh my God.
And when you did a 6-month Trump assessment, I look at Zoran and I think he kept the police chief. Crime rates are down in New York. People were worried that he would go in and it would be, we'd be on the side of the criminals and they would like give out hugs instead of having cops in the subway. And like none of that happened. He's gotten rid of some of the red tape around building. They're planning to build. Yeah. He did cut the budget. They got balanced. They had to kind of deal with Hochul to deal with that. Yeah. He did the kind of performative populist left thing going after.
And now he's more centrist.
Your boy at Citadel for having a pied-à-terre in New York.
That was not good.
But was it though? That's kind of a
no. I'll tell you why. This is where you have another blind spot for you.
They
Tim.
should pay.
He's talking about the most expensive individual unit in the entire United States where the guy was an idle tenant, right? That's the Citadel thing? Yes? Okay.
More. If you don't live in New York, you have a pied-à-terre.
Fine. But hold on. This is what you're missing, okay? What's a man to do when you have no hobbies, when you have no taste, and when you can't do anything fun in life beyond buy expensive shit to show other people how cool you are? Did you ever consider the feelings of those people?
With the pied-à-terre tax, if you want to do that, it's fine. Like I said, local communities can do what local communities want to do. If they want flock because they want to have a secure community, they don't want flock and they want to ban it, that's like a local community's decision. Let them do it. What is, and you should be appalled by, and you should speak out about, is when he picks a specific person and puts a target on their back. We just talked about Sam Altman.
It was the most expensive unit in all of New York. I'm sorry, it may be in the world? In the entire United States, it was the most expensive unit in the entire United States. I don't remember if it's the entire world or not. Probably not. There's probably some fucking thing in Dubai or China or some shit.
And the firebomb and them shooting at his house with his kids in the house. Then you do this to the Citadel founder. That's the kind of stuff that gets people killed. And, it's not cool to do that for a politician to say, hey, this person is the reason why the city sucks. This person owns a penthouse. You don't. That's going to get him shot because there's a lot of crazy people out there. Mandami should have apologized for that. He should have said, this is a great New Yorker. I think he.
Oh my God. He wasn't even wait, what was the Citadel? He didn't even live there. Was he at least born there? Please tell me he was at least Citadel owner, property, New York. It's Ken Griffin? Please tell me if he wasn't born there, please tell me he at least did something there. Born in Daytona Beach, Florida. Okay, where did he get his degree? Harvard. Hey, please tell me he spent some time in New York doing something. Control F. He serves on the board of trustees at the Whitney Museum of American Art in New York. Give me a fucking break. My aunt would have beat the shit up. Would still beat up somebody who would say some shit like that. I'm a New Yorker. Really, bro? This is so... Oh my God. Hold on. My heart is filled with so much hatred. I'm sorry. I just looked at the properties. Some of Griffin's real estate purchases were in Miami, Florida, Palm Beach, Florida, New York City, Southampton, New York, and London, England. Like, you're so cool, bro. You're actually so cool that you're like, you own all these cool places that you never fucking stay in, that you get to like, God, oh my God, they're such fucking losers. It's okay. It's so cringe. Oh, COVID-19 donations. Look, at least he did that. $2.5 million to support food services for children in Chicago public schools. Wow. Okay.
That's going to get him shot because there's a lot of crazy people out there. Mondami should have apologized for that. He should have said this is a great New Yorker. I think he did say he's like, we want him here or whatever.
Like, great New Yorker.
But that was completely disgraziato, and it's disgraziato if you don't call it out. Everybody should be calling out anytime you single one of these people
I call it violence, but I don't know, man.
How about when Trump does it? Do you guys ever call that out? No.
I think that's okay.
You don't see the problem with pointing to his...
I wouldn't
you
have
have
done
a problem pointing to his house?
I don't think I would have done it in front of his house.
No, of course you wouldn't have. You're a decent human.
Yeah.
And I don't think Mondami would have...
I mean, he has, I think that it's fair to do some populist eat the rich stuff. I mean, people are mad for good reason, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to
Ken Griffin
incent...
can afford it.
So again, two different topics. Are we targeting individuals and sending crazy people to murder them?
I don't want to do that. Obviously, that's obviously not.
Obviously, and then that's the problem.
It doesn't even make sense. Because if you were to talk about the property and somebody were to go there and kill him, he's never even there. He doesn't even live there. He's not even going to be there. So technically, the safest thing in the world might be to direct people to the guy's real estates because it's the only place we'll ever fucking find him. He's going to be in his fucking yacht in fucking Florida. What, Mooten? What did you figure out?
There's two fucking retarded white lines on this goddamn camera. There's one right under it where they're fucking, it's just, it wasn't on M. It wasn't on M this whole time.
Good job. Well, now you M'd it.
I'm about to end it.
Whoa!
In a video game, of course.
Singling anybody out. You start singling people out and you're saying, this is the reason why you're suffering. Don't be surprised when the United Healthcare CEO
the
gets shot.
president, we could just do this all day. And the president,
the president does it. I'm not, you will
Also, look at the difference in explanation, right? When it came time, the whole world is like this. Israel, Palestine, Destiny Hassan, libs and non-libs. Everybody does this thing where, there's a name for this. No! I think it's called an attribution bias, right? Does it count here for this is what I'm talking about? When he talks about like Trump, he talks about like the business owners, and it's like, this is what business owners do. They prefer to live in a neo-feudal system where we can go and suck off the dictator who will give us preferential treatment because that's just what we do. You know, we just do that. That's what business owners are like. And then when it comes time to talk about like disgruntled citizens, they got to change. It's not okay that people can feel upset about anything. It's not okay. You can't be mad about that $300 million piece of property that this guy who's probably never set foot in his entire fucking life. You can't feel mad about that. That's not okay. Like, why are you prescribing to us and describing yourselves? Like, how can you possibly have so much leeway to give to, by the way, to the people that need the least leeway in the universe, okay? And then have so little understanding, I guess, on the other side of things.
Obviously. And then that's the problem with singling anybody out. You start singling people out and you're saying, this is the reason why you're suffering. Don't be surprised when the United Healthcare CEO gets shot.
We could just do this all day. And
the president does it. You will not get me here
no
defending
rich people get mad at him. Say it again.
You will. Tim, ask him. Oh, you wouldn't defend the president? Do you think that, knowing everything you know now, would you still have voted for him over Kamala? Oh, and then you'll say, I'm not political. Would you recommend somebody else vote for Trump over Kamala?
And that's just why I'm like, the crocodile tears about Zoran going after Ken Griffin. It's tough because, Donald Trump does it all the time and they don't do that because, they're scared you can't be mean to Trump because we're in a fake capitalism.
Nobody should do it, I think. Nobody should. But he had so many words right there from Mamdani. Has he ever had words like that for Trump? Maybe. Probably not.
Okay, I don't want to. Okay. I'm doing this. I swear not to pick on you, because I wanted to, because it illustrates a point. But people are making fun of you some on social media because of an email you sent to Jeffrey Epstein and then the Epstein files and said, "Hey pal, running out to a kid's birthday party, we'll dig up their info. He's trying to connect you." And I thought this was an extractive exchange because you're not involved in any of the Epstein stuff.
No,
all that was happening was you guys was he was a networker. But again, that's just why I can't be mean to Trump because I wanted to. A kid's birthday party. What
was this email? Hey pal, running out to a kid's birthday party, we'll dig up their info. What did Jeffrey ask for? Is it this here? I hate reading email embedded shit. I would like to get in touch with the Bitcoin guys. I'm happy to see you're doing well. Hey pal, running out to a kid's birthday party. We'll dig up their info. So these are folks who are not trying to build a business. They are the crazy open source folks who are radicals. Their motivation is more in line with WikiLeaks or Wikipedia. I had these guys on my TV show on the web. YouTube startups Gavin Andreessen and Amir Taki Bitcoin. Best J. Wait. Oh, because his name is Jason, also J. Ooh. Epstein knew he had the connection, and Jason really didn't want to share it because he's like, Jeff, you got to know these guys are bad guys, okay? You should check them out on my show. They're real bad, okay? They're wild. They're radical. Like the guys at Wikipedia or WikiLeaks or WikiSnuff. They're all bad people.
We'll dig up their info. He's trying to connect you. And to me, I thought this was an instructive exchange because...
Why would you even compare WikiLeaks and Wikipedia? What year was this? I'm sorry. 2011? Bro. Okay.
You're not involved in anything.
These guys they're all losers, bro.
The Epstein stuff. All that was happening was you guys was he was a networker, he was a power networker, you're a power networker. Sure. But I think that one of the reveals from the Epstein files is that people in elite circles are too
connected,
too lax about going along with and taking favors from people that do bad things, or that
or vetting people,
or things that are suspect, sure. Right? You know, it's one of these things where it's like, look, if I heard that one of the other parents on my kid's basketball team was a pedo, I think, you know, I'd keep my distance and have my kid keep my distance as possible.
Absolutely fucking not. Even if they all knew, you think they would give a fuck? The guy who just said he's okay doing favors for the fasci dictator as long as he prefers his company would distance himself from a pedophile? The only thing he would do is just make sure that he wasn't around when his kids were being babysat. Otherwise, he don't give a fuck. You think this guy has any morality when it comes to other people's anything? Give me a fucking break. Maybe he would email him from a different email account, so his name wasn't tied to it, but...
I heard that if you hear that about
what's
somebody,
the question?
No, okay, if you hear that about somebody who can help you get a job or can help you get access to capital, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, whatever, who cares? We'll do a little deal with him. And in retrospect, like, don't you feel like that maybe the lesson from the Epstein thing is that people should use more judgment?
Well, I mean, in hindsight, of course. Here, I'll give you the complete background to it. My book agent, John Brockman, ran something called edge.org, where all scientists got together, and I would go to the TED conference. He was there. He was giving donations to everybody. And I wasn't following it. I wasn't following his career or anything like that. My book agent said, Epstein, and I wasn't following his case, to be totally honest. That first case in Palm Beach, I guess, had happened. And he said, hey, Epstein, who you've met at like TED twice, and he was going to invest in your magazine. I had one meeting with him about that back in the day. He said,
one of the things, dude, oh my God, I hate this so much. Every time you get one of these motherfuckers in a room with a bunch of school kids or with a bunch of like young entrepreneurs, you're like, Mister, why do you make so much money? Mister, why do you get paid so much? Why do you make $500 million? And my daddy is a fucking plumber and his back is broken. He's 47 years old and he is fucking dying because he can't get health insurance. And the guy's like, well, you got to understand, kid, when you're me, okay, you got a lot of responsibility, okay? I can tweet a thing that can destroy a company, or I could make a single decision that would take everybody down around me. Meanwhile, in the real world, every time they make decisions that might involve them, you know, like having close contacts with child predators.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's the first time. I didn't see that.
Play
That's
that button a million times.
Hearing of it.
I didn't know anything about that. I had no idea. That was my publicist. That was my agent. That was another guy who recommended it to me. I didn't know anything about the guy's background. I didn't have any fucking idea. I didn't know. Like, so what the fuck? Why do you fucking make the money? What do you fucking do? What's the point? Why are you compensated so much?
To care about virtue.
Have him on the program and you can go through his...
I'm not asking you what he thinks. I'm saying, look at his social media. Elon.
So you're
I want to go. I want to network. And shouldn't we be trying to model an instinct that's more like, maybe I should value character more. Maybe I should value...
Sorry, fuck. I accidentally...
My belief, but maybe it's some people's belief. I
you don't
walk
feel
away
like
from many deals.
Or,
sure.
and
not me.
No, this is not about you. This is a serious question, and we'll just end with this, and you can give a Knicks prediction. We can end with that. But
sure.
It's more like it's kind of related to the
people do, and like that. My book agent said, Epstein, and I wasn't following his case, to be totally honest. That first case in Palm Beach, I guess, had happened. And he said, hey, Epstein, who you've met at like TED twice, and he was going to invest in your magazine. I had one meeting with him about that.
I wasn't following his case. I didn't know anything about it. You know what Tim should ask him? Tim should be like, what do you know about Hunter Biden? Oh, that guy? I think he had 5% equity in Burisma. I think he was getting $40,000 a month. I think that he was, the cash transfers were between November. It's okay.
Back in the day, he said, hey, he wants to meet those guys who are on your podcast. They're doing that Bitcoin thing. And I was like, yeah, sure. And I say, hey, pal, to everybody. That's like a New Yorker thing. Hey, pal, sure. Thanks, pal. I mean, I'll say it to the valet. It's not like you can read into that anything. Of course, the that was the richest rich man.
I say hey buddy to everybody, even to the valet. I even treat valets like humans. Believe it or not, I even say hi to those, to the lowest of society. Bruh, never again. I can't watch anything long term with any of these people. And this is the lib on their podcast, by the way. This is the lib on their podcast.
Epstein file people do. And he was like, would you mind introducing Epstein, because he wants to invest in these founders. My business is connecting, as you said, capital to founders. I wasn't really even tracking what he was doing. And in fact, I went back and I did some...
Also, remember when I said earlier how these guys, once you make a certain amount of money, you just luck at everything else? He doesn't even fucking know anything, right? He just happens to be the guy now that knows the guy. He's like, hey, can I connect you to a dude that might make you a fuck ton of money? He's like, oh, yeah, sure. I don't know anything about him. Don't know anything about what he's done. Don't know anything about any of the kids he's done. Whatever. Yeah, just connect him and I'll make a fuck ton of money off it.
Research on it. The way it was framed to New Yorkers when he came back from that Palm Beach sentence he had was that he was framed. He got a massage. The girl had like a fake ID, and the Palm Beach person let him work from home, and he had to report to jail at night. And it was just like trumped up fake charges. But like I said, I wasn't even following it. So sure, you got me.
No, this is not got you. This is a serious question, and we'll just end with this, and you can give a next prediction. We can end with that. But
sure.
It's more like it's kind of related to the retard maxing thing, which is like I feel like that as a culture, like that maybe we should be valuing, particularly people in elite circles, like. Valuing judgment, valuing character,
sure.
and instead, like I do feel like we're creating a culture where people are like, it's actually cool.
Like, why are you defending Epstein without even knowing anything about him?
To signal that you're a little bit of a dick. And if somebody that you do business with is slimy, it's like, who cares as long as you get yours.
No, I don't. That's not my belief, but maybe it's some people's belief.
You just said it. What? You obviously you don't give that much of a fuck. Wait. When did the first Palm Beach thing? Those charges happen? Because like if there are charges that were literally in the fucking national news and you didn't bother to look into any of it while you're doing business, how can you pretend that you care? How can you pretend to care at all?
But you don't walk away from many deals based on character. I just wasn't following that.
Bullshit. Many deals based on character. That's some shit that fucking. Oh God, I don't know. That's like some bullshit. I don't fucking believe you. It's because the right guy introduced you. Or because on paper, not even actually, somebody told you it looked good and then you fucking threw money at it. Bullshit. On character. I choose people on character.
Oh yeah, but you don't feel like that is, something that is pervasive now, particularly in kind of, if you look at Elon's feed from day to day, you mock, there's like, not you personally, people mock the notion that, we should be, caring more about character and virtue. And I don't know, does not the Epstein thing reveal that maybe we should all be a little more judicious about all this rather than the opposite?
I mean, trust me, I've thought about it since this happened, and oh my God, is there anybody else in my circle who has this going on? Or even when I take selfies now, you get stopped now for selfies. You on your tour probably took 1,000 selfies. Yeah, one of them's a serial killer. Tim, do you endorse serial killing?
He really thought he cooked with that one. He really thought he was making a really compelling argument there. Tim should retire after that one. I don't know if he can recover from that devastating blow.
No. And so it's just
but the
part
Epstein
of
story was a lot of people that were like going to, this isn't you, but there's a lot of people going to these dinners. And it's like, hey, do you want to come to this dinner? Woody Allen's going to be there. And so-and-so's and Howard Lutnick's going to be there. Do you want to come? And there's this instinct that people have to be like, hell yeah, I want to go. I want to network. And shouldn't we be trying to model an instinct that's more like, maybe I should value character more. Maybe I should.
Listen, I love and respect Tim. And maybe Tim talks to these people more than what I've seen. So maybe he's used to hearing it by now. But this guy is the caricature of a capitalist that Hassan and everybody else pretends every single capitalist is. This guy just justified earlier to you literally selling out your fucking soul to a dictator emperor as long as stock go up, as long as stock market go up. Why would you take character advice ever from a person like this? This is the kind of guy where if you would ask to fuck his kids, he'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't hear an offer. Okay, you what?
Value virtue more. Maybe
I've always valued these things. So you're preaching to the choir on this one. I have walked away from many a deal.
Look at Elon.
I don't speak for Elon.
I don't speak for any.
Every time I'm here, you do this. Like,
But he's so
what is
pro.
Elon?
Every time I'm here, you try to get me to make judgments about the people that I say are like the movers and shakers of our economy and the most important people, blah, 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 blah. But he sure could give a whole bunch of judgments earlier about fucking Mamdani. He sure could make a whole bunch of judgments earlier about, well, I think Kamala would have done this and I can predict all of these things. But when it comes to analyzing the current character of, like, he was saying Mamdani should apologize for what he did. When Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, who's responsible for setting the policy of New York City, wanted to talk about the most expensive unit that was currently being rented in New York City by a guy who's not from New York City, he needs to apologize. But Elon Musk, who is tweeting out like more white nationalist fucking propaganda than any individual human has in all of fucking human history, well, I can't.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it.
What does Jamal think? I don't know what these guys think.
I'm not
You can
asking
ask
what he
them.
thinks. I'm saying look at his social media. Elon is a walking vice signal. He basically makes fun of anybody that tries to offer.
This guy will. I don't even know if Tim realized it. I'm seeing the Matrix now on these guys. Oh my God, I'm ready for the revolution. This guy will never say a negative thing about Elon because he never, ever, ever wants to find himself in a room, or he never wants to find with Elon after having said something negative about it, and he doesn't want any word to ever get back to Elon, ever, about anything negative ever. This guy will never say anything negative about Elon. I hope I'm wrong. He should be able to say something a little negative. Maybe. Let's see. Can he? Okay? Don't let me be wrong. Or don't let me be right.
To care about virtue.
Have him on the program and you can go through his...
What a fucking pussy fucking loser, dude. No money. What did I say? 50%? 100%. Take it all. They're amoral, no character, way too much voice and influence and opinion. Like, it's crazy how much of a fucking... Oh my God, all these people... It's okay.
40
you don't have a
40
comment on
tweets
that,
a day.
though? You don't have a
I'm not
comment on that?
following his 40 tweets every day. I don't know which one you're referring to. All I know
You
is
don't
he's
think
a
that this is a
genius and an
problem?
incredible, business person. But I
Oh my God! I've seen it. I ascended. I'm glad I watched it now. I ascended to the next level. I understand more about how deeply disgusting this entire class of fucking losers. But you know what? I also had the instinct for him. I felt him a few years ago. Okay, I felt the disgusting, the evil emanations from these amoral, malevolent figures, okay? I felt it, and now it's materialized in front of me more. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
his 40 tweets every day. I don't know which one you're referring to. All I know is he's a genius and an incredible, business person. But I don't have like every mistake he's made.
But you don't think this is...
Oh my God! I know everything. Tim should have said, "Hey, you got 2 minutes? Let's pull up his Twitter right now." I don't know. What are some of the Elon Musk X.com? What are some of the last things that Elon has posted? Oh, it's going to be a lot of SpaceX stuff right now, probably. Oh, man attempts to behead another man in the street. No evidence of terror at this stage, says police. Is he brown? Oh, we've got Belfast. Sudanese man. We needed 3 tweets to find some kind of race war shit. 3 tweets. We must stop harboring those who wish to decapitate children. I don't even know what he's talking. Is he talking about brown people from North Africa, or is he talking about trans activists? A vast number of people need to be removed from our country. When I say vast, I mean it. Millions and millions need to leave or be made to leave. Okay, I think he's talking about the brown people. Endless atrocities in Britain right now. Only Restore Britain can save Britain. Not even Reform, by the way. The more extreme one. If it's not like only by Tommy Robinson. Give me a fucking break. I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything about voter ID. Oh, Restore Britain. Don't make peace with evil, destroy it. Restore Britain. This is what it comes down to. Elon Musk was always right. Pretty sure this was him remoting in to a fucking... I don't know if it was white nationalists or whatever, but it was a Tommy Robinson fucking protest in the UK.
You're in a fundamental situation here where
oh my, this is your leader? This is your lead? They're not even good speakers. Oh, was this for Germany? Was this AFD for Germany?
whether you choose violence
saying that in English kind of retarded. AFD for Germany, I should just say.
or not, violence is coming to you.
No, you're wrong. This is in Britain.
You either
the
fight back or you die.
Wow.
You either fight back or you die.
So brave.
And that's the truth.
Today, Elon, I think the British public are telling the world that they're ready to fight back.
Good. Yes.
The truth is that there are vastly more hate crimes, like especially aggravated rape and murder. Aggravated rape, damn, that's the serious rape. Per person by blacks against whites than the other way around. This is not remotely debatable, as the numbers are so extremely lopsided. He even has the these aren't soy faces. What are they?
Are they the
cultural problems that like people
in our culture?
Yeah.
I think you know if we do have a cultural problem right now is that we don't have people working together collaboratively in our government anymore.
Why do you even think you have the right to talk about that? Really? Yeah, that's a big problem, huh? Wonder why.
And that needs to come back in more moderation and working together. I hope that when Trump is out of office and in this midterm, we can return some balance to the various branches of government and get out of this partisanship. That's what I hope. Yeah.
Well, I agree with that. Nixon 4 or 5, 6? How are you going to take?
I'm really concerned about this President Trump juju.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like a pretty superstitious guy when it comes to the Knicks because I've suffered since the 90s over this team. I'm a little worried about him showing up and then the chaos that's going to ensue. I don't know why he's doing this, but I still think my original prediction was Knicks in 6. And having been at the first 2 games, I'm now at Knicks in 5. I do think it'll be a gentleman's sweep.
In San Antonio. How do you
It'll be convenient for
recover
me.
if you're Wemby? I mean, that game too, that was about the worst thing I've seen since Chris Webber called the timeout in college in
I mean, when he
1993.
throws the ball in his back. But, the Knicks built up a 12-point lead. They have an incredible young squad. Their guards have been incredible on Jalen Brunson. They're beating the hell out of him, and they're letting them play. So you can't argue about calls here. But the Knicks are a team of destiny, and it shows what happens when you just have a very deep team that's healthy going into the playoffs. Last couple of years, we weren't healthy. Tibbs didn't, develop the bench at all. And now you just look at like Bridges and Deuce and Hart and Jose. Like we have this long tail of incredible players, and everybody's healthy. It really is like getting to the finals and winning is about how healthy your squad is at this elite level. But yeah, Wemby is not ready for it. He will be, but he's not ready for it now. And man, the fact that Karl Anthony Towns owns him, and then
you don't know anything about
Mitch Robinson has been doing a tremendous job on him. I kind of feel like he's on par with Mitch, and I think Cat's dominating him. So total advantage gone. The guards have been playing great. What do you think? What's your prediction?
I mean, the Knicks have been, even when the Knicks were losing in the first quarter of the game on game 2, I was texting my friends and I was like, they just seem better. Like they're getting better shots. They just weren't, it just took a little bit for them to get in. So it's kind of hard for me to see the Knicks losing the series, but there's a part of me with my Trump derangement syndrome that does want to see 4 straight Spurs wins, like just to have the juju get totally stopped, like in the tracks.
How dare you?
And I do love Dylan Harper. I bought my daughter Dylan Harper jersey during game 1 because that guy is such a, it's unbelievable. He's 20 years old.
20 years old, and he's the second best player on the team.
He's so fun to watch. Anyway, that's where we're at. I forgot to ask you about crypto stuff, so we'll have to do it again another time.
Yeah, I'll come on again.
And tell your, tell Chamath and Freeman, you keep taking it for the team, okay? Like, tell them
I like talking to you.
I know, but tell them to get out of their cozy little bubble. I don't bite.
Here's the thing: you have to understand. Like I said earlier, like it's a tribal sport now. You cannot break once you join the team. Whether it's Trump or the other side, if you have Trump derangement syndrome, you can't break from the team. If you have Trump dedication syndrome, you cannot break from the team. I've never joined either team. I had the opportunity to be on both teams.
Oh my God.
Politely declined.
Okay,
I like to be
Why did
independent.
he decline, Steven?
What do we have? 2 years and 7 months left to just fully come on board. To just come on. The door is always open.
Which group?
It's mine.
Which group?
There's no hope to go into the Trump dedication team.
Tim should ask, what is something that would have to happen under Trump for you to say Kamala would have been a better president? You should always get them to stake those positions out in advance.
It's all going to get worse from here. So if one morning you wake up and you're like, you know what? There was this little angel, there's this little Tinkerbell inside me the whole time that wanted to be with Tim, that knew Trump was terrible, but I couldn't quite get all the way there.
I like
You're always
Rahm Emanuel. I like Rahm Emanuel.
There you go. You like Rahm Emanuel.
I've been texting with Rahm Emanuel.
Have you?
I like Josh Shapiro.
Yeah. Well, I think the Rahm Emanuel's message would go over a lot better if it was coming out of the body of someone besides Rahm Emanuel. It was I don't have anything against personally, but I think that the Democrats are going to be desperate for somebody outside of their. There's not been part of the kind of Clinton. Biden Harris era. I just think they're ready to move forward.
You think they're going to just go full AOC?
I don't know. It could be AOC. It could be somebody else from the center. I just think that it's more like they don't want the baggage. I think Democratic voters want to move forward and wash away this 12 years, this 12-year horror show that they've gone through. And I just find it very hard to imagine that the voters are like, you know what? Let's give somebody from the Clinton era a try. I think that they want a fresh start. So that's my.
I think he's super competent. That's the thing I like about him. He's super competent. I would like to have a competent moderate on either side. All right, brother.
We'll on board. That's Jason.
And that's just fucking.
Y'all can. Everybody else will see you back here tomorrow for another edition of the podcast. Peace.
Trump is more competent and moderate than Kamala Harris. True. It's just like...
Just a fact, man.
Oh. What are you doing? We can hear you smashing shit.
I know. I'm trying to fix the fucking thing.
Are you really trying to fix the fucking thing?
I'm so close to fixing it all, Steven, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay. Do you think he's looks maxing with a hammer right now?
Shut up. You're so dumb.
What? Oh, you were pretty sensitive about that one. Oh, maybe he's finally balancing his fucking keyboard. Holy shit.
No, man. This shit is... God damn it.
Yep, you're fucked. And you should be. Okay. I need to pick out things for us to buy contracts on.
What?
What?
Oh, Poly Market. Woohoo!
If I wanted to have positive track history, what is the thing we know? It would have to be politics over anything else, right?
Politics.
Oh, have you been following the Peru elections at all? Trump dead before 2029. Jesus. I don't think... Didn't they ban all bets on, like, people being alive or dead, or, like... People... I feel like that was not an okay thing. Elon Musk number of tweets, June 12th through June 19th. Jesus Christ. Are there any more, are there more special elections before the...
Yes, today.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, special
well,
elections?
obviously
No.
today. I mean, no, wait. The primary election was today. In Maine. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Jesus Christ returned before 2027. 2% chance.
That's free money.
Well, 2%. I don't know.
Just good business. Why is Dan messaging me?
Uh-oh.
No, Dan, you do it.
Do what?
You do it.
Uh-oh. Do what?
Dan likes to sometimes forget that he's supposed to be doing the business side when I do all the streaming side.
Whoa! Will Trump dance on... Will people bet on this? Will Trump publicly insult someone? Does the... his Truth Social shit, does that count? It must, right? It has to. I bet if you click it, it'll tell you. Mark was up to yes if Donald Trump makes any public statement in which he insults, mocks, or attacks any non-fictional individual, personally or professionally, in a clearly negative manner. This includes calling the individual weak, stupid, disloyal, a failure, using an insulting nickname, using other derogatory language, or using the negative form of a positive trait in a derogatory personal way, e.g., he/she isn't smart. Any written, verbal, or recorded public statement by Trump qualifies. U.S.-Iran permanent peace deal. Damn. What does permanent peace mean? I don't know why I'm asking it. It'll say it down here. Permanent peace deal refers to any agreement which explicitly indicates that military hostilities between the United States and Iran have ended or will permanently cease. Does that include a ceasefire or agreements that are explicitly temporary, which do not include a definitive agreement to end military hostilities between the U.S. and Iran on a lasting basis, e.g. a temporary extension of the 2-week ceasefire agreement will not qualify. Huh. Okay, so they have to sign or formally adopt a written agreement. Ooh, I'm going to figure out how to put money on this tomorrow. by August 31st. No shot. No shot. No shot. No shot. No shot. What are you? You're just throwing shit everywhere.
You gotta mute. I gotta mute.
No, you're fine. I'm just kidding. We didn't hear that. I made that.
No, I know you heard it.
No, we didn't.
Because this fucking guy, he told me to reframe my camera, and then I start moving it, and then the mic arm is retarded, so now I gotta fix the mic arm that's falling apart. It's a whole thing.
Tighten it all up.
I'm trying, man.
Ooh, New York 13 Democratic primary winner. Wait, are there any bets on the shit that I fucking researched? Where's my Hunter Biden laptop bets? Hold on. Hunter Biden. Fuck.
Freya, stop DMing.
Uh-oh. Do you use hue lights or did you get something knockoff? Oh, what a cute question. I use real lights by Nanlite. The
Me
problem
too.
with hue lights are cute, but the issue with hue lights is the frequency of the light. I don't know if it's like 60 or 50 or something, but it causes a rolling shutter effect if you shoot at any ordinary FPS or frame rate or shutter speed.
Hold on. That's what Daddy's talking about.
What? Oh, you figured it out?
Fixed it. Yeah, I figured. I'm a genius.
You need to cut the red wire. Oh my god. This cable management is beautiful. I could clearly see which wire you're talking about because it's in a color-coded cable sleeve. There's no time. You need to cut the wire. Oh my god, no. I can't. They clearly spent so much time on these wires. Well, if you're not gonna cut the wire, then break the box open. I can't do that either. And why is that? Because the welding is fucking perfect.
Chat, stop liking me dumb shit.
Good.
What? Starmer out by.
No.
He's not
No.
going anywhere.
Yeah. I'll put all the
Ooh.
money on that one.
Are you max? Are you like? Is there a max contract you can buy for this, or?
I'm not Mr. Girl. I'm not mad. Not even a chuckle?
What'd you say?
I'm not Mr. Girl. I'm not Max.
Midterm election results.
Oh, dude, is the Senate gonna flip and is the House gonna flip?
Well, we have 82% chance that Dems take the House, and we have a 55% chance that Republicans keep the Senate.
We're taking both. Spoiler
Yeah,
alert.
are we? Well, that 55% Republican one is looking pretty profitable.
That's just good business.
Hmm.
Oh, wait, no. Did I do it? No, I'm not.
Business?
Final touches here. Am I straight?
Are you wondering?
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes I wonder. What about you? Do you wonder?
If you're straight, yeah, all the time.
It is official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein.
What's so funny?
Oh, he's getting sued.
In the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation.
Uh-oh.
I do plan on fighting against this, But for now, it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys.
International
I will
lawsuit.
say that
Jeez.
It worries me what it means for the
Freedom of speech
commentary community, and especially the Canadian commentary community.
Who all is that?
J-Dog.
Oh, true!
But this is about
I heard
all
we
I
were
can say.
shit posting.
At least for now. I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content on Thursday. Again, I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back, and I appreciate you being here for this important announcement. Have a good day, everyone.
Is there a
I don't wanna
filing
get
for this
sued.
yet? Yeah, true. You better watch out, motherfucker. Oh, wait, is Idubbbz even Canadian?
He lives in Canada.
Does he have like the green permanent residency or whatever?
I don't know. I mean, Idubbbz keeper.
Okay.
I'm your mama's keeper, though. I'll tell you that.
Wow. Damn, Hassan's gonna be helping Idubbbz so much with his legal fees, right?
If he did, you wouldn't know.
True, he wouldn't say anything. He went so far as he even told Casey Tron, don't tell people that I'm paying for all of your legal stuff.
All of it.
Is Anissa Canadian? Excuse me,
Yes.
Anissa's Palestinian, motherfucker. Is there a complaint anywhere to read or no? Sorry, she's Palestinian, Irish, and Lebanese. Every oppressed nationality.
Is it funny to you?
Yeah, it is.
Oppressed people, women especially. That's funny.
Especially.
This ain't a fucking joke.
Your mom is. Hold on, time to get... Okay, let's take a break. Get some real political commentary in here.
And for all of the anti-Hezbollah Lebanese people who are totally in favor.
Oh, no, now she's insulting the left. Oh, no, not just the Americans.
Of carrying out Israel's agenda of completely demilitarizing Lebanon so they have no means of self-defense. Of
self-defense from who? From who? Ooh. Ooh.
Disarming Hezbollah. I'd like to ask them, maybe you're under the impression that you're good and safe because you're not in southern Lebanon.
You mean where Hezbollah is?
Maybe you're under that impression. But for the people of Beirut, how did that work out for you? Is anyone really under the impression that without a way of defending itself, the Israelis are just going to respect Lebanese borders and they're not going to act the way they've been acting, not just over the last few years, but historically for several decades? This is not the first time Israel has attempted to occupy Lebanon, as we all know.
Aren't
and in
these
fact,
Hezbollah people fucking terrorists, man?
Or what?
Isn't Hezbollah a terrorist group?
No, that's like the real, totally real army that's protecting Lebanon from Israeli aggression. You fucking idiot.
I got some pagers if they want to buy.
Hezbollah was able to end an 18-year Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon. But I'm supposed to believe that they're just merely terrible terrorists and we should fight tooth and nail to disarm them. So Lebanon has absolutely no means of defending itself or its borders. Okay. Joseph Aoun is an embarrassment.
Fucking these Lebanese people are so stupid.
So
we wanted to take a bid.
What?
What are your suggestions for the backlighting? Turn it down? Turn it all down?
Okay, question.
Yes.
The lights to your left.
Face. Oh, okay. Which one? Wait, which left?
Your main lights, your big bright
Near
ones.
the orb? Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
Like you're facing
My
in front of
key
you.
light.
Look to your left. Sure. Is that just shooting at you with a softbox?
That's shooting at me with a softbox plus a grid or whatever's on it.
Okay.
Do you think the right side of my face is too dark?
I think it's okay. The light on the left feels
Yes.
a little harsh.
Okay, let me turn it down.
Well, no, like it needs to be diffused and bounced more.
Oh, should I? It comes with another.
A bigger. Is this
A
a full
bigger
diffuser or is it like a half?
Here, I'll show you a picture.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and show me a picture, okay? While you do that, let me get some real politics again. Hold on.
So we wanted to take a bit of a look at what is going on in North Korea, and there are a number of reasons to do this. So first of all, let's put C3 up on the screen. Xi Jinping actually visited.
Okay. What does like the net should do? Doesn't that just like
I don't know.
reduce
That's what they said to
the
put on there? It helps to diffuse it. I
fuck
guess.
that. No. Get rid of the net
Take
shit.
that off?
I feel like it makes it more focused.
Let me take it off.
Maybe?
Oh,
Yeah.
we're about to.
Take it off. Take it off.
Right.
Take off the net, boy.
What color is that wall in front of you? Is it white? White?
Every wall is
It's white. Okay. What if you listen to me here, okay? You ready? Let's just
I'm
try
hearing
this
you.
for 1 second, okay?
Sure.
Just peel.
This is with the grid off.
Oh, that's so much. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm just saying shit, okay? What if you take off the whole diffuser white thing, leave like the reflector
Yeah.
thing, just like peel it from the top a little bit, okay?
Okay.
And then push the whole thing around into the white wall and then fucking jack it up to like 90. What power is it on
Let me
right
check.
now? Like 30 or 40 or what? Or 20? I don't know how strong that one is.
$69.
Whoa, baby! Take off
Alright,
the
so you want me
take off the
take
diffuser.
Off the white thing.
Just like peel it down.
Yeah.
And then
All the way down.
peel it all the way down.
Alright, so just take it off.
Well, yeah, you can take off one. And then 90 degrees to the
this
left,
at the-
shoot the light right at the fucking
At the
wall,
wall.
and just turn it up at maximum.
Working with a ton of space over here. So
Good. Also, you're gonna have to drop the power of that purple light in the background by like fucking 90% of its weight. Yeah. But okay. While you do that, we're gonna.
North Korea on Monday. This was a very significant visit. It's been quite a while since the Chinese leader has traveled to North Korea and comes at a pivotal moment for obviously both China, but also for North Korea. Led to several articles in major newspapers about what exactly is going on in that country. And perhaps surprisingly to a lot of American or Western viewers, they are economically doing quite well at the moment. So we can put C1 up on the screen. This was an article from the Wall Street Journal about the world's most surprising economic success story in North Korea. Effectively, what they lay out here is how the country was really struggling under the dueling challenges of COVID and also U.S. sanctions, of course, which are fairly devastating to the economy. And during COVID, they instituted a severe lockdown. Really closed the borders. There was limited ability to get media in and know what's going on. There were some dissidents who left and were able to sort of tell the world about what was going on there. But by all accounts, a pretty severe crackdown that also entailed a crackdown on the black market sale of smuggled in goods as they look to transition the country to really focusing on and requiring that all goods that were sold internally would be through state sanctioned channels. Now, of course, in the immediate term, that caused a lot of hardship. But now what North Korea has done is they have partnered up with, they've long, had this partnership with China, and China continues to be sort of their most important ally and, provides providing them with a lot of trade goods and also aid. But they have now this very important partnership with Russia. They saw that there was a huge opportunity with Russia's war in Ukraine. And they not only sent troops as mercenaries to go and fight for Russia, many of whom died, but the state received payment for the fact that they sent these troops over on behalf of Russia. But they also have spun up factories and production to supply Russia with billions of dollars.
Wow, military industrial complex. Okay. Am I a crazy man, or between the first and the second picture, can you see that like the more diffuse light is less like harsh?
Harsh? Yes. I see what you're talking, like on the right side of the face, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. The third picture, it is way less harsh, yeah. So is that what we're good?
Well, yeah, the purple light in the back needs to be turned way down.
That's getting turned down, right?
Way down. Hold on. I'm trying to think of all the annoying, stupid shit that the camera guy tells me. He'll always say something about, he always says my lights needs to be more diffuse.
Hold on 1 second, because
You've diffused them. And then he'll always say some autistic shit about angles and shadows, and that my angles and shadows are never good enough, okay? So think about angles and shadows too, okay?
All right, I'm back.
Like I'm looking at your angles and I don't know if they're angling right. And then I'm looking at your shadows and I don't know if they're shadowing right.
Okay. Well, everything can be fixed.
I don't know what that means though. He just always says angles and shadows. And then I move stuff around until he's like, you know what? That's acceptable.
I like that. All right. That's the new...
Hold on.
How am I bisexual in right there?
Okay. Can the green thing, can that change color at all, or are you kind of locked there?
Yeah. No, I can change. What color you want? You want like a nice...
Well, I don't know if like lime
Which color you
green
want?
and purple go together.
Well, I'm colorblind, so...
Wait, you can't tell the color, or?
I can tell the color, it's just not,
Oh, I guess you have...
What color would you like? Would you
I
like
don't
red?
know. Well, don't make me choose. What's like the anything else colors?
Hold on, I know what to do.
Oh, I guess I can't.
I'll stream. 1 sec.
No,
Not like actually stream, but like to you.
Do light blue, okay?
Do light blue. All right, 1 second. Join voice chat. Start virtual camera. Open Destiny Discord. Turn on camera. All right, you see me?
Sure.
Is that a good blue? I'll cycle.
I just don't know. Okay, you're asking me on it's a thing that I'm just like looking at, and there's just like a lot going on here. Okay,
you're not sure yet.
I don't know what you want me to say. Okay.
You don't like green though.
What is the what's the? I don't even know what I was going to ask. That's not even a real question. Is the camera higher up than you, or is it about eye level?
My it's a tiny bit below eye level right now. I can boost it and make it higher, but the problem is if I boost it and make it higher, there's an ugly shelf above here, which I kind of don't want framed. So there's a reason that it's where it is.
Okay.
But I could make it a little higher, and then unframe it by tilting the camera down.
Okay. This is what I would say. Okay.
I gotta fix the background.
Yeah.
I know.
I would say that it's like there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And I can't like
And
tell.
the angles aren't angling.
Yeah, there's just like a lot going on.
Okay.
It's like you have the Lego box, but I can't see.
I
don't know what's on the
Well, I
Lego
have
box.
ideas. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The lighting's fine. We just gotta fix the background.
Yeah. Is the camera like at an angle to the?
It's possible.
Okay. I don't know. Don't ask me anything about that. I don't know.
I'll touch it later.
Yeah, because I'm saying if you have like the thing set up and the things are facing this way and then the camera's on the other way, I don't know. Yeah, but maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
Fuck around with it a little bit.
No,
but you're definitely on the right path.
I'm on the track.
You're on the right path for sure.
It's a long path, but I'm on it.
You're pathing it. Okay. I need to hear more about how North Korea's doing awesome. 1 sec.
in munitions and have become very important to that war effort. They've taken that money that they've made through their partnership with Russia, and they have plowed that back into their own economy through major construction projects, through building out factories, not just in Pyongyang, but throughout the countryside that was much less developed. And apparently this whole direction saga is really bearing a lot of fruits. And over the past several years, GDP growth has been quite strong. You know, it's still a country that suffers with a lot of...
Holy shit, that guy in chat was right. Is she the only other person on the planet? Hold on. I think she also places her S's incorrectly. Her jaw moves a little when she says her S's. I think she makes them on the side, the front side like I do. Does she? Watch.
Poverty and also inequality between the leadership and between everybody else. But there are much more wealth going around, much more economic prosperity, and the ability to build out these...
Oh my God. Oh, she does. I have a sister. I have an S sister. Oh my God. Somebody else does the thing.
These resorts and other...
She did it. Resorts. Oh my God. My fellow goat.
Projects that bring a quality of life improvement to the population as well.
Yeah, I think she also does it with her SH sounds too, though, which I'm not even sure. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Okay.
I think the most fascinating part of the whole story, which belies everything, is the inability of the United States to continue to enforce serious global sanctions. Because the story of North Korea, which effectively economically was crushed both by the United States and the rest of the world, all up until they're obtaining a nuclear weapon. Even then, after they obtained a full-blown ICBM nuclear weapon capable of hitting the United States, they still were not prosperous, or even relatively prosperous, or in some sort of an upward trajectory. Russia enters the war in Ukraine. The United States and the West throws everything we have at the Russian economy. The Russian economy continues to thrive. The Chinese banking system, the Russian banking system, all of these circumventing actions and infrastructure is created. Then North Korea, because as one of the largest standing armies in the world and weapons production, because that's what their entire focus was on, is able to both use its people and send weapons, manufacturing, all these other things over to Russia, which then they're obviously paid for. So now they go from being a Chinese vassal state to actually having something that another country wants, Russia, of who it has some reasonable relations. And in the meantime, China is also able to not only backstop their economy, but they're also able to bring in some goods and actually purchase some other types of goods and bootstrap some other industry inside of the country. The single most interesting part of the Wall Street Journal story is about housing, about how Pyongyang and North Korea has been able to build more new housing in a few year period than Los Angeles and Chicago, just to demonstrate, by the way, what you can do if you want to do it, if you have the will to build.
You're missing something there. Hello? Hello? You're missing something there. Why are they able to do it? It's an authoritarian regime. No shit, they could build a lot of fucking housing if they want to do it. You know who else could do it? The Soviet Union.
As they say. And so
they're abundance pilled over there. Get your heart out, Mr. Klein.
Right. And this is a country which, for years they said even had declining population because of malnutrition and famine and poverty. And when they have a little bit of money, they build. They're saying on the streets of North Korea, you're seeing BMWs, BYD, Chinese vehicles. But I think that the dual story of both Russia and China able to prop up their economy and actually make it not entirely miserable and fake in terms of the way that everybody remembers the Vice Guide to North Korea that came out in 2006, 2007.
It was fucking bullshit. And I do agree with that. I knew kids who would drink sometimes in grade school because their parents are alcoholics, they'd steal a little bit of booze, and guess what, every time they drank 2 months later they were taller and stronger. I don't think drinking has any negative impacts whatsoever, as long as sanctions don't completely and totally obliterate an entire country and the country continues to kind of trudge forward. The sanctions must not be doing any harm at all. They're just totally irrelevant. Sanctions don't matter.
And I remember watching it when I was, that was genuinely creepy. This is under Kim Jong-il. This is, fake hotels, no guests. That's just not the case anymore. I mean, we have some of these images that are coming out of Pyongyang. And I mean, look, not the Pyongyang that we remember from the propaganda reels and others, even with the tightly controlled propaganda that they had on North Korea. It is pretty obvious that there has been a major increase in the, in the quality of life on the street. And that is in no way finishing the malnutrition, the starvation, and all of the other insanity that goes on inside of North Korea. But I just think it's actually a major story of U.S. sanctions, and something I emphasize here on the show all the time is if you have guns and if you have bullets, and if you have oil, or in this case, you can sell bullets for oil or some sort of energy, you can survive a lot, actually, and nuclear weapons, obviously, on top of that. If you have those three, or 2 out of those 3, you're going to be at least somebody to be reckoned with. And Kim Jong-un, the only way he's going out The only way he's going out is if he dies of obesity-related obesity-related disease. No U.S. aircraft carrier Delta Force team is going into North Korea to go and kidnap him. He's going to die in his own bed whenever he wants to. And that is the singular, look, it shows the singular vision of obtaining a nuclear weapon, of being willing to starve your own people, to destroy your own economy if you must. But in the long run, it will be the most important decision that they ever made, which is sending a very strong strategic signal to the rest of the world. That's why.
What? That they all want to be like North Korea? What are we even talking about right now? What is this? This is my political YouTube stuff now? Jesus Christ. If you want to be an individual who can die of obesity in his bed, all you need to do is sacrifice any vision for your country to participate meaningfully in the world stage for decade after decade, for centuries, and you too will actually be able to survive on your own as long as there's not a violent revolution and as long as there's a massive fucking country next to you that has a vested interest in your country not collapsing, and so they're willing to give you just enough aid to keep shit working. You too could be like North Korea. Like,
I think the Iran situation and Venezuela combined are actually going to prove the North Korean model out, as well as the Ukraine situation in terms of
the North Korean model, we're calling it now. The NKM, I've heard.
Throwing all those sanctions, and it's just not working.
Yeah, and the partnership with Russia has obviously, I mean, it's provided them with a lot of money so that they can invest in housing, in infrastructure, in factories, in even, you know, like spa, like resort.
The military-industrial complex of North Korea. Why are we speaking so favorably about it now? Is she gonna say that acronym or whatever? Am I saying the military-industrial complex? Are we even gonna say that, or are we just?
And, you know, leisure activities for their people, but it also has provided them with the ability to build out their military and, you know, for Russian technology to help them shore up some of the places where they were more vulnerable and less developed. I want to read a little bit of this Wall Street Journal piece to people because I think just for a lot of Americans, this is kind of mind-blowing stuff. So they talk about this Australian tour operator who visits North Korea regularly. And it says after more than 100 visits to North Korea, Rowan Beard had come to expect long waits for a taxi under the Kim Jong-un regime. But on a recent visit to Pyongyang, his first in years, a vehicle arrived in minutes. His North Korean interpreter had whipped out a smartphone, opened an app called Samsung, and hailed a ride with a service akin to Uber. The two tracked the taxi's movements in real time. This was all totally new, said Beard, an Australian tour operator. My mind was blown. It goes on to say that in Pyongyang, restaurants serve up brick oven pizza and chicken wings. Diners can pay through a mobile QR code system. Chinese electric vehicles whiz through the streets. Pyongyang has new pet stores, an internet gaming cafe, and car dealerships selling BMWs. Kim has initiated a nationwide construction boom. Last year, and this is what you're referring to, Sagar, North Korea built 10,000 new homes in Pyongyang, more than either LA or Chicago.
You want to know what I thought this was actually insane. Wait, are you here, Mooten?
Yep.
Have you ever seen images of Baghdad?
I think I have.
Did you know that they have like fucking like lights and bridges and buildings, and it's actually crazy.
It's like a city.
Yeah, they have like toilets,
Baghdad,
plumbing.
it's just, you know,
yeah, I thought it was just like all like tents and stuff, and like camels. It's actually
it was concrete buildings.
It's crazy to me. They have like construction over there and stuff, and like power and.
As I mentioned before, he's also had a focus.
Yeah, I don't know when they got
outside
it.
of Pyongyang, building out as well, trying to alleviate some of the disparity between the city and the countryside. And we can put up, you know, you can see by satellite, this is one of the ways, since it's, you know, such a reclusive government and very difficult for foreigners to gain access, for Westerners to gain access. We can put C1B up on the screen. You can see the differences in the light map from 2019 to 2025. So you can see that there's been, you know, massive development, also just, you know, more reliable electricity in order for lights to be lit and, you know, to be able to get these satellite images. So this is one of the key markers that has long been used to track like how things are going in sort of side of North Korea. And according to this, they are going much better than they were in the past. New York Times had a similar report. I can put C2 up on the screen, tracking the country's development over the past number of years. You know, they spend a lot of time in this piece, which is important as well, talking about the extreme crackdown during COVID, both, you know, locking the borders and also really cracking down on any sort of dissent, any sort of distribution of foreign media, including like K-pop or any sort of like South Korean dramas. Any of that was met with execution. So heavy crackdown on that. And on the
okay, for K-drama worshippers, those people should have been
economic on the black markets there that a lot of people were reliant on and just to be able to live. So it was by all reports a very difficult time, you know, and the policies were extremely authoritarian. But now here, and not to say the policies aren't still authoritarian, but in terms of the economic life of the country, things seem to have dramatically improved. And so now as Xi visits North Korea, you know, they're a little bit worried about North Korea becoming too close to Russia and sort of forgetting about their benefactors over in China because North Korea is important for China in terms of
I was about to say, is this Chinese propaganda? Somebody emailed me a while ago. No, wasn't it a post on my subreddit where they were like, Destiny is way too schizo about Russian propaganda. He needs to stop focusing on this and think more about the Chinese propaganda. What is this segment? Who's paying for this? Hello?
Worried about North Korea becoming too close to Russia and sort of forgetting about their benefactors over in China because North Korea is important for China in terms of their geostrategic interest of balancing on the Korean peninsula. So, you know, this is probably the first time that a Chinese leader, you know, and a North Korean leader visit in this manner for many years, where the North Korean leader really has some leverage here in terms of the type of deals that they could strike. By all reports too, Sagar, Trump has wanted to do another meeting with Kim Jong-un and try to, you know, revisit the nuclear issue. And they're like, well, we're good.
Exactly.
We're not interested.
It really does show the power of what a nuclear weapon can give you. I think the story story is fast. Look, it's sad too because, you know, a lot of people died. And it's like, we're not trying to watch it. We're talking about a country where they execute you for listening to K-pop, right? And they have all kinds of insane internal repression whenever they want to, and have now for decades, basically an entire systematized like gulag type system. But it does really, I think, just show the diminishing power of U.S. sanctions and of U.S. power. And it also, with China and Russia,
which these guys love. This is just a crazy video title. Like, surprise, tons of new housing available in Warsaw, never before seen, you know, market boom in cheap housing and affordability for Polish residents after Jews shipped off to concentration camp. It's just like this is a crazy title for a video. Surprise, North Korea economy booming. Why? Military industrial complex. Built more housing than LA/Chicago because it's an authoritarian regime and they can build literally whatever they want, wherever they want, whenever they want. It doesn't matter.
they're able, or now not feuding, but both trying to bolster their status there with North Korea. It's turned itself into a real power with the ability to exchange not just goods with China, its original kind of client state, but actually have some leverage. And of course, it poses a huge threat to our own ally, South Korea. So it is remains a very, very important geopolitical part of the globe. And to watch this happen over 5 years just shows how quickly the world has changed. Unimaginable story, even 10 years ago. Absolutely unimaginable to talk about the streets of Pyongyang in this way. And now here we are. It's crazy. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or...
Remember, these are the same people that said, am I making this up, or when they blamed 5 million, was it 500,000 Iraqi civilians killed? Was that because of the sanctions we put on Iraq? Was that where that came from, that bullshit number that Chomsky and them like to cite all the time, 500,000 dead Iraqi civilians? Was that from our sanctions? They used to talk about how, sanctions are literally like genocidal against civilian populations because it's collective punishment. Well, when Rashid Tlaib, was it Rashid Tlaib or Ilhan Omar? When one of them voted against the package for Ukraine, that was because they opposed sanctions on Russia because they thought it was attacking the civilian population. But apparently, sanctions do nothing. They're worthless. They don't do anything because look at what North Korea says it's doing. America has more empty homes than homeless people. Washington, D.C. can get billions of dollars for foreign war, but they can never get $1 million to house their citizens. It's almost as if all the propaganda Western media fed us for decades actually turned out to be propaganda. How many of these are even humans versus just fucking anti-Western bots? Oh my God. No central bank charging usury. Okay, well, I love you guys. I might be back later tonight. We'll see.
No.
Probably not, though.
You can't.
I have to leave.
You can't leave yet.
I am. Why?
No, man. Can't we do something? Like a video game?
No! Good. Suffer.
Tomorrow's MSJ?
Yeah, I'm sure. It's coming.
All right. All right. See you tomorrow.
Be careful.
Go.
Mm-mm. 1 p.m. sharp tomorrow, guys. Be there or be square. Okay.